Plato, The Socratic Dialogues, Late Period. Volume 2. The Laws, translated by Benjamin Jowett. The Laws is the longest of Plato's dialogues, and actually doesn't feature Socrates at all. The principal figure taking the lead is the Athenian Stranger, who engages two older men in the discussion, Cleinias from Crete and Megillus from Sparta. The dialogue is set in Crete, and the three men embark on a pilgrimage from Knossus to the cave of Dicte, where legend reports Zeus was born. The topic under examination is the making of laws appropriate for a well-ordered city. Having considered this in the Republic many years earlier, Plato is now taking a less idealistic view, and presenting more practical and earthbound proposals, based on law rather than the philosopher-king. It is divided into 12 books.
Book 1.
Tell me, strangers, is a god or some man supposed to be the author of your laws?
A god, stranger. In very truth, a god. Among us Cretans he is said to have been Zeus, but in Sparta, whence our friend here comes, I believe they would say that Apollo is their lawgiver. Would they not, Megillus?
Certainly.
And do you, Cleinias, believe, as Homer tells, that every 9th year Minos went to converse with his Olympian sire, and was inspired by him to make laws for your cities?
Yes, that is our tradition. And there was Rhadamanthus, a brother of his, with whose name you are familiar. He is reputed to have been the justest of men, and we Cretans are of opinion that he earned his reputation from his righteous administration of justice when he was alive.
Yes, and a noble reputation it was, worthy of a son of Zeus. As you and Megillus have been trained in these institutions, I dare say that you will not be unwilling to give an account of your government and laws. On our way we can pass the time pleasantly in about them, for I am told that the distance from Knossus to the cave and temple of Zeus is considerable, and doubtless there are shady places under the lofty trees which will protect us from this scorching sun. Being no longer young, we may often stop to rest beneath them, and get over the whole journey without difficulty, beguiling the time by conversation.
Yes, stranger, and if we proceed onward, we shall come to groves of cypresses, which are of rare height and beauty, and there are green meadows, in which we may repose and converse.
Very good.
Very good indeed. And still better when we see them. Let us move on cheerily.
I am willing. And first, I want to know why the law has ordained that you shall have common meals and gymnastic exercises, and wear arms.
I think, stranger, that the aim of our institutions is easily intelligible to anyone. Look at the character of our country. Crete is not like Thessaly, a large plain, and for this reason they have horsemen in Thessaly, and we have runners. The inequality of the ground in our country is more adapted to locomotion on foot. But then, if you have runners, you must have light arms. No one can carry a heavy weight when running, and bows and arrows are convenient because they are light. Now all these regulations have been made with a view to war, and the legislator appears to me to have looked to this in all his arrangements. The common meals, if I am not mistaken, were instituted by him for a similar reason, because he saw that while they are in the field, the citizens are, by the nature of the case, compelled to take their meals together for the sake of mutual protection. He seems to me to have thought the world foolish in not understanding that all are always at war with one another. And if in war there ought to be common meals, and certain persons regularly appointed under others to protect an army, they should be continued in peace. For what men in general term peace would be said by him to be only a name. In reality, every city is in a natural state of war with every other, not indeed proclaimed by heralds, but everlasting. And if you look closely, you will find that this was the intention of the Cretan legislator. All institutions, private as well as public, were arranged by him with a view to war. In giving them, he was under the impression that no possessions or institutions are of any value to him who is defeated in battle, For all the good things of the conquered pass into the hands of the conquerors.
You appear to me, stranger, to have been thoroughly trained in the Cretan institutions, and to be well informed about them. Will you tell me a little more explicitly what is the principle of government which you would lay down? You seem to imagine that a well-governed state ought to be so ordered as to conquer all other states in war. Am I right in supposing this to be your meaning?
Certainly, and our Spartan friend, if I'm not mistaken, will agree with me.
Why, my good friend, how could any Spartan say anything else?
And is what you say applicable only to states, or also to villages?
To both alike.
The case is the same.
Yes.
And in the village, will there be the same war of family against family, and of individual against individual?
The same.
And should each man conceive himself to be his own enemy, what shall we say?
O Athenian stranger, inhabitant of Attica I will not call you, for you seem to deserve rather to be named after the goddess herself. Because you go back to first principles, you have thrown a light upon the argument, and will now be better able to understand what I was just saying, that all men are publicly one another's enemies, and each man privately his own.
My good sir, what do you mean?
Moreover, there is a victory and defeat. The first and best of victories, the lowest and worst of defeats, which each man gains or sustains at the hands not of another, but of himself. This shows that there is a war against ourselves going on within every one of us.
Let us now reverse the order of the argument. Seeing that every individual is either his own superior or his own inferior, may we say that there is the same principle in the house, the village, and the state?
You mean that in each of them there is a principle of superiority or inferiority to self?
Yes.
You are quite right in asking the question. For there certainly is such a principle, and above all in states, and the state in which the better citizens win a victory over the mob and over the inferior classes may be truly said to be better than itself, and may be justly praised, where such a victory is gained, or censured in the opposite case.
Whether the better is ever really conquered by the worse is a question which requires more discussion, and may be therefore left for the present. But I now quite understand your meaning when you say that citizens who are of the same race and live in the same cities may unjustly conspire, and, having the superiority in numbers, may overcome and enslave the few just. And when they prevail, the state may be truly called its own inferior, and therefore bad, and when they are defeated, its own superior, and therefore good.
Your remark, stranger, is a paradox, and yet we cannot possibly deny it.
Here is another case for consideration. In a family there may be several brothers, who are the offspring of a single pair. Very possibly the majority of them may be unjust, and the just may be in a minority.
Very possibly.
And you and I ought not to raise a question of words as to whether this family and household are rightly said to be superior when they conquer, and inferior when they are conquered. For we are not now considering what may or may not be the proper or customary way of speaking, but we are considering the natural principles of right and wrong in laws.
What you say, stranger, is most true.
Quite excellent, in my opinion, as far as we have gone.
Again, might there not be a judge over these brethren of whom we were speaking?
Certainly.
Now, which would be the better judge? One who destroyed the bad and appointed the good to govern themselves? Or one who, while allowing the good to govern, let the bad live, and made them voluntarily submit? Or third, I suppose, in the scale of excellence might be placed a judge, who, finding the family distracted, not only did not destroy anyone, but reconciled them to one another for ever after, and gave them laws which they mutually observed, and was able to keep them friends.
The last would be by far the best sort of judge and legislator.
And yet the aim of all the laws which he gave would be the reverse of war.
Very true.
And will he who constitutes the state and orders the life of man have in view external war, or that kind of intestine war called civil, which no one, if he could prevent, would like to have occurring in his own state, and when occurring, everyone would wish to be quit of as soon as possible.
He would have the latter chiefly in view.
And would he prefer that this civil war should be terminated by the destruction of one of the parties, and by the victory of the other, or that peace and friendship should be re-established, and that, being reconciled, they should give their attention to foreign enemies?
Everyone would desire the latter in the case of his own state.
And would not that also be the desire of the legislator?
Certainly.
And would not every one always make laws for the sake of the best?
To be sure.
But war, whether external or civil, is not the best, and the need of either is to be depreciated. But peace with one another and goodwill are best. Nor is the victory of the state over itself to be regarded as a really good thing, but as a necessity. A man might as well say that the body was in the best state when sick and purged by medicine, forgetting that there is also a state of the body which needs no purge. And in like manner, no one can be a true statesman, whether he aims at the happiness of the individual or state, who looks only, or first of all, to external warfare. Nor will he ever be a sound legislator who orders peace for the sake of war, and not war for the sake of peace.
I suppose that there is truth, stranger, in that remark of yours, and yet I am greatly mistaken if war is not the entire aim and object of our own institutions, and also of the Spartan.
I dare say. But there is no reason why we should rudely quarrel with one another about your legislators, instead of gently questioning them, seeing that both we and they are equally in earnest. Please follow me and the argument closely. And first I will put forward Titius, an Athenian by birth, but also a Spartan citizen, who of all men was most eager about war. Well, he says, "I sing not, I care not, about any man, even if he were the richest of men, and possessed every good," and then he gives a whole list of them, "if he be not at all times a brave warrior." I imagine that you, too, must have heard his poems. Our Spartan friend has probably heard more than enough of them.
Very true.
And they have found their way from Sparta to Crete.
Come now, and let us all join in asking this question of Titius. "O most divine poet," we will say to him, "the excellent praise which you have bestowed on those who excel in war sufficiently proves that you are wise and good. And I and Megillus and Cleinias of Knossus do, as I believe, entirely agree with you. But we should like to be quite sure that we are speaking of the same men. Tell us then, do you agree with us in thinking that there are two kinds of war? Or what would you say?" A far inferior man to Titius would have no difficulty in replying quite truly that war is of two kinds, one which is universally called civil war, and is, as we were just now saying, of all wars the worst. The other, as we should all admit, in which we fall out with other nations who are of a different race, is a far milder form of warfare.
Certainly, far milder.
Well, now, when you praise and blame war in this high-flown strain, whom are you praising or blaming, and to which kind of war are you referring? I suppose that you must mean foreign war, if I am to judge from expressions of yours in which you say that you abominate those who refuse to look upon fields of blood, and will not draw near and strike at their enemies. And we shall naturally go on to say to them, you, Titius, as it seems, praise those who distinguish themselves in external and foreign war, and he must admit this.
Evidently.
They are good. But we say that there are still better men whose virtue is displayed in the greatest of all battles. And we too have a poet whom we summon as a witness, Theognis, citizen of Megara in Sicily. Cyrnus, he who is faithful in a civil brawl, is worth his weight in gold and silver. And such a one is far better, as we affirm, than the other in a more difficult kind of war, much in the same degree as justice and temperance and wisdom, when united with courage, are better than courage only. For a man cannot be faithful and good in civil strife without having all virtue. But in the war of which Titius speaks, many a mercenary soldier will take his stand and be ready to die at his post, and yet they are generally, and almost without exception, insolent, unjust, violent men, and the most senseless of human beings. You will ask what the conclusion is, and what I am seeking to prove. I maintain that the divine legislator of Crete, like any other who is worthy of consideration, will always and above all things in making laws have regard to the greatest virtue, which, according to Theognis, is loyalty in the hour of danger, and may be truly called perfect justice. Whereas that virtue which Tertius highly praises is well enough, and was praised by the poet at the right time, yet in place and dignity may be said to be only fourth-rate.
Stranger, we are degrading our inspired lawgiver to a rank which is far beneath him.
Nay, I think that we degrade not him but ourselves, if we imagine that Lycurgus and Minos laid down laws both in Sparta and Crete, mainly with a view to war.
What ought we to say, then?
What truth and what justice require of us, if I am not mistaken, when speaking in behalf of divine excellence, that the legislator, when making his laws, had in view not a part only, and this the lowest part of virtue, but all virtue, and that he devised classes of laws answering to the kinds of virtue, not in the way in which modern inventors of laws make the classes, for they only investigate and offer laws whenever a want is felt, and one man has a class of laws about allotments and heiresses, another about assaults, others about 10,000 other such matters. But we maintain that the right way of examining into laws is to proceed as we have now done. And I admired the spirit of your exposition, for you were quite right in beginning with virtue, and saying that this was the aim of the giver of the law. But I thought that you went wrong when you added that all his legislation had a view only to a part, and the least part of virtue, and this called forth my subsequent remarks. Will you allow me, then, to explain how I should have liked to have heard you expound the matter?
By all means.
You ought to have said, Stranger, the Cretan laws are with reason famous among the Hellenes, for they fulfill the object of laws, which is to make those who use them happy, and they confer every sort of good. Now goods are of two kinds. There are human and there are divine goods, and the human hang upon the divine, and the state which attains the greater at the same time acquires the less, or, not having the greater, has neither. Of the lesser goods, the first is health, the second beauty, the third strength, including swiftness in running and bodily agility generally, and the fourth is wealth, not the blind god Plato, but one who is keen of sight, if only he has wisdom for his companion. For wisdom is chief and leader of the divine class of goods. And next follows temperance. And from the union of these two, with courage springs justice, and fourth in the scale of virtue is courage. All these naturally take precedence of the other goods, and this is the order in which the legislator must place them. And after them he will enjoin the rest of his ordinances on the citizens, with the view to these, the human looking to the divine, and the divine looking to their leader mind. Some of his ordinances will relate to contracts of marriage, which they make one with another, and then to the procreation and education of children, both male and female. The duty of the lawgiver will be to take charge of his citizens in youth and age, and at every time of life, and to give them punishments and rewards, and in reference to all their intercourse with one another, he ought to consider their pains and pleasures and desires, and the vehemence of all their passions. He should keep a watch over them, and blame and praise them rightly by the mouth of the laws themselves. Also, with regard to anger and terror, and the other perturbations of the soul, which arise out of misfortune, and the deliverances from them which prosperity brings, and the experiences which come to men in diseases, or in war, or poverty, or the opposite of these. In all these states he should determine and teach what is the good and evil of the condition of each. In the next place, the legislator has to be careful how the citizens make their money, and in what way they spend it, and have an eye to their mutual contracts and dissolutions of contracts. whether voluntary or involuntary. He should see how they order all this, and consider where justice as well as injustice is found, or is wanting in their several dealings with one another, and honour those who obey the law, and impose fixed penalties on those who disobey, until the round of civil life is ended, and the time has come for the consideration of the proper funeral rites and honours of the dead. And the lawgiver, reviewing his work, will appoint guardians to preside over these things, some who walk by intelligence, others by true opinion only, and then mind will bind together all his ordinances and show them to be in harmony with temperance and justice, and not with wealth or ambition. This is the spirit, stranger, in which I was and am desirous that you should pursue the subject. And I want to know the nature of all these things, and how they are arranged in the laws of Zeus, as they are termed, and in those of the Pythian Apollo, which Minos and Lycurgus gave, and how the order of them is discovered to his eyes, who has experience in laws gained either by study or habit, although they are far from being self-evident to the rest of mankind like ourselves.
How shall we proceed, stranger?
I think that we must begin again as before, and first consider the habit of courage, and then we will go on and discuss another and then another form of virtue, if you please. In this way we shall have a model of the whole, and with these and similar discourses we will beguile the way. And when we have gone through all the virtues, we will show, by the grace of God, that the institutions of which I was speaking look to virtue.
Very good. And suppose that you first criticize this praiser of Zeus and the laws of Crete.
I will try to criticize you and myself as well as him, for the argument is a common concern. Tell me, were not the first the Syssitia, and secondly the Gymnasia, invented by your legislator with a view to war?
Yes.
And what comes third, and what fourth? For that, I think, is the sort of enumeration which ought to be made of the remaining parts of virtue, no matter whether you call them parts or what their name is, provided the meaning is clear.
Then I, or any other Spartan, would reply that hunting is third in order.
Let us see if we can discover what comes fourth and fifth.
I think that I can get as far as the fourth head, which is the frequent endurance of pain, exhibited among us Spartans in certain hand-to-hand fights, also in stealing with the prospect of getting a good beating. There is, too, the so-called crypteia, or secret service, in which wonderful endurance is shown. Our people wander over the whole country by day and by night, and even in winter have not a shoe to their foot, and are without beds to lie upon, and have to attend upon themselves. Marvellous, too, is the endurance which our citizens show in their naked exercises, contending against violent summer heat, and there are many similar practices to speak of which in detail would be endless.
Excellent, O Spartan stranger. But how ought we to define courage? Is it to be regarded only as a combat against fears and pains, or also against desires and pleasures, and against flatteries, which exercise such a tremendous power that they make the hearts even of respectable citizens to melt like wax?
I should say the latter.
In what preceded, as you will remember, our Cnossian friend was speaking of a man or a city being inferior to themselves. Were you not, Cleinias?
I was.
Now, which is in the truest sense inferior? The man who is overcome by pleasure or by pain?
I should say the man who is overcome by pleasure, for all men deem him to be inferior in a more disgraceful sense than the other who is overcome by pain.
But surely the lawgivers of Crete and Sparta have not legislated for a courage which is lame of one leg, able only to meet attacks which come from the left, but impotent against the insidious flatteries which come from the right.
Able to meet both, I should say.
Then let me ask once more, what institutions have you in either of your states which give a taste of pleasures, and do not avoid them any more than they avoid pains, but which set a person in the midst of them, and compel or induce him by the prospect of reward to get the better of them? Where is an ordinance about pleasure, similar to that about pain, to be found in your laws? Tell me what there is of this nature among you. What is there which makes your citizen equally brave against pleasure and pain, conquering what they ought to conquer, and superior to the enemies who are most dangerous and nearest home?
I was able to tell you, stranger, many laws which were directed against pain, but I do not know that I can point out any great or obvious examples of similar institutions which are concerned with pleasure. There are some lesser provisions, however, which I might mention.
Neither can I show anything of that sort which is at all equally prominent in the Cretan laws.
No wonder, my dear friends. And if, as is very likely, in our search after the true and good, one of us may have to censure the laws of the others, we must not be offended, but take kindly what another says.
You are quite right, Athenian stranger, and we will do as you say.
At our time of life, Cleinias, there should be no feeling of irritation.
Certainly not.
I will not at present determine whether he who censures the Cretan or Spartan polities is right or wrong, but I believe that I can tell better than either of you what the many say about them. For assuming that you have reasonably good laws, one of the best of them will be the law forbidding any young man to inquire which of them are right or wrong, but with one mouth and one voice they must all agree that the laws are all good, for they come from God. And anyone who says the contrary is not to be listened to. But an old man who remarks any defect in your laws may communicate his observation to a ruler or to an equal in years when no young man is present.
Exactly so, stranger. And like a diviner, although not there at the time, you seem to me quite to have hit the meaning of the legislator, and to say what is most true.
As there are no young men present, and the legislator has given old men free license, there will be no impropriety in our discussing these very matters now that we are alone.
True, and therefore you may be as free as you like in your censure of our laws, for there is no discredit in knowing what is wrong. He who receives what is said in a generous and friendly spirit will be all the better for it.
Very good. However, I am not going to say anything against your laws until, to the best of my ability, I have examined them. But I am going to raise doubts about them. For you are the only people known to us, whether Greek or barbarian, whom the legislator commanded to eschew all great pleasures and amusements, and never to touch them. Whereas, in the matter of pains or fears, which we have just been discussing, he thought that they who from infancy had always avoided pains and fears and sorrows, when they were compelled to face them, would run away from those who were hardened in them, and would become their subjects. Now the legislator ought to have considered that this was equally true of pleasure. He should have said to himself that if our citizens are, from their youth, upward acquainted with the greatest pleasures, and unused to endure amid the temptations of pleasure, and are not disciplined to refrain from all things evil, the sweet feeling of pleasure will overcome them, just as fear would overcome the former class. And in another, and even a worse manner, they will be the slaves of those who are able to endure amid pleasures, and have had the opportunity of enjoying them, they being often the worst of mankind. One half of their souls will be a slave, the other half free, and they will not be worthy to be called, in the true sense, men and freemen. Tell me whether you assent to my words.
On first hearing, what you say appears to be the truth, but to be hasty in coming to a conclusion about such important matters would be very childish and simple.
Suppose, Cleinias and Megillus, that we consider the virtue which follows next of those which we intended to discuss, for after courage comes temperance. What institutions shall we find relating to temperance, either in Crete or Sparta, which, like your military institutions, differ from those of any ordinary state?
That is not an easy question to answer. Still, I should say that the common meals and gymnastic exercises have been excellently devised for the promotion both of temperance and courage.
There seems to be a difficulty, stranger, with regard to states, in making words and facts coincide, so that there can be no dispute about them. As in the human body, The regimen which does good in one way does harm in another, and we can hardly say that any one course of treatment is adapted to a particular constitution. Now, the gymnasia and common meals do a great deal of good, and yet they are a source of evil in civil troubles, as is shown in the case of the Milesian and the Boeotian and Thurian youth, among whom these institutions seem always to have had a tendency to degrade the ancient and natural custom of love below the level not only of man but of the beasts. The charge may be fairly brought against your cities above all others, and is true also of most other states, which especially cultivate gymnastics. Whether such matters are to be regarded jestingly or seriously, I think the pleasure is to be deemed natural which arises out of the intercourse between men and women, but that the intercourse of men with men, or of women with women, is contrary to nature, and that the bold attempt was originally due to unbridled lust. The Cretans are always accused of having invented the story of Ganymede and Zeus because they wanted to justify themselves in the enjoyment of unnatural pleasures by the practice of the god whom they believed to have been their lawgiver. Leaving the story, we may observe that any speculation about laws turns almost entirely on pleasure and pain, both in states and in individuals. These are two fountains which nature lets flow, and he who draws from them, where and when, and as much as he ought, is happy. And this holds of men and animals, of individuals as well as states, and he who indulges in them ignorantly, and at the wrong time, is the reverse of happy.
I admit, stranger, that your words are well spoken, and I hardly know what to say in answer to you. But still I think that the Spartan lawgiver was quite right in forbidding pleasure. Of the Cretan laws I shall leave the defence to my Cnossian friend, but the laws of Sparta, in as far as they relate to pleasure, appear to me to be the best in the world. For that which leads mankind in general into the wildest pleasure and licence, and every other folly, the law has clean driven out, and neither in the country nor in towns which are under the control of Sparta will you find revelries and the many incitements of every kind of pleasure which accompany them. And anyone who meets a drunken and disorderly person will immediately have him most severely punished, and will not let him off on any pretence, not even at the time of a Dionysiac festival, although I have remarked that this may happen at your performances on the cart, as they are called, and among our Tarentine colonists I have seen the whole city drunk at a Dionysiac festival, but nothing of the sort happens among us.
O Spartan stranger, these festivities are praiseworthy where there is a spirit of endurance, but are very senseless when they are under no regulations. In order to retaliate, an Athenian has only to point out the license which exists among your women. To all such accusations, whether they are brought against the Tarentines, or us, or you, there is one answer which exonerates the practice in question from impropriety. When a stranger expresses wonder at the singularity of what he sees, any inhabitant will naturally answer him, "Wonder not, O stranger. This is our custom, and you may very likely have some other custom about the same things." Now we are speaking, my friends, not about men in general, but about the merits and defects of the lawgivers themselves. Let us then discourse a little more at length about intoxication, which is a very important subject, and will seriously task the discrimination of the legislator. I am not speaking of drinking, or not drinking, wine at all, but of intoxication. Are we to follow the custom of the Scythians and Persians and Carthaginians and Celts and Iberians and Thracians, who are all warlike nations, or that of your countrymen, for they, as you say, altogether abstain? But the Scythians and Thracians, both men and women, drink unmixed wine, which they pour on their garments, and this they think a happy and glorious institution. The Persians, again, are much given to other practices of luxury which you reject, but they have more moderation in them than the Thracians and Scythians.
O best of men, we have only to take arms into our hands, and we send all these nations flying before us.
Nay, my good friend, do not say that. There have been, as there always will be, flights and pursuits of which no account can be given. And therefore we cannot say that victory or defeat in battle affords more than a doubtful proof of the goodness or badness of institutions. For when the greater states conquer and enslave the lesser, as the Syracusans have done the Locrians, who appear to be the best governed people in their part of the world, or as the Athenians have done the Chians, and there are 10,000 other instances of the same sort of thing, all this is not to the point. Let us endeavour, rather, to form a conclusion about each institution in itself, and say nothing at present of victories and defeats. Let us only say that such and such a custom is honourable, and another not. And first, permit me to tell you how good and bad are to be estimated in reference to these very matters.
How do you mean?
All those who are ready at a moment's notice to praise or censure any practice which is matter of discussion seem to me to proceed in a wrong way. Let me give you an illustration of what I mean. You may suppose a person to be praising wheat as a good kind of food, whereupon another person instantly blames wheat, without ever inquiring into its effect or use, or in what way, or to whom, or with what, or in what state and how wheat is to be given. And that is just what we are doing in this discussion. At the very mention of the word intoxication, one side is ready with their praises, and the other with their censures, which is absurd. For either side adduce their witnesses and approvers, and some of us think that we speak with authority because we have many witnesses, and others because they see those who abstain conquering in battle, and this again is disputed by us. Now, I cannot say that I shall be satisfied if we go on discussing each of the remaining laws in the same way. And about this very point of intoxication I should like to speak in another way, which I hold to be the right one. For if number is to be the criterion, are there not myriads upon myriads of nations ready to dispute the point with you, who are only 2 cities?
I shall gladly welcome any method of inquiry which is right.
Let me put the matter thus. Suppose a person to praise the keeping of goats, and the creatures themselves, as capital things to have, and then someone who had seen goats feeding without a goatherd in cultivated spots and doing mischief were to censure a goat or any other animal who has no keeper, or a bad keeper. Would there be any sense of justice in such censure?
Certainly not.
Does a captain require only to have nautical knowledge in order to be a good captain, whether he is seasick or not? What do you say?
I say that he is not a good captain if, although he have nautical skill, he is liable to seasickness.
And what would you say of the commander of an army? Will he be able to command merely because he has military skill, if he be a coward, who, when danger comes, is sick and drunk with fear?
Impossible.
And what if, besides being a coward, he has no skill?
He is a miserable fellow, not fit to be a commander of men, but only of old women.
And what would you say of someone who blames or praises any sort of meeting which is intended by nature to have a ruler, and is well enough when under his presidency? The critic, however, has never seen the society meeting together at an orderly feast under the control of a president, but always without a ruler, or with a bad one. When observers of this class praise or blame such meetings, are we to suppose that what they say is of any value?
Certainly not, if they have never seen or been present at such a meeting when rightly ordered.
Reflect. May not banqueters and banquets be said to constitute a kind of meeting?
Of course.
And did anyone ever see this sort of convivial meeting rightly ordered? Of course, you too will answer that you have never seen them at all, because they are not customary or lawful in your country. But I have come across many of them in many different places, and moreover, I have made inquiries about them, wherever I went, as I may say, and never did I see or hear of anything of the kind which was carried on altogether rightly. In some few particulars they might be right, but in general they were utterly wrong.
What do you mean, stranger, by this remark? Explain. For we, as you say, from our inexperience in such matters, might very likely not know, even if they came in our way, what was right or wrong in such societies.
Likely enough. Then let me try to be your instructor. You would acknowledge, would you not, that in all gatherings of mankind, of whatever sort, there ought to be a leader?
Certainly I should.
And we were saying just now that when men are at war, the leader ought to be a brave man.
We were.
The brave man is less likely than the coward to be disturbed by fears.
That again is true.
And if there were a possibility of having a general of an army who was absolutely fearless and imperturbable, should we not by all means appoint him?
Assuredly.
Now, however, we are speaking not of a general who is to command an army, when foe meets foe in time of war, but of one who is to regulate meetings of another sort, when friend meets friend in time of peace.
True.
And that sort of meeting, if attended with drunkenness, is apt to be unquiet.
Certainly. The reverse of quiet.
In the first place, then, the revellers, as well as the soldiers, will require a ruler.
To be sure. No men more so.
And we ought, if possible, to provide them with a quiet ruler.
Of course.
And he should be a man who understands society, for his duty is to preserve the friendly feelings which exist among the company at the time, and to increase them for the future by his use of the occasion.
Very true.
Must we not appoint a sober man and a wise man to be our master of the revels? For if the ruler of drinkers be himself young and drunken, and not overwise, only by some special good fortune will he be saved from doing some great evil.
It will be by a singular good fortune that he is saved.
Now, suppose such associations to be framed in the best way possible in states, and that someone blames the very fact of their existence. He may very likely be right. But if he blames a practice which he only sees very much mismanaged, he shows in the first place that he is not aware of the mismanagement, and also not aware that everything done in this way will turn out to be wrong, because done without the superintendence of a sober ruler. Do you not see that a drunken pilot or a drunken ruler of any sort will ruin ship, chariot, army, anything, in short, of which he has the direction?
The last remark is very true, stranger, and I see quite clearly the advantage of an army having a good leader. He will give victory in war to his followers, which is a very great advantage, and so of other things. But I do not see any similar advantage which either individuals or states gain from the good management of a feast, and I want you to tell me what great good will be effected, supposing that this drinking ordinance is duly established.
If you mean to ask what great good accrues to the state from the right training of a single youth, or of a single chorus, when the question is put in that form, we cannot deny that the good is not very great in any particular instance. But if you ask what is the good of education in general, the answer is easy: that education makes good men, and that good men act nobly, and conquer their enemies in battle, because they are good. Education certainly gives victory, although victory sometimes produces forgetfulness of education, for many have grown insolent from victory in war. And this insolence has engendered in them innumerable evils, and many a victory has been and will be suicidal to the victors. But education is never suicidal.
You seem to imply, my friend, that convivial meetings, when rightly ordered, are an important element of education.
Certainly I do.
And can you show that what you've been saying is true?
To be absolutely sure of the truth of matters, concerning which there are many opinions, is an attribute of the gods not given to man, stranger. But I shall be very happy to tell you what I think, especially as we are now proposing to enter on a discussion concerning laws and constitutions.
Your opinion, stranger, about the questions which are now being raised is precisely what we want to hear.
Very good. I will try to find a way of explaining my meaning, and you shall try to have the gift of understanding me. But first, let me make an apology. The Athenian citizen is reputed, among all the Hellenes, to be a great talker, whereas Sparta is renowned for brevity, and the Cretans have more wit than words. Now, I am afraid of appearing to elicit a very long discourse out of very small materials, for drinking, indeed, may appear to be a slight matter, and yet is one which cannot be rightly ordered according to nature without correct principles of music. These are necessary to any clear or satisfactory treatment of the subject. And music, again, runs up into education generally, and there is much to be said about all this. What would you say, then, to leaving these matters for the present, and passing on to some other question of law?
O Athenian stranger, let me tell you what perhaps you do not know, that our family is the proxenus of your state. I imagine that from their earliest youth all boys, when they are told that they are the proxeni of a particular state, feel kindly towards their second, and this has certainly been my own feeling. I can well remember from the days of my boyhood how when any Spartans praised or blamed the Athenians, they used to say to me, "See, Megillus, how ill or how well, as the case might be, has your state treated us?" And having always had to fight your battles against detractors when I heard you assailed, I became warmly attached to you. And I always like to hear the Athenian tongue spoken. The common saying is quite true, that a good Athenian is more ordinarily good, for he is the only man who is freely and genuinely good by the divine inspiration of his own nature, and is not manufactured. Therefore be assured that I shall like to hear you say whatever you have to say.
Yes, stranger, and when you have heard me speak, say boldly what is in your thoughts. Let me remind you of a tie which unites you to Crete. You must have heard here the story of the prophet Epimenides, who was of my family and came to Athens 10 years before the Persian War, in accordance with the response of the oracle, and offered certain sacrifices which the god commanded. The Athenians were at that time in dread of the Persian invasion, and he said that for 10 years they would not come, and that when they came, they would go away again without accomplishing any of their objects, and would suffer more evil than they inflicted. At that time, my forefathers formed ties of hospitality with you. Thus ancient is the friendship which I and my parents have had for you.
You seem to be quite ready to listen, and I am also ready to perform as much as I can of an almost impossible task, which I will nevertheless attempt. At the outset of the discussion, let me define the nature and power of education, for this is the way by which our argument must travel onwards to the god Dionysus.
Let us proceed, if you please.
Well then, if I tell you what are my notions of education, will you consider whether they satisfy you?
Let us hear.
According to my view, anyone who would be good at anything must practice that thing from his youth upwards, both in sport and earnest, in its several branches. For example, he who is to be a good builder should play at building children's houses. He who is to be a good husbandman, at tilling the ground. And those who have the care of their education should provide them, when young, with mimic tools. They should learn beforehand the knowledge which they will afterwards require for their art. For example, the future carpenter should learn to measure or apply the line in play, and the future warrior should learn riding or some other exercise for amusement, and the teacher should endeavour to direct the children's inclinations and pleasures by the help of amusements to their final aim in life. The most important part of education is right training in the nursery. The soul of the child in his play should be guided to the love of that sort of excellence in which, when he grows up to manhood, he will have to be perfected. Do you agree with me thus far?
Certainly.
Then let us not leave the meaning of education ambiguous or ill-defined. At present, when we speak in terms of praise or blame about the bringing up of each person, we call one man educated and another uneducated, although the uneducated man may be sometimes very well educated for the calling of a retail trader, or of a captain of a ship, and the like. For we are not speaking of education in this narrower sense, but of that other education in virtue from youth upwards, which makes a man eagerly pursue the ideal perfection of citizenship, and teaches him how rightly to rule and how to obey. This is the only education which, upon our view, deserves the name that other sorts of training which aims at the acquisition of wealth or bodily strength, or mere cleverness apart from intelligence and justice, is mean and illiberal, and is not worthy to be called education at all. But let us not quarrel with one another about a word, provided that the proposition, which has just been granted, hold good, to wit, that those who are rightly educated generally become good men. Neither must we cast a slight upon education, which is the first and fairest thing that the best of men can ever have, and which, though liable to take a wrong direction, is capable of reformation. And this work of reformation is the great business of every man while he lives.
Very true, and we entirely agree with you.
And we agreed before that there are good men who are able to rule themselves and bad men who are not.
You are quite right.
Let me now proceed, if I can, to clear up the subject a little further by an illustration which I will offer you.
Proceed.
Do we not consider each of ourselves to be one?
We do.
And each one of us has in his bosom two counsellors, both foolish and also antagonistic, of which we call the one pleasure, the other pain.
Exactly.
Also there are opinions about the future which have the general name of expectations, and the specific name of fear, when the expectation is of pain, and of hope, when of pleasure, and further there is reflection about the good or evil of them, and this, when embodied in a decree by the state, is called law.
I am hardly able to follow you. Proceed, however, as if I were.
I am in the like case.
Let us look at the matter thus. May we not conceive each of us living beings to be a puppet of the gods, either their plaything only, or created with a purpose, which of the two we cannot certainly know, but we do know that these affections in us are like cords and strings, which pull us different and opposite ways, and to opposite actions. And herein lies the difference between virtue and vice. According to the argument, there is one amongst these cords which every man ought to grasp and never let go, but to pull with it against all the rest. And this is the sacred and golden cord of reason, called by us the common law of the state. There are others which are hard and of iron, but this one is soft because golden, and there are several other kinds. Now, we ought always to cooperate with the lead of the best, which is law. For inasmuch as reason is beautiful and gentle, and not violent, her rule must needs have ministers in order to help the golden principle in vanquishing the other principles. And thus the moral of the tale about our being puppets will not have been lost. The meaning of the expression superior or inferior to a man's self will become clearer, and the individual, attaining to right reason in this matter of pulling the strings of a puppet, should live according to its rule, while the city, receiving the same from some god or from one who has knowledge of these things, should embody it in a law, to be her guide in her dealings with herself and with other states. In this way, virtue and vice will be more clearly distinguished by us. And when they have become clearer, education and other institutions will in like manner become clearer. And in particular that question of convivial entertainment, which may seem perhaps to have been a very trifling matter, and to have taken a great many more words than were necessary.
Perhaps. However, the theme may turn out not to be unworthy of the length of discourse.
Very good. Let us proceed with any inquiry which really bears on our present object.
Proceed.
Suppose that we give this puppet of ours drink. What will be the effect on him?
Having what in view do you ask that question?
Nothing as yet, but I ask generally. When the puppet is brought to the drink, what sort of result is likely to follow? I will endeavour to explain my meaning more clearly. What I am now asking is this. Does the drinking of wine heighten and increase pleasures and pains, and passions and loves?
Very greatly.
And are perception and memory, and opinion and prudence heightened and increased? Do not these qualities entirely desert a man if he becomes saturated with drink?
Yes, they entirely desert him.
Does he not return to the state of soul in which he was when a young child?
He does.
Then at that time he will have the least control over himself.
The least.
And will he not be in a most wretched plight?
Most wretched.
Then not only an old man, but also a drunkard becomes a second time a child.
Well said, stranger.
Is there any argument which will prove to us that we ought to encourage the taste for drinking instead of doing all we can to avoid it?
I suppose that there is. You, at any rate, were just now saying that you were ready to maintain such a doctrine.
True, I was, and I am ready still, seeing that you have both declared that you are anxious to hear me.
To be sure we are, if only for the strangeness of the paradox, which asserts that a man ought of his own accord to plunge into utter degradation.
Are you speaking of the soul?
Yes.
And what would you say about the body, my friend? Are you not surprised at any one of his own accord bringing upon himself deformity, leanness, ugliness, decrepitude?
Certainly.
Yet when a man goes of his own accord to a doctor's shop and takes medicine, is he not aware that soon, and for many days afterwards, he will be in a state of body which he would rather die than accept as the permanent condition of his life? Are not those who train in gymnasia, at first beginning, reduced to a state of weakness?
Yes, all that is well known.
Also, that they go of their own accord for the sake of the subsequent benefit.
Very good.
And we may conceive this to be true in the same way of other practices.
Certainly.
And the same view may be taken of the pastime of drinking wine, if we are right in supposing that the same good effect follows.
To be sure.
If such convivialities should turn out to have any advantage equal in importance to that of gymnastic, they are in their very nature to be preferred to mere bodily exercise, inasmuch as they have no accompaniment of pain.
True. But I hardly think that we shall be able to discover any such benefits to be derived from them.
That is just what we must endeavour to show. And let me ask you a question. Do we not distinguish two kinds of fear which are very different?
What are they?
There is the fear of expected evil.
Yes.
And there is the fear of an evil reputation. We are afraid of being thought evil, because we do or say some dishonourable thing, which fear we and all men term shame.
Certainly.
These are the two fears, as I call them, one of which is the opposite of pain, and the other fears, and the opposite also of the greatest and most numerous sort of pleasures.
Very true.
And does not the legislator and every one who is good for anything hold this fear in the greatest honour? This is what he terms reverence, and the confidence which is the reverse of this he terms insolence. And the latter he always deems to be a very great evil, both to individuals and to states.
True.
Does not this kind of fear preserve us in many important ways? What is there which so surely gives victory and safety in war? For there are two things which give victory: confidence before enemies, and fear of disgrace before friends.
There are.
Then each of us should be fearless and also fearful. And why we should be either has now been determined.
Certainly.
And when we want to make anyone fearless, we in the law bring him face to face with many fears.
Clearly.
And when we want to make him rightly fearful, must we not introduce him to shameless pleasures, and train him to take up arms against them, and to overcome them? Or does this principle apply to courage only? And must he who would be perfect in valour fight against and overcome his own natural character, since, if he be unpractised and inexperienced in such conflicts, he will not be half the man which he might have been? And are we to suppose that with temperance it is otherwise, and that he who has never fought with the shameless and unrighteous temptations of his pleasures and lusts, and conquered them, in earnest and in play, by word, deed, and act, will still be perfectly temperate?
A most unlikely supposition.
Suppose that some god had given a fear potion to men, and that the more a man drank of this, the more he regarded himself at every draught as a child of misfortune, and that he feared everything happening or about to happen to him, and that at last the most courageous of men utterly lost his presence of mind for a time, and only came to himself again when he had slept off the influence of the draught.
But has such a draught, stranger, ever really been known among men?
No, But if there had been, might not such a draft have been of use to the legislator as a test of courage? Might we not go and say to him, O legislator, whether you are legislating for the Cretan or for any other state, would you not like to have a touchstone of the courage and cowardice of your citizens?
I should will be the answer of everyone.
And would you rather have a touchstone in which there is no risk and no greater danger than the reverse?
In that proposition, everyone may safely agree.
And in order to make use of the draft, you would lead them amid these imaginary terrors, and prove them when the affection of fear was working upon them, and compel them to be fearless, exhorting and admonishing them, and also honouring them, but dishonouring anyone who will not be persuaded by you to be in all respects such as you command him. And if he underwent the trial well and manfully, you would let him go unscathed. But if ill, you would inflict a punishment upon him. Or would you abstain from using the potion altogether, although you have no reason for abstaining?
He would be certain, stranger, to use the potion.
This would be a mode of testing and training which would be wonderfully easy in comparison with those now in use, and might be applied to a single person, or to a few, or indeed to any number, and he would do well who provided himself with the potion only, rather than with any number of other things, whether he preferred to be by himself in solitude, and there contend with his fears, because he was ashamed to be seen by the eye of man until he was perfect, or trusting to the force of his own nature and habits, and believing that he had been already disciplined sufficiently, he did not hesitate to train himself in company with any number of others, and display his power in conquering the irresistible change effected by the draught, his virtue being such that he never in any instance fell into any great unseemliness, but was always himself, and left off before he arrived at the last cup, fearing that he, like all other men, might be overcome by the potion.
Yes, stranger. In that last case, too, he might equally show his self-control.
Let us return to the lawgiver, and say to him, Well, lawgiver, there is certainly no such fear potion which man has either received from the gods or himself discovered, for witchcraft has no place at our board. But is there any potion which might serve as a test of over-boldness and excessive and indiscreet boasting?
I suppose that he will say yes, meaning that wine is such a potion.
Is not the effect of this quite the opposite of the effect of the other? When a man drinks wine, he begins to be better pleased with himself, and the more he drinks, the more he is filled full of brave hopes, and conceit of his power. And at last the string of his tongue is loosened, and fancying himself wise, he is brimming over with lawlessness, and has no more fear or respect, and is ready to do or say anything.
I think that everyone will admit the truth of your description.
Certainly.
Now, let us remember, as we were saying, that there are two things which should be cultivated in the soul. First, the greatest courage. Secondly, the greatest fear.
Which you said to be characteristic of reverence, if I am not mistaken.
Thank you for reminding me. But now, as the habit of courage and fearlessness is to be trained amid fears, let us consider whether the opposite quality is not also to be trained among opposites.
That is probably the case.
There are times and seasons at which we are by nature more than commonly valiant and bold. Now we ought to train ourselves on these occasions to be as free from impudence and shamelessness as possible, and to be afraid or say or suffer or do anything that is base.
True.
Are not the moments in which we are apt to be bold and shameless such as these? When we are under the influence of anger, love, pride, ignorance, avarice, cowardice? Or when wealth, beauty, strength, and all the intoxicating workings of pleasure madden us? What is better adapted than the festive use of wine, in the first place to test, and in the second place to train the character of a man, if care be taken in the use of it? What is there cheaper, or more innocent? For do but consider which is the greater risk. Would you rather test a man of a morose and savage nature, which is the source of 10,000 acts of injustice,
by making bargains with him at a risk to yourself, or by having him as a companion at the festival of Dionysus? Or would you, if you wanted to apply a touchstone to a man who is prone to love, entrust your wife, or your sons, or daughters to him, peddling your dearest interests in order to have a view of the condition of his soul? I might mention numberless cases in which the advantage would be manifest of getting to know a character in sport, and without paying dearly for the experience. And I do not believe that either a Cretan or any other man will doubt that such a test is a fair test, and safer, cheaper, and speedier than any other.
That is certainly true.
And this knowledge of the natures and habits of men's souls will be of the greatest use in that art which has the management of them. And that art, if I am not mistaken, is politics.
Exactly so.
Book 2.
And now we have to consider whether the insight into human nature is the only benefit derived from well-ordered potations, or whether there are not other advantages great and much to be desired. The argument seems to imply that there are, but how and in what way these are to be attained will have to be considered attentively, or we may be entangled in error.
Proceed.
Let me once more recall our doctrine of right education, which, if I am not mistaken, depends on the due regulation of convivial intercourse.
You talk rather grandly.
Pleasure and pain I maintain to be the first perceptions of children, and I say that they are the forms under which virtue and vice are originally present to them. As to wisdom and true and fixed opinions, happy is the man who acquires them, even when declining in years. And we may say that he who possesses them, and the blessings which are contained in them, is a perfect man. Now, I mean by education that training which is given by suitable habits to the first instincts of virtue in children, when pleasure and friendship and pain and hatred are rightly implanted in souls not yet capable of understanding the nature of them, and to find them, after they have attained reason, to be in harmony with her. This harmony of the soul, taken as a whole, is virtue. But the particular training in respect of pleasure and pain, which leads you always to hate what you ought to hate, and love what you ought to love from the beginning of life to the end, may be separated off, and, in my view, will be rightly called education.
I think, stranger, that you are quite right in all that you have said and are saying about education.
I am glad to hear that you agree with me. For indeed, the discipline of pleasure and pain, which, when rightly ordered as a principle of education, has been often relaxed and corrupted in human life. And the gods, pitying the toils which our race is born to undergo, have appointed holy festivals, wherein men alternate rest with labour, and have given them the Muses and Apollo, the leader of the Muses, and Dionysus to be companions in their revels, that they may improve their education by taking part in the festivals of the gods, and with their help. I should like to know whether a common saying is, in our opinion, true to nature or not. For men say that the young of all creatures cannot be quiet in their bodies or in their voices. They are always wanting to move and cry out, some leaping and skipping and overflowing with sportiveness and delight at something, others uttering all sorts of cries. But whereas the animals have no perception of order or disorder in their movements, that is, of rhythm or harmony as they are called, to us, the gods, who, as we say, have been appointed to be our companions in the dance, have given the pleasurable sense of harmony and rhythm. And so they stir us into life, and we follow them, joining hands together in dances and songs, and these they call choruses, which is a term naturally expressive of cheerfulness. Shall we begin, then, with the acknowledgment that education is first given through Apollo and the Muses? What do you say?
I assent.
And the uneducated is he who has not been trained in the chorus, and the educated is he who has been well trained.
Certainly.
And the chorus is made up of two parts, dance and song.
True.
Then he who is well educated will be able to sing and dance well.
I suppose that he will.
Let us see, what are we saying?
What?
He sings well and dances well. Now must we add that he sings what is good,
and dances what is good?
Let us make the addition.
We will suppose that he knows the good to be good and the bad to be bad, and makes use of them accordingly. Which now is the better trained in dancing and music, he who is able to move his body and to use his voice in what is understood to be the right manner, but has no delight in good or hatred of evil, or he who is incorrect in gesture and voice, but is right in his sense of pleasure and pain, and welcomes what is good, and is offended at what is evil.
There is a great difference, stranger, in the two kinds of education.
If we three know what is good in song and dance, then we truly know also who is educated and who is uneducated. But if not, then we certainly shall not know wherein lies the safeguard of education, and whether there is any or not.
True.
Let us follow the scent like hounds, and go in pursuit of beauty of figure, and melody, and song, and dance. If these escape us, there will be no use in talking about true education, whether Hellenic or barbarian.
Yes.
And what is beauty of figure, or beautiful melody? When a manly soul is in trouble, and when a cowardly soul is in a similar case, are they likely to use the same figures and gestures, or to give utterance to the same sounds?
How can they, when the very colours of their faces differ?
Good, my friend. I may observe, however, in passing, that in music there certainly are figures, and there are melodies, and music is concerned with harmony and rhythm, so that you may speak of a melody or figure having good rhythm or good harmony. The term is correct enough, but to speak metaphorically of a melody or a figure having a good colour, as the masters of choruses do, is not allowable, although you can speak of the melodies or figures of the brave and the coward, praising the one and censuring the other. And, not to be tedious, let us say that the figures and melodies which are expressive of virtue of soul or body, or of images or virtue, are without exception good, and those which are expressive of vice are the reverse of good.
Your suggestion is excellent, and let us answer that these things are so.
Once more, are all of us equally delighted with every sort of dance?
Far otherwise.
What then leads us astray? Are beautiful things not the same to us all, or are they the same in themselves, but not in our opinion of them? For no one will admit that forms of vice in the dance are more beautiful than forms of virtue, or that he himself delights in the forms of vice, and others in a muse of another character. And yet most persons say that the excellence of music is to give pleasure to our souls. But this is intolerable and blasphemous. There is, however, a much more plausible account of the delusion.
What?
The adaptation of art to the characters of men. Choric movements are imitations of manners, occurring in various actions, fortunes, dispositions. Each particular is imitated, and those to whom the words or songs or dances are suited, either by nature or habit or both, cannot help feeling pleasure in them, and applauding them, and calling them beautiful. But those whose natures or ways or habits are unsuited to them, cannot delight in them or applaud them, and they call them base. There are others, again, whose natures are right and their habits wrong, or whose habits are right and their natures wrong, and they praise one thing but are pleased at another. For they say that all these imitations are pleasant, but not good. And in the presence of those whom they think wise, they are ashamed of dancing and singing in the baser manner, or of deliberately lending any countenance to such proceedings, and yet they have a secret pleasure in them.
Very true.
And is any harm done to the lover of vicious dances or songs, or any good done to the approver of the opposite sort of pleasure?
I think that there is.
I think is not the word, but I would say rather, I am certain. For must they not have the same effect as when a man associates with bad characters whom he likes and approves rather than dislikes, and only censures playfully because he has a suspicion of his own badness? In that case, he who takes pleasure in them will surely become like those in whom he takes pleasure, even though he be ashamed to praise them. And what greater good or evil can any destiny ever make us undergo?
I know of none.
Then in a city which has good laws, or in future ages is to have them, bearing in mind the instruction and amusement which are given by music, Can we suppose that the poets are to be allowed to teach in the dance anything which they themselves like, in the way of rhythm or melody or words, to the young children of any well-conditioned parents? Is the poet to train his choruses as he pleases, without reference to virtue or vice?
That is surely quite unreasonable, and is not to be thought of.
And yet he may do this in almost any state, with the exception of Egypt.
And what are the laws about music and dancing in Egypt?
You will wonder when I tell you. Long ago they appear to have recognized the very principle of which we are now speaking, that their young citizens must be habituated to forms and strains of virtue. These they fixed, and exhibited the patterns of them in their temples, and no painter or artist is allowed to innovate upon them, or to leave the traditional forms and invent new ones. To this day, no alteration is allowed, either in these arts or in music at all, and you will find that their works of art are painted or moulded in the same forms which they had 10,000 years ago. This is literally true, and no exaggeration. Their ancient paintings and sculptures are not a whit better or worse than the work of today, but are made with just the same skill.
How extraordinary!
I should rather say, how statesmanlike, how worthy of a legislator. I know that other things in Egypt are not so well, but what I am telling you about music is true and deserving of consideration, because showing that a lawgiver may institute melodies which have a natural truth and correctness, without any fear of failure. To do this, however, must be the work of God or a divine person. In Egypt they have a tradition that their ancient chants, which have been preserved for so many ages, are the composition of the goddess Isis. And therefore, as I was saying, if a person can only find in any way the natural melodies, he may confidently embody them in a fixed and legal form. For the love of novelty which arises out of pleasure in the new and weariness of the old has not strength enough to corrupt the consecrated song and dance, under the plea that they have become antiquated. At any rate, they are far from being corrupted in Egypt.
Your arguments seem to prove your point.
May we not confidently say that the true use of music and of choral festivities is as follows. We rejoice when we think that we prosper, and again we think that we prosper when we rejoice.
Exactly.
And when rejoicing in our good fortune, we are unable to be still.
True.
Our young men break forth into dancing and singing, and we, who are their elders, deem that we are fulfilling our part in life when we look on at them. Having lost our agility, we delight in their sports and merrymaking, because we love to think of our former selves, and gladly institute contests for those who are able to awaken in us the memory of our youth.
Very true.
Is it altogether unmeaning to say, as the common people do about festivals, that he should be adjudged the wisest of men, and the winner of the palm, who gives us the greatest amount of pleasure and mirth? For on such occasions, and when mirth is the order of the day, ought not he to be honoured most, and, as I was saying, bear the palm, who gives most mirth to the greatest number? Now, is this a true way of speaking or of acting?
Possibly.
But, my dear friend, let us distinguish between different cases, and not be hasty in forming a judgment. One way of considering the question will be to imagine a festival at which there are entertainments of all sorts, including gymnastic, musical, and equestrian contests. The citizens are assembled, prizes are offered, and proclamation is made that anyone who likes may enter the lists, and that he is to bear the palm who gives the most pleasure to the spectators. There is to be no regulation about the manner how, but he who is most successful in giving pleasure is to be crowned victor, and deemed to be the pleasantest of the candidates. What is likely to be the result of such a proclamation?
In what respect?
There will be various exhibitions. One man, like Homer, will exhibit a rhapsody, another a performance on the lute. One will have a tragedy, and another a comedy. Nor would there be anything astonishing in someone imagining that he could gain the prize by exhibiting a puppet show. Suppose these competitors to meet, and not these only, but innumerable others as well. Can you tell me who ought to be the victor?
I do not see how anyone can answer you, or pretend to know, unless he has heard with his own ears the several competitors. The question is absurd.
Well then, If neither of you can answer, shall I answer this question, which you deem so absurd?
By all means.
If very small children are to determine the question, they will decide for the puppet show.
Of course.
The older children will be advocates of comedy. Educated women and young men and people in general will favour tragedy.
Very likely.
And I believe that we old men would have the greatest pleasure in hearing a rhapsodist recite well the Iliad and Odyssey, or one of the Hesiodic poems, and would award the victory to him. But who would really be the victor? That is the question.
Yes.
Clearly, you and I will have to declare that those whom we old men adjudge victors ought to win. Our ways are far and away better than any which at present exist anywhere in the world.
Certainly.
And thus far, I too should agree with the many that the excellence of music is to be measured by pleasure. But the pleasure must not be that of chance persons. The fairest music is that which delights the best and the best educated, and especially that which delights the one man who is preeminent in virtue and education. And therefore the judges must be men of character, for they will require both wisdom and courage. The true judge must not draw his inspiration from the theatre, nor ought he to be unnerved by the clamour of the many and his own incapacity, nor again, knowing the truth, ought he through cowardice and unmanliness carelessly to deliver a lying judgment, with the very same lips which have just appealed to the gods before he is judged. He is sitting not as the disciple of the theatre, but in his proper place, as their instructor, and he ought to be the enemy of all pandering to the pleasure of the spectators. The ancient and common custom of Hellas, which still prevailed in Italy and Sicily, did certainly leave the judgment to the body of spectators, who determined the victory by show of hands. But this custom has been the destruction of the poets, for they are now in the habit of composing with a view to please the bad taste of their judges, and the result is that the spectators instruct themselves. And also it has been the ruin of the theatre, for they ought to be having characters put before them better than their own, and so receiving a higher pleasure. But now, by their own act, the opposite result follows. What inference is to be drawn from all this? Shall I tell you?
What?
The inference at which we arrive for the third or fourth time is that education is the constraining and directing of youth towards that right reason, which the law affirms, and which the experience of the eldest and best has agreed to be truly right. In order, then, that the soul of the child may not be habituated to feel joy and sorrow in a manner at variance with the law, and those who obey the law, but may rather follow the law and rejoice and sorrow in the same things as the aged, in order, I say, to produce this effect, chants appear to have been invented, which really enchant, and are designed to implant that harmony of which we speak. And because the mind of the child is incapable of enduring serious training, they are called plays and songs, and are performed in play. Just as when men are sick and ailing in their bodies, their attendants give them wholesome diet in pleasant meats and drinks, but unwholesome diet in disagreeable things, in order that they may learn, as they ought, to like the one and to dislike the other. And similarly, the true legislator will persuade, and, if he cannot persuade, will compel the poet to express, as he ought, by fair and noble words, in his rhythms, the figures, and in his melodies, the music of temperate and brave, and in every way good men.
But do you really imagine, stranger, that this is the way in which poets generally compose in states at the present day? As far as I can observe, except among us and among the Spartans, there are no regulations like those of which you speak. In other places, novelties are always being introduced in dancing and in music, generally not under the authority of any law, but at the instigation of lawless pleasures. And these pleasures are so far from being the same as you describe the Egyptian to be, or having the same principles, that they are never the same.
Most true, Cleinias, and I dare say that I may have expressed myself obscurely, and so led you to imagine that I was speaking of some really existing state of things, whereas I was only saying what regulations I would like to have about music, and hence there occurred a misapprehension on your part,
For when evils are far gone and irremediable, the task of censoring them is never pleasant, although at times necessary. But as we do not really differ, will you let me ask you whether you consider such institutions to be more prevalent among the Cretans and Spartans than among the other Hellenes?
Certainly they are.
And if they were extended to the other Hellenes, would it be an improvement on the present state of things?
A very great improvement, if the customs which prevail among them were such as prevail among us and the Spartans, and such as you were just now saying ought to prevail.
Let us see whether we understand one another. Are not the principles of education and music which prevail among you as follows? You compel your poets to say that the good man, if he be temperate and just, is fortunate and happy, and this whether he be great and strong, or small and weak, and whether he be rich or poor. And on the other hand, if we have a wealth passing that of Cleinias or Midas, and he be unjust, he is wretched and lives in misery. As the poet says, and with truth, I sing not, I care not about him who accomplishes all noble things, not having justice. Let him who draws near and stretches out his hand against his enemies be a just man. But if he be unjust, I would not have him. Look calmly upon bloody death, nor surpass in swiftness the Thracian Boreas. And let no other thing that is called good ever be his. For the goods of which the many speak are not really good. First in the catalogue is placed health, beauty next, wealth third, and then innumerable others, as for example to have a keen eye or a quick ear, and in general to have all the senses perfect. Or again, to be a tyrant, and do as you like. And the final consummation of happiness is to have acquired all these things, and when you have acquired them, to become at once immortal. But you and I say that, while to the just and holy all these things are the best of possessions, to the unjust they are all, including even health, the greatest of evils. For in truth, to have sight and hearing, and the use of the senses, or to live at all without justice and virtue, even though a man be rich in all the so-called goods of fortune, is the greatest of evils, if life be immortal. But not so great, if the bad man lives only a very short time. These are the truths which, if I am not mistaken, you will persuade or compel your poets to utter with suitable accompaniments of harmony and rhythm. And in these they must train up your youth. Am I not right? For I plainly declare that evils, as they are termed, are goods to the unjust, and only evils to the just, and that goods are truly good to the good, but evil to the evil. Let me ask again, are you and I agreed about this?
I think that we partly agree and partly do not.
When a man has health and wealth, and a tyranny which lasts, and when he is preeminent in strength and courage, and has the gift of immortality, and none of the so-called evils which counterbalance these goods, but only the injustice and insolence of his own nature, of such a one you are, I suspect, unwilling to believe that he is miserable rather than happy.
That is quite true.
Once more, suppose that he be valiant and strong, and handsome and rich, and does throughout his whole life whatever he likes. Still, if he be unrighteous and insolent, would not both of you agree that he will of necessity live basely? You will surely grant so much.
Certainly.
And an evil life too?
I am not equally disposed to grant that.
Will he not live painfully, and to his own disadvantage?
How can I possibly say so?
How? Then may heaven make us to be of one mind, for now we are of two. To me, dear Cleinias, the truth of what I am saying is as plain as the fact that Crete is an island. And, if I were a lawgiver, I would try to make the poets and all the citizens speak in this strain. And I would inflict the heaviest penalties on anyone in all the land who should dare to say that there are bad men who lead pleasant lives, or that the profitable and gainful is one thing and the just another. And there are many other matters about which I should make my citizens speak in a manner different from the Cretans and Spartans of this age, and I may say, indeed, from the world in general. For tell me, my good friends, by Zeus and Apollo, tell me, if I were to ask these same gods who were your legislators,
Is not the most just life also the pleasantest? Or are there two lives, one of which is the justest, and the other the pleasantest? And they were to reply that there are two. And thereupon I proceeded to ask, that would be the right way of pursuing the inquiry, which are the happier, those who lead the justest, or those who lead the pleasantest life? And they replied, those who lead the pleasantest. That would be a very strange answer, which I should not like to put into the mouths of gods. Words will come with more propriety from the lips of fathers and legislators, and therefore I will repeat my former questions to one of them, and suppose him to say again that he who leads the pleasantest life is the happiest. And to that I rejoin, O my father, did you not wish me to live as happily as possible? And yet you also never ceased telling me that I should live as justly as possible. Now, here the giver of the rule, whether he be legislator or father, will be in a dilemma, and will in vain endeavour to be consistent with himself. For if he were to declare that the justest life is also the happiest, every one hearing him would inquire, if I am not mistaken, what is that good and noble principle in life which the law approves, and which is superior to pleasure? For what good can the just man have which is separated from pleasure? Shall we say that glory and fame, coming from gods and men, though good and noble, are nevertheless unpleasant, and infamy pleasant? Certainly not, sweet legislator. Or shall we say that the not doing of wrong, and there being no wrong done, is good and honourable, although there is no pleasure in it, and that the doing wrong is pleasant, but evil and base?
Impossible.
The view which identifies the pleasant and the just and the good and the noble has an excellent moral and religious tendency. And the opposite view is most at variance with the designs of the legislator, and is, in his opinion, infamous. For no one, if he can help, will be persuaded to do that which gives him more pain than pleasure. But as distant prospects are apt to make us dizzy, especially in childhood, the legislator will try to purge away the darkness and exhibit the truth. He will persuade the citizens, in some way or other, by custom and praises and words, that just and unjust are shadows only, and that injustice, which seems opposed to justice, when contemplated by the unjust and evil man, appears pleasant, and the just most unpleasant, but that, from the just man's point of view, the very opposite is the appearance of both of them.
True.
And which may be supposed to be the truer judgment, that of the inferior or of the better soul?
Surely that of the better soul.
Then the unjust life must not only be more base and depraved, but also more unpleasant than the just and holy life.
That seems to be implied in the present argument.
And even supposing this were otherwise, and not as the argument has proven, still the lawgiver, who is worth anything, if he ever ventures to tell a lie to the young for their good, could not invent a more useful lie than this, or one which will have a better effect in making them do what is right, not on compulsion, but voluntarily.
Truth, stranger, is a noble thing and a lasting, but a thing of which men are hard to be persuaded.
And yet the story of the Sidonian Cadmus, which is so improbable, has been readily believed, and also innumerable other tales.
What is that story?
The story of armed men springing up after the sowing of teeth, which the legislator may take as a proof that he can persuade the minds of the young of anything, so that he has only to reflect and find out what belief will be of the greatest public advantage, and then use all his efforts to make the whole community utter one and the same word in their songs and tales and discourses all their life long. But if you do not agree with me, there is no reason why you should not argue on the other side.
I do not see that any argument can fairly be raised by either of us against what you are now saying.
The next suggestion which I have to offer is that all our three choruses shall sing to the young and tender souls of children, reciting in their strains all the noble thoughts of which we have already spoken, or are about to speak, and the sum of them shall be that the life which is by the gods deemed to be the happiest is also the best. We shall affirm this to be a most certain truth,
and the minds of our young disciples will be more likely to receive these words of ours than any others which we might address to them.
I assent to what you say.
First will enter in their natural order the sacred choir composed of children, which is to sing lustily the heaven-taught lay to the whole city. Next will follow the choir of young men under the age of 30, who will call upon the god Paean to testify to the truth of their words, and will pray him to be gracious to the youth and to turn their hearts. Thirdly, the choir of elder men, who are from 30 to 60 years of age, will also sing. There remain those who are too old to sing, and they will tell stories, illustrating the same virtues, as with the voice of an oracle.
Who are those who compose the third choir, stranger? For I do not clearly understand what you mean to say about them.
And yet almost all that I have been saying is said with a view to them.
Will you try to be a little plainer?
I was speaking at the commencement of our discourse, as you will remember, of the fiery nature of young creatures. I said that they were unable to keep quiet either in limb or voice, and that they called out and jumped about in a disorderly manner, and that no other animal attained to any perception of order but man only. Now, the order of motion is called rhythm, and the order of the voice, in which high and low are duly mingled, is called harmony, and both together are termed choric song. And I said that the gods had pity on us, and gave us Apollo and the Muses to be our playfellows and leaders in the dance, and Dionysus, as I dare say that you will remember, was the third.
I quite remember.
Thus far I have spoken of the chorus of Apollo and the Muses, and I have still to speak of the remaining chorus, which is that of Dionysus.
How is that arranged? There is something strange, at any rate on first hearing, in a Dionysiac chorus of old men, if you really mean that those who are above 30 and maybe 50, or from 50 to 60 years of age, are to dance in his honour.
Very true, and therefore it must be shown that there is good reason for the proposal.
Certainly.
Are we agreed thus far?
About what?
That every man and boy, slave and free, both sexes, and the whole city, should never cease charming themselves with the strains of which we have spoken, and that there should be every sort of change and variation of them in order to take away the effect of sameness, so that the singers may always receive pleasure from their hymns, and may never weary of them.
Everyone will agree.
Where, then, will that best part of our city, which, by reason of age and intelligence, has the greatest influence, sing these fairest of strains, which are to do so much good? Shall we be so foolish as to let them off, who would give us the most beautiful and also the most useful of songs?
But, says the argument, we cannot let them off.
Then how can we carry out our purpose with decorum? Will this be the way?
What?
When a man is advancing in years, he is afraid, reluctant to sing. He has no pleasure in his own performances, and if compulsion is used, he will be more and more ashamed. The older and more discreet he grows. Is not this true?
Certainly.
Well, and will he not be yet more ashamed if he has to stand up and sing in the theatre to a mixed audience? And if, moreover, when he is required to do so, like the other choirs who contend for prizes, and have been trained under a singing master, he is pinched and hungry, he will certainly have a feeling of shame and discomfort, which will make him very unwilling to exhibit.
No doubt.
How then shall we reassure him and get him to sing? Shall we begin by enacting that boys shall not taste wine at all until they are 18 years of age? We will tell them that fire must not be poured upon fire, whether in the body or in the soul, until they begin to go to work. This is a precaution which has to be taken against the excitableness of youth. Afterwards, they may taste wine in moderation up to the age of 30. But while a man is young, he should abstain altogether from intoxication and from excess of wine. When, at length, he has reached 40 years, after dinner, at a public mess, he may invite not only the other gods,
but Dionysus above all, to the mystery and festivity of the elder men, making use of the wine which he has given men to lighten the sourness of old age, that in age we may renew our youth, and forget our sorrows, and also in order that the nature of the soul, like iron melted in the fire, may become softer, and so more impressible. In the first place, will not anyone who is thus mellowed be more ready and less ashamed to sing? I do not say before a large audience, but before a moderate company, nor yet among strangers, but among his familiars, and, as we have often said, to chant and to enchant.
He will be far more ready.
There will be no impropriety in our using such a method of persuading them to join with us in song.
None at all.
And what strain will they sing? And what muse will they hymn? The strain should clearly be one suitable to them.
Certainly.
And what strain is suitable for heroes? Shall they sing a choric strain?
Truly, stranger, we of Crete and Sparta know no strain other than that which we have learnt and been accustomed to sing in our chorus.
I dare say, for you have never acquired the knowledge of the most beautiful kind of song, in your military way of life, which is modelled after the camp, and is not like that of dwellers in cities. And you have your young men herding and feeding together like young colts. No one takes his own individual colt and drags him away from his fellows against his will, raging and foaming, and gives him a groom to attend to him alone, and trains and rubs him down privately, and gives him the qualities and education which will make him not only a good soldier, but also a governor of state and cities. Such a one, as we said at first, would be a greater warrior than he of whom Tertius sings, and who would honour courage everywhere, but also as the fourth, and not as the first part of virtue, either in individuals or states.
Once more, stranger, I must complain that you depreciate our lawgivers.
Not intentionally, if at all, my good friend, but whither the argument leads, thither let us follow. For if there be indeed some strain of song more beautiful than that of the choruses or the public theatres, I should like to impart it to those who, as we say, are ashamed of these and want to have the best.
Certainly.
When things have an accompanying charm, either the best thing in them is this very charm, or there is some rightness or utility possessed by them. For example, I should say that eating and drinking, and the use of food in general, have an accompanying charm which we call pleasure, but that this rightness and utility is just the healthfulness of the things served up to us, which is their true rightness.
Just so.
Thus, too, I should say that learning has a certain accompanying charm which is the pleasure, but that the right and the profitable, the good and the noble, are qualities which the truth gives to it.
Exactly.
And so in the imitative arts. If they succeed in making likenesses and are accompanied by pleasure, may not their works be said to have a charm?
Yes.
But equal proportions, whether of quality or quantity, not pleasure, speaking generally, would give them truth or rightness.
Yes.
Then that only can be rightly judged by the standard of pleasure, which makes or furnishes no utility or truth or likeness, nor, on the other hand, is productive of any hurtful quality, but exists solely for the sake of the accompanying charm. And the term pleasure is most appropriately applied to it when these other qualities are absent.
You are speaking of harmless pleasure, are you not?
Yes, and this I term amusement, when doing neither harm nor good in any degree worth speaking of.
Very true.
Then, if such be our principles, we must assert that imitation is not to be judged of by pleasure and false opinion, and this is true of all equality, for the equal is not equal, or the symmetrical symmetrical, because somebody thinks or likes something, but they are to be judged by the standard of truth, and by no other whatever.
Quite true.
Do we not regard all music as representative and imitative?
Certainly.
Then, when anyone says that music is to be judged of by pleasure, his doctrine cannot be admitted. And if there be any music of which pleasure is the criterion, such music is not to be sought out
or deemed to have any real excellence, but only that other kind of music, which is an imitation of the good.
Very true.
And those who seek for the best kind of song and music ought not to seek for that which is pleasant, but for that which is true. And the truth of imitation consists, as we were saying, in rendering the thing imitated, according to quantity and quality.
Certainly.
And every one will admit that musical compositions are all imitative and representative. Will not poets and spectators and actors all agree in this?
They will.
Surely then he who would judge correctly must know what each composition is. For if he does not know what is the character and meaning of the piece, and what it represents, he will never discern whether the intention is true or false.
Certainly not.
And will he who does not know what is true be able to distinguish what is good and bad? My statement is not very clear, but perhaps you will understand me better if I put the matter in another way.
How?
There are 10,000 likenesses of objects of sight.
Yes.
And can he, who does not know what the exact object is which is imitated, ever know whether the resemblance is truthfully executed? I mean, for example, whether a statue has the proportions of a body and the true situation of the parts, what those proportions are, and how the parts fit into one another in due order, also their colours and conformations, or whether this is all confused in the execution. Do you think that anyone can know about this, who does not know what the animal is which has been imitated?
Impossible.
But even if we know that the thing pictured or sculptured is a man who has received at the hand of the artist all his proper parts and colours and shapes, must we not also know whether the work is beautiful or in any respect deficient in beauty?
If this were not required, stranger, we should all of us be judges of beauty.
Very true. And may we not say that in everything imitated, whether in drawing, music, or any other art, he who is to be a competent judge must possess 3 things. He must know, in the first place, of what the imitation is. Secondly, he must know that it is true. And thirdly, that it has been well executed in words and melodies and rhythms.
Certainly.
Then let us not faint in discussing the peculiar difficulty of music. Music is more celebrated than any other kind of imitation, and therefore requires the greatest care of them all. For if a man makes a mistake here, he may do himself the greatest injury by welcoming evil dispositions, and the mistake may be very difficult to discern, because the poets are artists very inferior in character to the muses themselves, who would never fall into the monstrous error of assigning to the words of men the gestures and songs of women. Nor, after combining the melodies with the gestures of freemen, would they add on the rhythms of slaves and men of the baser sort. Nor, beginning with the rhythms and gestures of free men, would they assign to them a melody or words which are of an opposite character. Nor would they mix up the voices and sounds of animals and of men, and instruments, and every other sort of noise, as if they were all one. But human poets are fond of introducing this sort of inconsistent mixture, and so make themselves ridiculous in the eyes of those who, as Orpheus says, are ripe for true pleasure. The experienced see all this confusion, and yet the poets go on and make still further havoc by separating the rhythm and the figure of the dance from the melody, setting bare words to metre, and also separating the melody and the rhythm from the words, using the lyre or the flute alone. For when there are no words, it is very difficult to recognize the meaning of the harmony and rhythm, or to see that any worthy object is imitated by them. And we must acknowledge that all this sort of thing, which aims only at swiftness and smoothness and a brutish noise, and uses the flute and the lyre not as the mere accompaniments of the dance and song, is exceedingly coarse and tasteless. The use of either instrument, when unaccompanied, leads to every sort of irregularity and trickery. This is all rational enough, but we are considering not how our choristers, who are from 30 to 50 years of age, and maybe over 50, are not to use the Muses, but how they are to use them. And the considerations which we have urged seem to show in what way these 50-year-old choristers who are to sing may be expected to be better trained. For they need to have a quick perception and knowledge of harmonies and rhythms. Otherwise, how can they ever know whether a melody would be rightly sung to the Dorian mode, or to the rhythm which the poet has assigned to it?
Clearly they cannot.
The many are ridiculous in imagining that they know what is in proper harmony and rhythm, and what is not, when they can only be made to sing and step in rhythm by force. It never occurs to them that they are ignorant of what they are doing. Now, every melody is right when it has suitable harmony and rhythm, and wrong when unsuitable.
That is most certain.
But can a man who does not know a thing, as we were saying, know the thing is right?
Impossible.
Well then now, as would appear, we are making the discovery that our newly appointed choristers, whom we hereby invite, and although they are their own masters compelled to sing, must be educated to such an extent as to be able to follow the steps of the rhythm and the notes of the song, that they may know the harmonies and rhythms, and be able to select what are suitable for men of their age and character to sing, and may sing them, and have innocent pleasure from their own performance, and also lead younger men to welcome with dutiful delight good dispositions. Having such training, they will attain a more accurate knowledge than falls to the lot of the common people, or even of the poets themselves. For the poet need not know the third point, viz., whether the imitation is good or not, though he can hardly help knowing the laws of melody and rhythm. But the aged chorus must know all the three, that they may choose the best, that which is nearest to the best, for otherwise they will never be able to charm the souls of young men in the way of virtue. And now the original design of the argument, which was intended to bring eloquent aid to the chorus of Dionysus, has been accomplished to the best of our ability, and let us see whether we were right. I should imagine that a drinking assembly is likely to become more and more tumultuous as the drinking goes on. This, as we were saying at first, will certainly be the case.
Certainly.
Every man has a more than natural elevation. His heart is glad within him. He will say anything, and will be restrained by nobody at such a time. He fancies that he is able to rule over himself and all mankind.
Quite true.
Were we not saying that on such occasions the souls of the drinkers become like iron heated in the fire, and grow softer and younger, and are easily moulded by him who knows how to educate and fashion them, just as when they were young, and that this fashioner of them is the same who prescribed for them in the days of their youth, viz., the good legislator, and that he ought to enact the laws of the banquet, which, when a man is confident, bold, and impudent, and unwilling to wait his turn and have his share of silence and speech, and drinking and music, will change his character into the opposite. Such laws as will infuse into him a just and noble fear, which will take up arms at the approach of insolence, being that divine fear which we have called reverence and shame.
True.
And the guardians of these laws, and fellow workers with them, are the calm and sober generals of the drinkers. And without their help, there is greater difficulty in fighting against drink than in fighting against enemies, when the commander of an army is not himself calm. And he who is unwilling to obey them, and the commanders of Dionysiac feasts, who are more than 60 years of age, shall suffer a disgrace as great as he who disobeys military leaders, or even greater.
Right.
If, then, drinking and amusement were regulated in this way, would not the companions of our revels be improved? They would part better friends than they were, and not, as now, enemies. Their whole intercourse would be regulated by law, and observant of it, and the sober would be the leaders of the drunken.
I think so too, if drinking were regulated as you propose.
Let us not then simply censure the gift of Dionysus as bad and unfit to be received into the state. For wine has many excellences, and one preeminent one, about which there is a difficulty in speaking to the many, from a fear of their misconceiving and misunderstanding what is said.
To what do you refer?
There is a tradition or story, which has somehow crept about the world, that Dionysus was robbed of his wits by his stepmother, Hera, and that out of revenge he inspires Bacchic furies and dancing madnesses in others, for which reason he gave men wine. Such traditions concerning the gods I leave to those who think that they may be safely uttered. I only know that no animal at birth is mature or perfect in intelligence, and in the intermediate period, in which he has not yet acquired his own proper sense, he rages and roars without rhyme or reason. And when he has once got on his legs, he jumps about without rhyme or reason. And this, as you will remember, has been already said by us, by the origin of music and gymnastic.
To be sure, I remember.
And did we not say that the sense of harmony and rhythm sprang from this beginning among men, and that Apollo and the Muses and Dionysus were the gods whom we had to thank for them?
Certainly.
The other story implied that wine was given man out of revenge, and in order to make him mad. But our present doctrine, on the contrary, is that wine was given him as a balm, and in order to implant modesty in the soul, and health and strength in the body.
That, stranger, is precisely what was said.
Then half the subject may now be considered to have been discussed. Shall we proceed to the consideration of the other half?
What is the other half, and how do you divide the subject?
The whole choral art is also, in our view, the whole of education. And of this art, rhythms and harmonies form the part which has to do with the voice.
Yes.
The movement of the body has rhythm in common with the movement of the voice, but gesture is peculiar to it, whereas song is simply the movement of the voice.
Most true.
And the sound of the voice, which reaches and educates the soul, we have ventured to term music.
We were right.
And the movement of the body, when regarded as an amusement, we termed dancing. But when extended and pursued with a view to the excellence of the body, this scientific training may be called gymnastic.
Exactly.
Music, which was one half of the choral art, may be said to have been completely discussed. Shall we proceed to the other half, or not? What would you like?
Oh, my good friend, when you are talking with a Cretan and Spartan, and we have discussed music and not gymnastic, what answer are either of us likely to make to such an inquiry?
An answer is contained in your question, and I understand and accept what you say not only as an answer, but also as a command to proceed with gymnastic.
You quite understand me. Do as you say.
I will, and there will not be any difficulty in speaking intelligibly to you about a subject with which both of you are far more familiar with than with music.
There will not.
Is not the origin of gymnastics, too, to be sought in the tendency to rapid motion, which exists in all animals? Man, as we were saying, having attained the sense of rhythm, created and invented dancing, and melody arousing and awakening rhythm, both united formed the choral art.
Very true.
And one part of this subject has been already discussed by us, and there still remains another to be discussed.
Exactly.
I have first a final word to add to my discourse about drink, if you will allow me to do so.
What more have you to say?
I should say that if a city seriously means to adopt the practice of drinking under due regulation, and with a view to the enforcement of temperance, and in like manner, and on the same principle, will allow of other pleasures, designing to gain the victory over them in this way, all of them may be used. But if the state makes drinking an amusement only, and whoever likes may drink whenever he likes, and with whom he likes, and add to this any other indulgences, I shall never agree or allow that this city or this man should practice drinking. I would go further than the Cretans and Spartans, and am disposed rather to the law of the Carthaginians, that no one, while he is on a campaign, should be allowed to taste wine at all, but that he should drink water during all that time, and that in the city no slave, male or female, should ever drink wine, and that no magistrates should drink during their year of office,
nor should pilots of vessels or judges while on duty taste wine at all, nor anyone who is going to hold a consultation about any matter of importance, nor in the daytime at all, unless in consequence of exercise or as medicine, nor again at night, when anyone, either man or woman, is minded to get children. There are numberless other cases also in which those who have good sense and good laws ought not to drink wine. So that if what I say is true, no city will need many vineyards. Their husbandry and their way of life in general will follow an appointed order, and their cultivation of the vine will be the most limited and the least common of their employments. And this, stranger, shall be the crown of my discourse about wine, if you agree.
Excellent. We agree.
Book 3.
Enough of this. And what then is to be regarded as the origin of government? Will not a man be able to judge of it best from a point of view in which he may behold the progress of states and their transitions to good or evil?
What do you mean?
I mean that he might watch them from the point of view of time, and observe the changes which take place in them during infinite ages.
How so?
Why, do you think that you can reckon the time which has elapsed since cities first existed, and men were citizens of them?
Hardly.
But are sure that it must be vast and incalculable.
Certainly.
And have not thousands and thousands of cities come into being during this period, and as many perished? And has not each of them had every form of government many times over, now growing larger, now smaller, and again improving or declining?
To be sure.
Let us endeavour to ascertain the cause of these changes, for that will probably explain the first origin and development of forms of government.
Very good. You shall endeavour to impart your thoughts to us, and we will make an effort to understand you.
Do you believe that there is any truth in ancient traditions?
What traditions?
The traditions about the many destructions of mankind which have been occasioned by deluges and pestilences, and in many other ways, and of the survival of a remnant.
Everyone is disposed to believe them.
Let us consider one of them, that which was caused by the famous deluge.
What are we to observe about it?
I mean to say that those who then escaped would only be hill shepherds, small sparks of the human race, preserved on the tops of mountains.
Clearly.
Such survivors would necessarily be unacquainted with the arts and the various devices which are suggested to the dwellers in cities by interest or ambition, and with all the wrongs which they contrive against one another.
Very true.
Let us suppose, then, that the cities in the plain and on the sea-coast were utterly destroyed at that time.
Very good.
Would not all implements have then perished, and every other excellent invention of political or any other sort of wisdom have utterly disappeared?
Why, yes, my friend. And if things had always continued as they are at present ordered, how could any discovery have ever been made even in the least particular? For it is evident that the arts were unknown during 10,000 times 10,000 years, and no more than 1,000 or 2,000 years have elapsed since the discoveries of Daedalus, Orpheus, and Palamedes, since Marsyas and Olympus invented music, and Amphion the lyre, not to speak of numberless other inventions which are but of yesterday.
Have you forgotten, Cleinias, the name of a friend who is really of yesterday?
I suppose that you mean Epimenides.
The same, my friend. He does indeed far overlap the heads of all mankind by his invention, for he carried out in practice, as you declare, what of old Hesiod only preached.
Yes, according to our tradition.
After the great destruction, may we not suppose that the state of man was something of this sort? In the beginning of things, there was a fearful, illimitable desert, and a vast expanse of land. A herd or two of oxen would be the only survivors of the animal world, and there might be a few goats, these two hardly enough to maintain the shepherds who tended them.
True.
And of cities, or governments, or legislation, about which we are now talking, do you suppose that they could have any recollection at all?
None whatever.
And out of this state of things, has there not sprung all that we now are and have? Cities and governments, and arts and laws, and a great deal of vice, and a great deal of virtue?
What do you mean?
Why, my good friend, how can we possibly suppose that those who knew nothing of all the good and evil of cities could have attained their full development, whether of virtue or of vice?
I understand your meaning, and you are quite right.
But as time advanced, and the race multiplied, the world came to be what the world is.
Very true.
Doubtless the change was not made all in a moment, but little by little, during a very long period of time.
A highly probable supposition.
At first they would have a natural fear ringing in their ears, which would prevent their descending from the heights into the plain.
Of course.
The fewness of the survivors at that time would have made them all the more desirous of seeing one another. But then the means of travelling, either by land or sea, had been almost entirely lost, as I may say, with the loss of the arts, and there was great difficulty in getting at one another. For iron and brass and all metals were jumbled together, and had disappeared in the chaos. Nor was there any possibility of extracting ore from them, and they had scarcely any means of felling timber. Even if you suppose that some implements might have been preserved in the mountains, they must quickly have worn out and vanished, and there will be no more of them until the art of metallurgy had again revived.
There could not have been.
In how many generations would this be attained?
Oh, certainly not for many generations.
During this period, and for some time afterwards, all the arts which require iron and brass and the like would disappear.
Certainly.
Faction and war would also have died out in those days, and for many reasons.
How would that be?
In the first place, the desolation of these primitive men would create in them a feeling of affection and goodwill towards one another. And secondly, they would have no occasion to quarrel about their subsistence, for they would have pasture in abundance, except just at first, and in some particular cases, and from their pasture land they would obtain the greater part of their food in a primitive age, having plenty of milk and flesh. Moreover, they would procure other food by the chase, not to be despised either in quantity or quality. They would also have abundance of clothing and bedding and dwellings and utensils, either capable of standing on the fire or not, for the plastic and weaving arts do not require any use of iron, and God has given these two arts to man in order to provide him with all such things, that when reduced to the last extremity, the human race may still grow and increase. Hence, in those days, mankind were not very poor, nor was poverty a cause of difference among them, and rich they could not have been, having neither gold nor silver. Such at that time was their condition. And the community, which has neither poverty nor riches, will always have the noblest principles. In it there is no insolence or injustice, nor again are there any contentions or envyings. And therefore they were good, and also because they were what is called simple-minded. And when they were told about good and evil, they, in their simplicity, believed what they heard to be very truth, and practiced it. No one had the wit to suspect another of falsehood, as men do now. But what they heard about gods and men they believed to be true, and lived accordingly. And therefore they were in all respects such as we have described them.
That quite accords with my views and with those of my friend here.
Would not many generations, living on in a simple manner, although ruder perhaps, and more ignorant of the arts generally, and in particular of those of land or naval warfare, and likewise of other arts, termed in cities, legal practices and party conflicts, and including all conceivable ways of hurting one another in a word and deed, although inferior to those who lived before the deluge, or to the men of our day in these respects, would they not, I say, be simpler and more manly, and also more temperate, and altogether more just? The reason has already been explained.
Very true.
I should wish you to understand
that what has preceded and what is about to follow has been and will be said with the intention of explaining what need the men of that time had of laws, and who was their lawgiver.
And thus far what you have said has been very well said.
They could hardly have wanted lawgivers. As yet, nothing of that sort was likely to have existed in their days, for they had no letters at this early period. They lived by habit and the customs of their ancestors, as they are called.
Probably.
But there was already existing a form of government, which, if I am not mistaken, is generally termed a lordship. And this still remains in many places, both among Hellenes and barbarians, and is the government which is declared by Homer to have prevailed among the Cyclops. They have neither councils nor judgments, but they dwell in hollow caves on the tops of high mountains, and everyone gives law to his wife and children, and they do not busy themselves about one another.
That seems to be a charming poet of yours. I have read some other verses of his which are very clever, but I do not know much of him, for foreign poets are very little read among the Cretans.
But they are in Sparta, and he appears to be the prince of them all. The manner of life, however, which he describes is not Spartan, but rather Ionian, and he seems quite to confirm what you are saying, when he traces up the ancient state of mankind by the help of tradition to barbarism.
Yes, he does confirm it, and we may accept his witness to the fact that such forms of government sometimes arise.
We may.
And were not such states composed of men who had been dispersed in single habitations and families by the poverty which attended the devastations? And did not the eldest then rule among them, because with them government originated in the authority of a father and a mother, whom, like a flock of birds, they followed, forming one troop under the patriarchal rule and sovereignty of their parents, which of all sovereignties is the most just?
Very true.
After this, they came together in greater numbers, and increased the size of their cities, and betook themselves to husbandry, first of all at the foot of the mountains, and made enclosures of loose walls and works of defence, in order to keep off wild beasts, thus creating a single large and common habitation.
Yes, at least we may suppose so.
There is another thing which would probably happen.
What?
When these larger habitations grew up out of the lesser original ones, each of the lesser ones would survive in the larger. Every family would be under the rule of the eldest, and owing to their separation from one another, would have peculiar customs in things divine and human, which they would have received from their several parents who had educated them. And these customs would incline them to order, when the parents had the element of order in their nature, and to courage when they had the element of courage. And they would naturally stamp upon their children, and upon their children's children, their own likings. And, as we are saying, they would find their way into the larger society, having already their own peculiar laws.
Certainly.
And every man surely likes his own laws best, and the laws of others not so well.
True.
Then now we seem to have stumbled upon the beginnings of legislation.
Exactly.
The next step will be that these persons who have met together will select some arbiters, who will review the laws of all of them, and will publicly present such as they approve to the chiefs who lead the tribes, and who are in a manner their kings, allowing them to choose those which they think best. These persons will themselves be called legislators, and will appoint the magistrates, framing some sort of aristocracy, or perhaps monarchy, out of the dynasties or lordships. And in this altered state of the government they will live.
Yes, that would be the natural order of things.
Then, now, let us speak of a third form of government, in which all other forms and conditions of polities and cities occur.
What is that?
The form which in fact Homer indicates as following the second. This third form arose when, as he says, Dardanus founded Dardania. For not as yet had the holy Ilium been built on the plain to be a city of speaking men, but they were still dwelling at the foot of many-fountained Ida, For indeed, in these verses, and in what he said of the Cyclops, he speaks the words of God and nature. For poets are a divine race, and often in their strains, by the aid of the muses and the graces, they attain truth.
Yes.
Then now let us proceed with the rest of our tale, which will probably be found to illustrate, in some degree, our proposed design. Shall we do so?
By all means.
Ilium was built when they descended from the mountain, in a large and fair plain, or a sort of low hill, watered by many rivers descending from Ida.
Such is the tradition.
And we must suppose this event to have taken place many ages after the deluge. A marvellous forgetfulness of the former destruction would appear to have come over them, when they placed their town right under numerous streams flowing from the heights, trusting for their security to not very high hills either.
There must have been a long interval, clearly.
And as population increased, many other cities would begin to be inhabited.
Doubtless.
Those cities made war against Troy, by sea as well as land, for at that time men were ceasing to be afraid of the sea.
Clearly.
The Achaeans remained 10 years, and overthrew Troy.
True.
And during the 10 years in which the Achaeans were besieging Ilium, the homes of the besiegers were falling into an evil plight. Their youth revolted, and when the soldiers returned to their own cities and families, they did not receive them properly, and as they ought to have done, and numerous deaths, murders, exiles were the consequence. The exiles came again, under a new name, no longer Achaeans, but Dorians, a name which they derived from Dorias, for it was he who gathered them together. The rest of the story is told by you Spartans as part of the history of Sparta.
To be sure.
Thus, after digressing from the original subject of laws into music and drinking bouts, the argument has, providently, come back to the same point, and presents to us another handle. For we have reached the settlement of Sparta, which, as you truly say, is in laws and in institutions the sister of Crete. And we are all the better for the digression, because we have gone through various governments and settlements, and have been present at the foundation of a first, second, and third state, succeeding one another in infinite time. And now there appears on the horizon a fourth state, or nation, which was once in process of settlement, and has continued settled to this day. If, out of all this, we are able to discern what is well or ill settled, and what laws are the salvation, and what are the destruction of cities, and what changes would make a state happy, O Megillus and Cleinias, we may now begin again, unless we have some fault to find with the previous discussion.
If some god, stranger, would promise us that our new inquiry about legislation would be as good and full as the present, I would go a great way to hear such another, and would think that a day as long as this, and we are now approaching the longest day of the year, was too short for the discussion.
Then I suppose that we must consider this subject.
Certainly.
Let us place ourselves in thought at the moment when Sparta and Argos and Messene and the rest of the Peloponnesus were all in complete subjection, Megillus, to your ancestors. For afterwards, as the legend informs us, they divided their army into 3 portions, and settled 3 cities, Argos, Messene, Sparta.
True.
Temenus was the king of Argos, Cresphontes of Messina, Procles, and Eurysthenes of Sparta.
Certainly.
To these kings all the men of that day made oath that they would assist them, if any one subverted their kingdom.
True.
But can a kingship be destroyed, or was any other form of government ever destroyed, by any but the rulers themselves? No, indeed, by Zeus. Have we already forgotten what was said a little while ago?
No.
And may we not now further confirm what was then mentioned? For we have come upon facts which have brought us back again to the same principle, so that in resuming the discussion we shall not be inquiring about an empty theory, but about events which actually happened. The case was as follows. 3 royal heroes made oath to 3 cities, which were under a kingly government, and the cities to the kings, that both rulers and subjects should govern and be governed according to the laws which were common to all of them. The rulers promised that as time and the race went forward, they would not make their rule more arbitrary, and the subjects said that if the rulers observed these conditions, they would never subvert or permit others to subvert those kingdoms. The kings were to assist kings and peoples when injured, and the peoples were to assist peoples and kings in like manner. Is not this a fact?
Yes.
And the three states to whom these laws were given, whether their kings or any others were the authors of them, had therefore the greatest security for the maintenance of their constitutions.
What security?
That the other two states were always to come to the rescue against a rebellious third.
True.
Many persons say that legislators ought to impose such laws as the mass of the people will be ready to receive. But this is just as if one were to command gymnastic masters or physicians to treat or cure their pupils or patients in an agreeable manner.
Exactly.
Whereas the physician may often be too happy if he can restore health and make the body whole without any great infliction of pain.
Certainly.
There was also another advantage possessed by the men of that day, which greatly lightened the task of passing laws.
What advantage?
The legislators of that day, when they equalized property, escaped the great accusation which generally arises in legislation. If a person attempts to disturb the possession of land, or to abolish debts, because he sees that without this reform there can never be any real equality. Now, in general, when the legislator attempts to make a new settlement of such matters, everyone meets him with the cry that he is not to disturb vested interests, declaring with imprecations that he is introducing agrarian laws and cancelling of debts, until a man is at his wit's end, whereas no one could quarrel with the Dorians for distributing the land. There was nothing to hinder them, and as for debts, they had none which were considerable or of old standing.
Very true.
But then, my good friends, why did the settlement and legislation of their country turn out so badly?
How do you mean, and why do you blame them?
There were 3 kingdoms, and of these 2 quickly corrupted their original constitution and laws, and the only one which remained was the Spartan.
The question which you ask is not easily answered.
And yet must be answered when we are inquiring about laws, this being our old man's sober game of play, whereby we beguile the way, as I was saying when we first set out on our journey.
Certainly. And we must find out why this was.
What laws are more worthy of our attention than those which have regulated such cities? And what settlements of states are greater or more famous?
I know of none.
Can we doubt that your ancestors intended these institutions not only for the protection of Peloponnesus, but of all the Hellenes, in case they were attacked by the barbarian? For the inhabitants of the region about Ilium, when they provoked by their insolence the Trojan War, relied upon the power of the Assyrians and the empire of Ninus, which still existed and had a great prestige. The people of those days, fearing the united Assyrian Empire, just as we now fear the great king. And the second capture of Troy was a serious offence against them, because Troy was a portion of the Assyrian Empire. To meet the danger, the single army was distributed between 3 cities by the royal brothers, sons of Heracles, a fair device, as it seemed, and a far better arrangement than the expedition against Troy. For firstly, the people of that day had, as they thought, in the Heraclidae, better leaders than the Pelopidai. In the next place, they considered that their army was superior in valour to that which went against Troy. For although the latter conquered the Trojans, they were themselves conquered by the Heraclidae, Achaeans by Dorians. May we not suppose that this was the intention with which the men of those days framed the constitutions of their states?
Quite true.
And would not men who had shared with one another many dangers, and were governed by a single race of royal brothers, and had taken the advice of oracles, and in particular of the Delphian Apollo, be likely to think that such states would be firmly and lastingly established?
Of course they would.
Yet these institutions, of which such great expectations were entertained, seem to have all rapidly vanished away.
with the exception, as I was saying, of that small part of them which existed in your land. And this third part has never to this day ceased warring against the two others. Whereas, if the original idea had been carried out, and they had agreed to be one, their power would have been invincible in war.
No doubt.
But what was the ruin of this glorious confederacy? Here is a subject well worthy of consideration.
Certainly, no one will ever find more striking instances of laws or governments being the salvation or destruction of great and noble interests than are here presented to his view.
Then now we seem to have happily arrived at a real and important question.
Very true.
Did you never remark, sage friend, that all men, and we ourselves at this moment, often fancy that they see some beautiful thing which might have effected wonders if anyone had only known how to make a right use of it in some way? And yet this mode of looking at things may turn out, after all, to be a mistake, and not according to nature, either in our own case or in any other.
To what are you referring, and what do you mean?
I was thinking of my own admiration of the aforesaid Heracleid expedition, which was so noble, and might have had such wonderful results for the Hellenes, if only rightly used, and I was just laughing at myself.
But were you not right and wise in speaking as you did, and we in assenting to you?
Perhaps, and yet I cannot help observing that anyone who sees anything great or powerful immediately has the feeling that, if the owner only knew how to use his great and noble possession, how happy would he be, and what great results would he achieve?
And would he not be justified?
Reflect. In what point of view does this sort of praise appear just? First, in reference to the question in hand. If the then commanders had known how to arrange their army properly, how would they have attained success? Would not this have been the way? They would have bound them all firmly together and preserved them forever, giving them freedom and dominion at pleasure, combined with the power of doing in the whole world, Hellenic and barbarian, whatever they and their descendants desired. What other aim would they have had?
Very good.
Suppose any one were in the same way to express his admiration at the sight of great wealth or family honour or the like. He would praise them under the idea that through them he would attain either all or the greater and chief part of what he desires.
He would.
Well now, and does not the argument show that there is one common desire of all mankind?
What is it?
The desire which a man has, that all things, if possible, at any rate things human, may come to pass in accordance with his soul's desire.
Certainly.
And having this desire always, and at every time of life, in youth, in manhood, in age, he cannot help always praying for the fulfilment of it.
No doubt.
And we join in the prayers of our friends, and ask for them what they ask for themselves.
We do.
Dear is the son to the father, the younger to the elder.
Of course.
And yet the son often prays to obtain things which the father prays that he may not obtain.
When the son is young and foolish, you mean?
Yes, or when the father, in the dotage of age or the heat of youth, having no sense of right and justice, prays with fervour under the influence of feelings akin to those of Theseus, when he cursed the unfortunate Hippolytus. Do you imagine that the son, having a sense of right and justice, will join in his father's prayers?
I understand you to mean that a man should not desire or be in a hurry to have all things according to his wish, for his wish may be at variance with his reason. But every state and every individual ought to pray and strive for wisdom.
Yes, and I remember, and you will remember, what I said at first, that a statesman and legislator ought to ordain laws with a view to wisdom, while you are arguing that the good lawgiver ought to order all with a view to war. And to this I replied that there were 4 virtues, but that upon your view one of them only was the aim of legislation, whereas you ought to regard all virtue, and especially that which comes first, and is the leader of all the rest, I mean wisdom and mind and opinion, having affection and desire in their train. And now the argument returns to the same point, and I say once more, in jest if you like, or in earnest if you like, that the prayer of a fool is full of danger.
being likely to end in the opposite of what he desires. And if you would rather receive my words in earnest, I am willing that you should, and you will find, I suspect, as I have said already, that not cowardice was the cause of the ruin of the Dorian kings and their whole design, nor ignorance of military matters, either on the part of the rulers or of their subjects, but their misfortunes were due to their general degeneracy, and especially to their ignorance of the most important human affairs. That was then, and is still, and always will be the case, as I will endeavour, if you will allow me to make out and demonstrate as well as I am able to you, who are my friends, in the course of the argument.
Pray go on, stranger. Compliments are troublesome, but we will show, not in word but in deed, how greatly we prize your words, for we will give them our best attention, and that is the way in which a free man best shows his approval or disapproval.
Excellent, Cleinias. Let us do as you say.
By all means, if heaven wills, go on.
Well then, proceeding in the same train of thought, I say that the greatest ignorance was the ruin of the Dorian power, and that now, as then, ignorance is ruin. And if this be true, the legislator must endeavour to implant wisdom in states, and banish ignorance to the utmost of his power.
That is evident.
Then now consider what is really the greatest ignorance. I should like to know whether you and Megillus would agree with me in what I am about to say. For my opinion is...
What?
That the greatest ignorance is when a man hates that which he nevertheless thinks to be good and noble, and loves and embraces that which he knows to be unrighteous and evil. This disagreement between the sense of pleasure and the judgment of reason in the soul is, in my opinion, the worst ignorance, and also the greatest, because affecting the great mass of the human soul. The principle which feels pleasure and pain in the individual is like the mass or populace in a state, and when the soul is opposed to knowledge, or opinion, or reason, which are her natural lords, that I call folly, just as in the state, when the multitude refuses to obey their rulers and the laws, or again in the individual, when fair reasonings have their habitation in the soul and yet do no good, but rather the reverse of good. All these cases I term the worst ignorance, whether in individuals or in states. You will understand, stranger, that I am speaking of something which is very different from the ignorance of handicraftsmen.
Yes, my friend, we understand and agree.
Let us, then, in the first place, declare and affirm that the citizen who does not know these things ought never to have any kind of authority entrusted to him. He must be stigmatized as ignorant, even though he be versed in calculation and skilled in all sorts of accomplishments and feats of mental dexterity. And the opposite are to be called wise, even although, in the words of the proverb, they know neither how to read nor how to swim. And to them, as to men of sense, authority is to be committed. For, oh, my friends, how can there be the least shadow of wisdom when there is no harmony? There is none. For the noblest and greatest of harmonies may be truly said to be the greatest wisdom. And of this he is a partaker who lives according to reason, whereas he who is devoid of reason is the destroyer of his house, and the very opposite of a saviour of the state. He is utterly ignorant of political wisdom. Let this, then, as I was saying, be laid down by us.
Let it be so laid down. I suppose that there must be rulers and subjects in states?
And what are the principles on which men rule and obey in cities, whether great or small, and similarly in families? What are they, and how many in number? Is there not one claim of authority which is always just, that of fathers and mothers, and in general of progenitors to rule over their offspring?
There is.
Next follows the principle that the noble should rule over the ignoble, and thirdly, that the elder should rule and the younger obey.
To be sure.
And fourthly, that slaves should be ruled and their masters rule.
Of course.
Fifthly, if I am not mistaken, comes the principle that the stronger shall rule and the weaker be ruled.
That is a rule not to be disobeyed.
Yes, and a rule which prevails very widely among all creatures, and is according to nature, as the Theban poet Pindar once said.
And the sixth principle, and the greatest of all, is that the wise should lead and command, and the ignorant follow and obey. And yet, O thou most wise Pindar, as I should reply him, this surely is not contrary to nature, but according to nature, being the rule of law over willing subjects, and not a rule of compulsion.
Most true.
There is a seventh kind of rule, which is awarded by lot, and is dear to the gods, and a token of good fortune. He on whom the lot falls is a ruler, and he who fails in obtaining the lot goes away and is the subject. And this we affirm to be quite just.
What?
Then, now, as we say playfully to any of those who lightly undertake the making of laws, you see, legislator, the principles of government, how many there are, and that they are naturally opposed to each other. There we have discovered a fountain, head of seditions, to which you must attend. And first, we will ask you to consider with us how and in what respect the kings of Argos and Messene violated these our maxims, and ruined themselves and the great and famous Hellenic power of the olden time. Was it because they did not know how wisely Hesiod spoke when he said that the half is often more than the whole? His meaning was that when to take the whole would be dangerous, and to take the half would be the safe and moderate course, then the moderate or better was more than the immoderate or worse.
Very true.
And may we suppose that this immoderate spirit to be more fatal when found among kings than when among peoples?
The probability is that ignorance will be a disorder especially prevalent among kings, because they lead a proud and luxurious life.
Is it not palpable that the chief aim of the kings of that time was to get the better of the established laws, and that they were not in harmony with the principles which they had agreed to observe by word and oath? This want of harmony may have had the appearance of wisdom, but was really, as we assert, the greatest ignorance, and utterly overthrew the whole empire by dissonance and harsh discord.
Very likely.
Good. And what measures ought the legislator to have then taken in order to avert this calamity? Truly there is no great wisdom in knowing, and no great difficulty in telling, after the evil has happened, but to have foreseen the remedy at the time would have taken a much wiser head than ours.
What do you mean?
Anyone who looks at what has occurred with you Spartans, Megillus, may easily know and may easily say what ought to have been done at that time. Nothing can be clearer than the observation which I am about to make.
What is it?
That if anyone gives too great a power to anything, too large a sail to a vessel, too much food to the body, too much authority to the mind, and does not observe the mean, everything is overthrown, and, in the wantonness of excess, runs in the one case to disorders, and the other to injustice, which is the child of excess. I mean to say, my dear friends, that there is no soul of man, young and irresponsible, who will be able to sustain the temptation of arbitrary power. No one who will not, under such circumstances, become filled with folly, that worst of diseases, and be hated by his nearest and dearest friends. When this happens, his kingdom is undermined, and all his power vanishes from him. And great legislators, who know the mean, should take heed of the danger. As far as we can guess at this distance of time, what happened was as follows.
What?
A god, who watched over Sparta, seeing into the future, gave you 2 families of kings instead of 1, and thus brought you more within the limits of moderation. In the next place, some human wisdom mingled with divine power, observing that the constitution of your government was still feverish and excited, tempered your inborn strength and pride of birth with the moderation which comes of age, making the power of your 28 elders equal with that of the kings in the most important matters. But your third saviour, perceiving that your government was still swelling and foaming and desirous to impose a curb upon it, instituted the ephors, whose power he made to resemble that of magistrates elected by lot. And by this arrangement, the kingly office, being compounded of the right elements and duly moderated, was preserved, and was the means of preserving all the rest. Since, if there had been only the original legislators, Temenus, Cressophontes, and their contemporaries, as far as they were concerned, not even the portion of Aristodemus would have been preserved, for they had no proper experience in legislation, or they would surely not have imagined their oaths would moderate a youthful spirit invested with a power which might be converted into a tyranny. Now that God has instructed us what sort of government would have been or will be lasting, there is no wisdom, as I have already said, in judging after the event. There is no difficulty in learning from an example which has already occurred. But if anyone could have foreseen all this at the time, and had been able to moderate the government of the three kingdoms and unite them into one, he might have saved all the excellent institutions which were then conceived, and no Persian or any other armament would have dared to attack us, or would have regarded Hellas as a power to be despised.
True.
There was small credit to us, Cleinias, in defeating them, and the discredit was not that the conquerors did not win glorious victories, both by land and sea, but what, in my opinion, brought discredit was, first of all, the circumstance that of the three cities only one fought on behalf of Hellas, and the two others were so utterly good for nothing that the one was waging a mighty war against Sparta, and was thus preventing her from rendering assistance, while the city of Argos, which had the precedence at the time of the distribution, and when asked to aid in repelling the barbarian, would not answer to the call or give aid. Many things might be told about Hellas in connection with that war which are far from honourable. Nor, indeed, can we rightly say that Hellas repelled the invader, for the truth is that unless the Athenians and Spartans, acting in concert, had warded off the impending yoke, all the tribes of Hellas would have been fused in a chaos of Hellenes, mingling with one another, of barbarians mingling with Hellenes, and Hellenes with barbarians, just as nations who are now subject to the Persian power, owing to unnatural separations and combinations of them, are dispersed and scattered and live miserably. These, Cleinias and Megillus, are the reproaches which we have to make against statesmen and legislators, as they are called, past and present, if we would analyze the cause of their failure, and find out what else might have been done. We said, for instance, just now, that there ought to be no great and unmixed powers, and this was under the idea that a state ought to be free and wise and harmonious, and that a legislator ought to legislate with a view to this end. Nor is there any reason to be surprised at our continually proposing aims for the legislator which appear not to be always the same. But we should consider when we say that temperance is to be the aim, or wisdom is to be the aim, or friendship is to be the aim. For all these aims are really the same, and if so, a variety in the modes of expression ought not to disturb us.
Let us resume the argument in that spirit. And now, speaking of friendship and wisdom and freedom, I wish that you would tell me at what, in your opinion, the legislator should aim.
Hear me, then. There are two mother forms of states, from which the rest may be truly said to be derived, and one of them may be called monarchy, and the other democracy. The Persians have the highest form of the one, and we of the other. Almost all the rest, as I was saying, are variations of these. Now, if you are to have liberty and the combination of friendship with wisdom, you must have both these forms of government in a measure. The argument emphatically declares that no city can be well governed which is not made up of both.
Impossible.
Neither the one, if it be exclusively and excessively attached to monarchy, nor the other, if it be similarly attached to freedom, observes moderation. But your states, the Spartan and Cretan, have more of it, and the same was the case with the Athenians and Persians of old time, but now they have less. Shall I tell you why?
By all means, if it will tend to elucidate our subject.
Here, then, there was a time when the Persians had more of the state which is a mean between slavery and freedom. In the reign of Cyrus, they were free men and also lords of many others. the rulers gave a share of freedom to the subjects, and being treated as equals, the soldiers were on better terms with their generals, and showed themselves more ready in the hour of danger. And if there was any wise man among them who was able to give good counsel, he imparted his wisdom to the public, for the king was not jealous, but allowed him full liberty of speech, and gave honour to those who could advise him in any matter. And the nation waxed in all respects, because there was freedom, and friendship, and communion of mind among them.
That certainly appears to have been the case.
How then was this advantage lost under Cambyses, and again recovered under Darius? Shall I try to divine?
The inquiry no doubt has a bearing upon our subject.
I imagine that Cyrus, though a great and patriotic general, had never given his mind to education, and never attended to the order of his household.
What makes you say so?
I think that from his youth upwards he was a soldier, and entrusted the education of his children to the women, and they brought them up from their childhood as the favourites of fortune, who were blessed already, and needed no more blessings. They thought that they were happy enough, and that no one should be allowed to oppose them in any way, and they compelled everyone to praise all that they said or did. This was how they brought them up.
A splendid education, truly.
Such a one as women were likely to give them, and especially princesses who had recently grown rich, and in the absence of the men, too, who were occupied in wars and dangers, and had no time to look after them.
What would you expect?
Their father had possessions of cattle and sheep, and many herds of men and other animals. But he did not consider that those to whom he was about to make them over were not trained in his own calling, which was Persian. For the Persians are shepherds, sons of a rugged land, which is a stern mother, and well fitted to produce sturdy race, able to live in the open air and go without sleep, and also to fight, if fighting is required. He did not observe that his sons were trained differently. Through the so-called blessing of being royal, they were educated in the Median fashion by women and eunuchs, which led to their becoming such as people do become when they are brought up unreproved. And so, after the death of Cyrus, his sons, in the fullness of luxury and license, took the kingdom. And first one slew the other, because he could not endure a rival. And afterwards the slayer himself, mad with wine and brutality, who lost his kingdom through the Medes and the eunuch, as they called him, who despised the folly of Cambyses.
So runs the tale, and such probably were the facts.
Yes, and the tradition says that the empire came back to the Persians, through Darius and the 7 chiefs.
True.
Let us note the rest of the story. Observe that Darius was not the son of a king, and had not received a luxurious education. When he came to the throne, being one of the 7, he divided the country into 7 portions, and of this arrangement there are some shadowy traces still remaining. He made laws upon the principle of introducing universal equality in the order of the state, and he embodied in his laws the settlement of the tribute which Cyrus promised, thus creating a feeling of friendship and community among all the Persians, and attaching the people to him with money and gifts. Hence his armies cheerfully acquired for him countries as large as those which Cyrus had left behind. Darius was succeeded by his son Xerxes, and he again was brought up in the royal and luxurious fashion. Might we not most justly say, "O Darius, how came you to bring up Xerxes in the same way which Cyrus brought up Cambyses, and not to see his fatal mistake?" For Xerxes, being the creation of the same education, met with much the same fortune as Cambyses. And from that time until now there has never been a really great king among the Persians, although they are all called great. And their degeneracy is not to be attributed to chance, as I maintain. The reason is rather the evil life which is generally led by the sons of very rich and royal persons. For never will boy or man, young or old, excel in virtue who has been thus educated. And this, I say, is what the legislator has to consider, and what at the present moment has to be considered by us. Justly may you, O Spartans, be praised, in that you do not give special honour or a special education to wealth rather than to poverty. or to a royal rather than to a private station, where the divine and inspired lawgiver has not originally commanded them to be given. For no man ought to have preeminent honour in a state because he surpasses others in wealth, any more than because he is swift of foot, or fair or strong, unless he have some virtue in him, nor even if he have virtue, unless he have this particular virtue of temperance.
What do you mean, stranger?
I suppose that courage is a part of virtue?
To be sure.
Then, now hear and judge for yourself. Would you like to have for a fellow lodger or neighbour a very courageous man, who had no control over himself?
Heaven forbid.
Or an artist who was clever in his profession, but a rogue?
Certainly not.
And surely justice does not grow from temperance.
Impossible.
Any more than our pattern wise man, whom we exhibited as having his pleasures and pains in accordance with, and corresponding to true reason, can be intemperate.
No.
There is a further consideration in relation to the due and undue award of honours and states.
What is it?
I should like to know whether temperance, without the other virtues, existing alone in the soul of man, is rightly to be praised or blamed.
I cannot tell.
And that is the best answer. For whichever alternative you had chosen, I think that you would have gone wrong.
I am fortunate.
Very good. A quality which is a mere appendage of things which can be praised or blamed does not deserve an expression of opinion, but is best passed over in silence.
You are speaking of temperance.
Yes, but of the other virtues. That which, having this appendage, is also most beneficial, will be most deserving of honour, and next that which is beneficial in the next degree, and so each of them will be rightly honoured according to a regular order.
True.
And ought not the legislator to determine these classes?
Certainly he should.
Suppose we leave to him the arrangement of details. But the general division of laws, according to their importance, into a first and second and third class, we who are lovers of law may make ourselves.
Very good.
We maintain, then, that a state which would be safe and happy, as far as the nature of man allows, must and ought to distribute honour and dishonour in the right way. And the right way is to place the goods of the soul first and highest in the scale, always assuming temperance to be the condition of them, and to assign the second place to the goods of the body, and the third place to money and property. And if any legislator or state departs from this rule, by giving money the place of honour, or in any way preferring that which is really last, may we not say that he or the state is doing an unholy and unpatriotic thing?
Yes, let that be plainly declared.
The consideration of the Persian governments led us thus far to enlarge. We remarked that the Persians grew worse and worse, and we affirm the reason of this to have been that they too much diminished the freedom of the people, and introduced too much of despotism, and so destroyed friendship and community of feeling. And when there is an end of these, no longer do the governors govern on behalf of their subjects, or of the people, but on behalf of themselves. And if they think that they can gain ever so small an advantage for themselves, they devastate cities, and send fire and desolation among friendly races. And, as they hate ruthlessly and horribly, so they are hated. And when they want the people to fight for them, they find no community of feeling or willingness to risk their lives on their behalf. Their untold myriads are useless to them on the field of battle, and they think that their salvation depends on the employment of mercenaries and strangers whom they hire, as if they were in want of more men. And they cannot help being stupid, since they proclaim by actions that the ordinary distinctions of right and wrong which are made in the state are a trifle when compared with gold and silver.
Quite true.
And now, enough of the Persians and their present maladministration of their government, which is owing to the excess of slavery and despotism among them.
Good.
Next we must pass in review the government of Attica in like manner, and from this show that entire freedom and the absence of all superior authority is not by any means so good as government by others when properly limited, which was our ancient Athenian constitution at the time when the Persians made their attack upon Hellas, or, speaking more correctly, on the whole continent of Europe. There were 4 classes, arranged according to a property census, and reverence was our queen and mistress, and made us willing to live in obedience to the laws which then prevailed. Also the vastness of the Persian armament, both by sea and on land, caused a helpless terror, which made us more and more the servants of our rulers and of the laws. And for all these reasons, an exceeding harmony prevailed among us. About 10 years before the naval engagement at Salamis, Datis came, leading a Persian host by command of Darius, which was expressly directed against the Athenians and Erythraeans, having orders to carry them away captive. And these orders he was to execute under pain of death. Now Datis and his myriads soon became complete masters of Erythraea, and he sent a fearful report to Athens that no Erythraean had escaped him, for the soldiers of Datis had joined hands and netted the whole of Erythraea. And this report, whether well or ill-founded, was terrible to all the Hellenes, and above all to the Athenians, and they dispatched embassies in all directions. But no one was willing to come to their relief, with the exception of the Spartans, and they, either because they were detained by the Messenian War, which was then going on, or for some other reason of which we are not told, came a day too late for the Battle of Marathon. After a while, the news arrived of mighty preparations being made, and innumerable threats came from the king. Then, as time went on, a rumour reached us that Darius had died, and that his son, who was young and hot-headed, had come to the throne and was persisting in his design. The Athenians were under the impression that the whole expedition was directed against them, in consequence of the Battle of Marathon. And hearing of the bridge over the Hellespont, and the canal of Athos, and the host of ships, considering that there was no salvation for them either by land or by sea, for there was no one to help them, and remembering that in the first expedition, when the Persians destroyed Erythraea, no one came to their help, or would risk the danger of an alliance with them, they thought that this would happen again, at least on land. Nor, when they looked to the sea, could they descry any hope of salvation, for they were attacked by 1,000 vessels and more. One chance of safety remained, slight indeed and desperate, but their only one. They saw that on the former occasion they had gained a seemingly impossible victory, and borne up by this hope, they found that their only refuge was in themselves and in the gods. All these things created in them the spirit of friendship. There was the fear of the moment, and there was that higher fear, which they had acquired by obedience to their ancient laws, and which I have several times in the preceding discourse called reverence, of which the good man ought to be a willing servant, and of which the coward is independent and fearless. If this fear had not possessed them, they would never have met the enemy, or defended their temples and sepulchres, and their country, and everything that was near and dear to them as they did. But little by little they would have been all scattered and dispersed.
Your words, Athenian, are quite true, and worthy of yourself and of your country.
They are true, Megillus, and to you, who have inherited the virtues of your ancestors, I may properly speak of the actions of that day. And I would wish you and Cleinias to consider whether my words have not also a bearing on legislation, for I am not discoursing only for the pleasure of talking, but for argument's sake. Please to remark that the experience both of ourselves and the Persians was, in a certain sense, the same, for as they led their people into utter servitude, so we too led ours into all freedom. And now, how shall we proceed? For I would like you to observe that our previous arguments have a good deal to say for themselves.
True, but I wish that you would give us a fuller explanation.
I will. Under the ancient laws, my friends, the people were not as now the master, but rather the willing servant of the laws.
What laws do you mean?
In the first place, let us speak of the laws about music. That is to say, such music as then existed, in order that we may trace the growth of the excess of freedom from the beginning. Now music was earlier divided among us into certain kinds and manners. One sort consisted of prayers to the gods, which were called hymns, and there was another, an opposite sort, called lamentations, and another termed paeans, and another celebrating the birth of Dionysus, called, I believe, dithyrambs. And they used the actual word laws, or nomoi, for another kind of song, and to this they added the term kitharodic. All these and others were duly distinguished, nor were the performers allowed to confuse one style of music with another, and the authority which determined and gave judgment and punished the disobedient was not expressed in a hiss, nor in the most unmusical shouts of the multitude, as in our days, nor in applause and clapping of hands. But the directors of public instruction insisted that the spectators should listen in silence to the end. And boys and their tutors, and the multitude in general, were kept quiet by a hint from a stick. Such was the good order which the multitude were willing to observe. They would never have dared to give judgment by noisy cries. And then, as time went on, the poets themselves introduced the reign of vulgar and lawless innovation. They were men of genius, but they had no perception of what is just and lawful in music, raging like bacchanals, and possessed with inordinate delights, mingling lamentations with hymns and paeans with dithyrambs, imitating the sounds of the flute on the lyre, and making one general confusion, ignorantly affirming that music has no truth, and whether good or bad can only be judged of rightly by the pleasure of the hearer. And by composing such licentious works, and adding to them words as licentious, they have inspired the multitude with lawlessness and boldness, and made them fancy that they can judge for themselves about melody and song. And in this way the theatres, from being mute, have become vocal, as though they had understanding of good and bad in music and poetry, and instead of an aristocracy, an evil sort of theatocracy has grown up. For if the democracy which judged had only consisted of educated persons, no fatal harm would have been done. But in music there first arose the universal conceit of omniscience and general lawlessness. Freedom came following afterwards, and men, fancying that they knew what they did not know, had no longer any fear, and the absence of fear begets shamelessness. But what is this shamelessness, which is so evil a thing, but the insolent refusal to regard the opinion of the better by reason of an over-daring sort of liberty?
Very true.
Consequent upon this freedom comes the other freedom, of disobedience to rulers, and then the attempt to escape the control and exhortation of father, mother, elders, and when near the end, the control of the laws also. And at the very end there is the contempt of oaths and pledges, and no regard at all for the gods. Herein they exhibit and imitate the old so-called Titanic nature, and come to the same point as the Titans when they rebelled against God, leading a life of endless evils. But why have I said all this? I ask because the argument ought to be pulled up from time to time, and not be allowed to run away, but held with a bit and bridle, and then we shall not, as the proverb says, fall off our ass. Let us then once more ask the question, to what end has all this been said?
Very good.
This, then, has been said for the sake
Of what?
We were maintaining that the lawgiver ought to have three things in view. Firstly, that the city for which he legislates should be free, and secondly, be at unity with herself, and thirdly, should have understanding. These were our principles, were they not?
Certainly.
With a view to this, we selected two kinds of government, the despotic and the other the most free. And now we are considering which of them is the right form. We took a mean in both cases, of despotism in the one and of liberty in the other, and we saw that in a mean they attained their perfection, but that when they were carried to the extreme of either slavery or license, neither party were the gainers.
Very true.
And that was our reason for considering the settlement of the Dorian army, and of the city built by Dardanus at the foot of the mountains, and the removal of cities to the seashore, and of our mention of the first men, who were the survivors of the deluge. And all that was previously said about music and drinking and what preceded was said with the view of seeing how a state might be best administered, and how an individual might best order his own life. And now, Megillus and Cleinias, How can we put to the proof the value of our words?
Stranger, I think that I see how a proof of their value may be obtained. This discussion of ours appears to me to have been singularly fortunate, and just what I at this moment want. Most auspiciously have you and my friend Megillus come in my way. For I will tell you what has happened to me, and I regard the coincidence as a sort of omen. The greater part of Crete is going to send out a colony, and they have entrusted the management of the affair to the Cnossians, and the Cnossian government to me and 9 others. And they desire us to give them any laws which we please, whether taken from the Cretan model or from any other, and they do not mind about their being foreign if they are better. Grant me then this favour, which will also be a gain to yourselves. Let us make a selection from what has been said, and then let us imagine a state of which we will suppose ourselves to be the original founders. Thus we shall proceed with our inquiry, and at the same time I may have the use of the framework which you are constructing for the city which is in contemplation.
Good news, Cleinias. If Megillus has no objection, you may be sure that I will do all in my power to please you.
Thank you.
And so will I.
Excellent. And now let us begin to frame the state.
Book 4.
And now, what will this city be? I do not mean to ask what is or will hereafter be the name of the place. That may be determined by the accident of locality, or of the original settlement. A river or fountain, or some local deity may give the sanction of a name to the newly founded city. But I do want to know what the situation is, whether maritime or inland.
I should imagine, stranger, that the city of which we are speaking is about 80 stadia distant from the sea.
And are there harbours on the seaboard?
Excellent harbours, stranger. They could not be better.
Alas, what a prospect! And is the surrounding country productive or in need of importations?
Hardly in need of anything.
And is there any neighbouring state?
None whatever, and that is the reason for selecting the place. In days of old there was a migration of the inhabitants, and the region has been deserted from time immemorial.
And has the place a fair proportion of hill and plain and wood?
Like the rest of Crete in that.
You mean to say that there is more rock than plain?
Exactly.
Then there is some hope that your citizens may be virtuous. Had you been on the sea, and well provided with harbours, and an importing rather than a producing country, some mighty saviour would have been needed, and lawgivers more than mortal. If you were ever to have a chance of preserving your state from degeneracy and discordance of manners. But there is comfort in the 80 stadia. Although the sea is too near, especially if, as you say, the harbours are so good, still we may be content. The sea is pleasant enough as a daily companion, but has indeed also a bitter and brackish quality, filling the streets with merchants and shopkeepers, and begetting in the souls of men uncertain and unfaithful ways, making the state unfriendly and unfaithful both to our own citizens and also to other nations. There is consolation, therefore, in the country producing all things at home, and yet, owing to the ruggedness of the soil, not providing anything in great abundance. Had there been abundance, there might have been a great export trade, and a great return of gold and silver, which, as we may safely affirm, has the most fatal results on a state whose aim is the attainment of just and noble sentiments. This was said by us, if you remember, in the previous discussion.
I remember, and am of opinion that we both were and are in the right.
Well, but let me ask, how is the country supplied with timber for shipbuilding?
There is no fir of any consequence, nor pine, and not much cypress, and you will find very little stone pine or plane wood, which shipwrights always require for the interior of ships.
These are also natural advantages.
Why so?
Because no city ought to be easily able to imitate its enemies in what is mischievous.
How does that bear upon any of the matters of which we have been speaking?
Remember, my good friend, what I said at first about the Cretan laws, that they looked to one thing only, and this, as you both agreed, was war. and I replied that such laws, in so far as they tended to promote virtue, were good, but in that they regarded a part only, and not the whole of virtue, I disapproved of them. And now I hope that you, in your turn, will follow and watch me, if I legislate with a view to anything but virtue, or with a view to a part of virtue only. For I consider that the true lawgiver, like an archer, aims only at that on which some eternal beauty is always attending, and dismisses everything else, whether wealth or any other benefit, when separated from virtue. I was saying that the imitation of enemies was a bad thing, and I was thinking of a case in which a maritime people are harassed by enemies, as the Athenians were by Minos. I do not speak from any desire to recall past grievances. But he, as we know, was a great naval potentate, who compelled the inhabitants of Attica to pay him a cruel tribute. And in those days they had no ships of war, as they now have, nor was the country filled with ship timber, and therefore they could not readily build them. Hence they could not learn how to imitate their enemy at sea. And in this way, becoming sailors themselves, directly repel their enemies. Better for them to have lost many times over the 7 youths, than that heavy-armed and stationary troops should have been turned into sailors, and accustomed to be often leaping on shore and again to come running back to their ships, or should have fancied that there was no disgrace in not awaiting the attack of an enemy and dying boldly, and that there were good reasons, and plenty of them, for a man throwing away his arms and betaking himself to flight, which is not dishonourable, as people say at certain times. This is the language of naval warfare, and is anything but worthy of extraordinary praise. For we should not teach bad habits, least of all to the best part of the citizens. You may learn the evil of such a practice from Homer, by whom Odysseus is introduced, rebuking Agamemnon because he desires to draw down the ships to the sea at a time when the Achaeans are hard pressed by the Trojans. He gets angry with him and says, "Who, at a time when the battle is in full cry, biddest to drag the well-benched ships into the sea, that the prayers of the Trojans may be accomplished yet more, and high ruin falls upon us? For the Achaeans will not maintain the battle when the ships are drawn into the sea, but they will look behind and cease from strife, in that the counsel which you give will prove injurious." You see that he quite knew how triremes on the sea, in the neighbourhood of fighting men, to be an evil. Lions might be trained in that way to fly from a herd of deer. Moreover, naval powers which owe their safety to ships do not give honour to that sort of warlike excellence which is most deserving of it. For he who owes his safety to the pilot and the captain and the oarsman and all sorts of rather inferior persons cannot rightly give honour to whom honour is due. But how can a state be in a right condition which cannot justly award honour?
It is hardly possible, I admit. And yet, stranger, we Cretans are in the habit of saying that the Battle of Salamis was the salvation of Hellas.
Why, yes, and that is an opinion which is widely spread, both among Hellenes and barbarians. But Megillus and I say rather that the Battle of Marathon was the beginning, and the Battle of Plataea the completion, of the great deliverance, and that these battles by land made the Hellenes better, whereas the sea fights of Salamis and Artemisium, for I may as well put them both together, made them no better, if I may say so without offence about the battles which helped to save us. And in estimating the goodness of a state, we regard both the situation of the country and the order of the laws, considering that the mere preservation and continuance of life is not the most honourable thing for men, as the vulgar think, but the continuance of the best life while we live. In that again, if I am not mistaken, is a remark which has been made already.
Yes.
Then we have only to ask whether we are taking the course which we acknowledge to be the best for the settlement and legislation of states.
The best by far.
And now let me proceed to another question. Who are to be the colonists? May anyone come out of all Crete? And is the idea that the population in the several states is too numerous for the means of subsistence? For I suppose you are not going to send out a general invitation to any Hellene who likes to come. And yet I observe that to your country settlers have come from Argos and Aegina and other parts of Hellas. Tell me then, whence do you draw your recruits in the present enterprise?
They will come from all Crete, and of other Hellenes, Peloponnesians will be most acceptable. For, as you truly observe, there are Cretans of Argive descent, and the race of Cretans which has the highest character at the present day is the Gortinian, and this has come from Gorties in the Peloponnesus.
Cities find colonization in some respects easier if the colonists are one race, which like a swarm of bees is sent out from a single country, either when friends leave friends owing to some pressure of population or other similar necessity, or when a portion of a state is driven by factions to emigrate. And there have been whole cities which have taken flight when utterly conquered by a superior power in war. This, however, which is in one way an advantage to the colonist or legislator, in another point of view creates a difficulty. There is an element of friendship in the community of race and language and laws, and in common temples and rites of worship, but colonies which are of this homogeneous sort are apt to kick against any laws or any form of constitution differing from that which they had at home, and although the badness of their own laws may have been the cause of the factions which prevailed among them, yet from the force of habit they would fain preserve the very customs which were their ruin, and the leader of the colony, who is their legislator, finds them troublesome and rebellious. On the other hand, the conflux of several populations might be more disposed to listen to new laws, but then to make them combine and pull together, as they say of horses, is a most difficult task, and the work of years. And yet there is nothing which tends more to the improvement of mankind than legislation and colonization.
No doubt, but I should like to know why you say so.
My good friend, I am afraid that the course of my speculations is leading me to say something depreciatory of legislators. But if the word be to the purpose, there can be no harm. And yet, why am I disquieted? For I believe that the same principle applies equally to all human things.
To what are you referring?
I was going to say that man never legislates, but accidents of all sorts, which legislate for us in all sorts of ways. The violence of war and the hard necessity of poverty are constantly overturning governments and changing laws. And the power of Dicte has often caused innovations in the state. When there have been pestilences, or when there has been a succession of bad seasons continuing during many years. Anyone who sees all this naturally rushes to the conclusion of which I was speaking, that no mortal legislates in anything, but that in human affairs chance is almost everything. And this may be said of the arts of the sailor and the pilot and the physician and the general, and may seem to be well said. And yet there is another thing which may be said, with equal truth of all of them.
What is it?
That God governs all things, and that chance and opportunity cooperate with him in the government of human affairs. There is, however, a third and less extreme view, that art should be there also. For I should say that in a storm there must surely be a great advantage in having the aid of the pilot's art. You would agree?
Yes.
And does not a like principle apply to legislation as well as to other things? Even supposing all the conditions to be favourable which are needed for the happiness of the state, yet the true legislator must from time to time appear on the scene.
Most true.
In each case, the artist would be able to pray rightly for certain conditions, and if these were granted by fortune, he would then only require to exercise his art.
Certainly.
And all the other artists just now mentioned, if they were bidden to offer up each their special prayer, would do so.
Of course.
And the legislator would do likewise.
I believe that he would.
Come, legislator, we will say to him, what are the conditions which you require in a state before you can organize it? How ought he to answer this question? Shall I give his answer?
Yes.
He will say, give me a state which is governed by a tyrant, and let the tyrant be young and have a good memory. Let him be quick at learning and have a courageous and noble nature. Let him have that quality which, as I said before, is the inseparable companion of all the other parts of virtue, if there is to be any good in them.
I suppose, Megillus, that this companion virtue of which the stranger speaks must be temperance.
Yes, Cleinias. Temperance in the vulgar sense, not that which in the forced and exaggerated language of some philosophers is called prudence, but that which is the natural gift of children and animals, of whom some live continently and others incontinently, but when isolated, was, as we said, hardly worth reckoning in the catalogue of goods. I think that you must understand my meaning.
Certainly.
Then our tyrant must have this as well as other qualities. The state is to acquire in the best manner and in the shortest time the form of government which is most conducive to happiness, for there neither is nor ever will be a better or speedier way of establishing a polity than by a tyranny.
By what possible arguments, stranger, can any man persuade himself of such a monstrous doctrine?
There is surely no difficulty in seeing, Cleinias, what is in accordance with the order of nature.
You would assume, as you say, a tyrant who was young, temperate, quick at learning, having a good memory, courageous, of a noble nature?
Yes, and you must add fortunate. And his good fortune must be that he is the contemporary of a great legislator, and that some happy chance brings them together. When this has been accomplished, God has done all that he ever does for a state, which he desires to be eminently prosperous. He has done second best for a state in which there are two such rulers, and third best for a state in which there are three. The difficulty increases with the increase and diminishes with the diminution of the number.
You mean to say, I suppose, that the best government is produced from a tyranny, and originates in a good lawgiver and an orderly tyrant, and that the change from such a tyranny into a perfect form of government takes place most easily, less easily when from an oligarchy, and in the third degree from a democracy. Is not that your meaning?
Not so. I mean rather to say that the change is best made out of a tyranny, and secondly out of a monarchy, and thirdly out of some sort of democracy. Fourth, in the capacity for improvement, comes oligarchy, which is the greatest difficulty admitting of such a change, because the government is in the hands of a number of potentates. I am supposing that the legislator is by nature of the true sort, and that his strength is united with that of the chief men of the state, and when the ruling element is numerically small, and at the same time very strong, as in a tyranny, there the change is likely to be easiest and most rapid.
How? I do not understand.
And yet I have repeated what I am saying a good many times. But I suppose that you have never seen a city which is under a tyranny.
No, and I cannot say that I have any great desire to see one.
And yet, where there is a tyranny, you might certainly see that of which I am now speaking.
What do you mean?
I mean that you might see how, without trouble and in no very long period of time, the tyrant, if he wishes, can change the manners of a state. He has only to go in the direction of virtue or of vice, whichever he prefers, he himself indicating by his example the lines of conduct, praising and rewarding some actions and reproving others, and degrading those who disobey.
But how can we imagine that the citizens in general will at once follow the example set to them? And how can he have this power both of persuading and of compelling them?
Let no one, my friends, persuade us that there is any quicker and easier way in which states change their laws than when the rulers lead. Such changes never have, nor ever will, come to pass in any other way. The real impossibility or difficulty is of another sort, and is rarely surmounted in the course of ages, but when once it is surmounted, 10,000, or rather all blessings follow.
Of what are you speaking?
The difficulty is to find the divine love of temperate and just institutions existing in any powerful forms of government, whether in a monarchy or oligarchy, of wealth or of birth. You might as well hope to reproduce the character of Nestor, who is said to have excelled all men in the power of speech, and yet more in his temperance. This, however, according to the tradition, was in the time of Troy. In our own days there is nothing of the sort. But if such a one either has or ever shall come into being,
or is now among us, blessed is he, and blessed are they who hear the wise words that flow from his lips. And this may be said of power in general. When the supreme power in man coincides with the greatest wisdom and temperance, then the best laws and the best constitution come into being, but in no other way. And let what I have been saying be regarded as a kind of sacred legend or oracle, and let this be our proof that, in one point of view, there may be a difficulty for a city to have good laws, but that there is another point of view in which nothing can be easier or sooner effected, granting our supposition.
How do you mean?
Let us try to amuse ourselves, old boys as we are, by moulding in words the laws which are suitable to your state.
Let us proceed without delay.
Then let us invoke God at the settlement of our state. May he hear and be propitious to us, and come and set in order the state and the laws.
May he come.
But what form of polity are we going to give the city?
Tell us what you mean a little more clearly. Do you mean some form of democracy, or oligarchy, or aristocracy, or monarchy? For we cannot suppose that you would include tyranny.
Which of you will first tell me to which of these classes his own government is to be referred?
Ought I to answer first, since I am the elder?
Perhaps you should.
And yet, stranger, I perceive that I cannot say without more thought what I should call the government of Sparta, for it seems to me to be like a tyranny. The power of our ephors is marvellously tyrannical, and sometimes it appears to me to be of all cities the most democratical. And who can reasonably deny that it is an aristocracy? We have also a monarchy which is held for life, and is said by all mankind, and not by ourselves only, to be the most ancient of all monarchies. And therefore, when asked on a sudden, I cannot precisely say which form of government the Spartan is.
I am in the same difficulty, Megillus, for I do not feel confident that the polity of Knossus is any of these.
The reason is, my excellent friends, that you really have polities, but the states of which we were just now speaking are merely aggregations of men dwelling in cities who are the subjects and servants of a part of their own state, and each of them is named after the dominant power. They are not polities at all. But if states are to be named after their rulers, the true state ought to be called by the name of the god who rules over wise men.
And who is this god?
May I still make use of fable to some extent, in the hope that I may be better able to answer your question? Shall I?
By all means.
In the primeval world, and a long while before the cities came into being, whose settlements we have described, there is said to have been, in the time of Cronos, a blessed rule and life, of which the best ordered of existing states is a copy.
It will be very necessary to hear about that.
I quite agree with you, and therefore I have introduced the subject.
Most appropriately, and since the tale is to the point, you will do well in giving us the whole story.
I will do as you suggest. There is a tradition of the happy life of mankind in days when all things were spontaneous and abundant, and of this the reason is said to have been as follows. Cronos knew what we ourselves were declaring, that no human nature invested with supreme power is able to order human affairs and not overflow with insolence and wrong. Which reflection led him to appoint not men but demigods, who are of a higher and more divine race, to be the kings and rulers of our cities. He did as we do with flocks of sheep and other tame animals, for we do not appoint oxen to be the lords of oxen, or goats of goats, but we ourselves are a superior race, and rule over them. In like manner God, in his love of mankind, placed over us the demons, who are a superior race, and they, with great case and pleasure to themselves, and no less to us, taking care of us and giving us peace and reverence and order and justice, never failing, made the tribes of men happy and united. And this tradition, which is true, declares that cities of which some mortal man, and not God, is the ruler, have no escape from evils and toils. Still, we must do all that we can to imitate the life which is said to have existed in the days of Cronos. And as far as the principle of immortality dwells in us, to that we must hearken both in private and in public life, and regulate our cities and houses according to law, meaning, by the very term law, the distribution of mind. But if either a single person, or an oligarchy, or a democracy has a soul eager after pleasures and desires, wanting to be filled with them, yet retaining none of them, and perpetually afflicted with an endless and insatiable disorder, and this evil spirit, having first trampled the laws underfoot, becomes the master either of a state or of an individual, then, as I was saying, salvation is hopeless. And now, Cleinias, we have to consider whether you will or will not accept this tale of mine.
Certainly we will.
You are aware, are you not, that there are said to be as many forms of laws as there are of governments, and of the latter we have already mentioned all those which are commonly recognized. Now you must regard this as a matter of first-rate importance, for what is to be the standard of just and unjust is once more the point at issue. Men say that the law ought not to regard either military virtue or virtue in general, but only the interests and power and preservation of the established form of government. This is thought by them to be the best way of expressing the natural definition of justice.
How?
Justice is said by them to be the interest of the stronger.
Speak plainer.
I will. Surely, they say, the governing power makes whatever laws have authority in any state.
True.
Well, they would add, and do you suppose that tyranny or democracy or any other conquering power does not make the continuance of the power which is possessed by them in the first or principal object of their laws?
How can they have any other?
And whoever transgresses these laws is punished as an evildoer by the legislator who calls the laws just?
Naturally.
This, then, is always the mode and fashion in which justice exists.
Certainly, if they are correct in their view.
Why, yes, this is one of those false principles of government to which we were referring.
Which do you mean?
Those which we were examining when we spoke of who ought to govern whom. Did we not arrive at the conclusion that parents ought to govern their children, and the elder the younger, and the noble the ignoble? And there were many other principles, if you remember, and they were not always consistent. One principle was this very principle of might, and we said that Pindar considered violence natural and justified it.
Yes, I remember.
Consider, then, to whom our state is to be entrusted. For there is a thing which has occurred times without number in states.
What thing?
That when there has been a contest for power, those who gain the upper hand so entirely monopolize the government as to refuse all share to the defeated party and their descendants. They live watching one another, the ruling class being in perpetual fear that someone who has a recollection of former wrongs will come into power and rise up against them. Now, according to our view, such governments are not polities at all, nor are laws right which are passed for the good of particular classes, and not for the good of the whole state. States which have such laws are not polities but parties, and their notions of justice are simply unmeaning. I say this because I am going to assert that we must not entrust the government in your state to any one because he is rich or because he possesses any other advantage, such as strength or stature or again birth. But he who is most obedient to the laws of the state, he shall win the palm. And to him who is victorious in the first degree shall be given the highest office and chief ministry of the gods, and the second to him who bears the second palm. And on a similar principle shall all the other be assigned to those who come next in order. And when I call the rulers servants or ministers of the law, I give them this name not for the sake of novelty, but because I certainly believe that upon such service or ministry depends the well or ill-being of the state. For that state in which the law is subject and has no authority, I perceive to be on the highway to ruin. But I see that the state in which the law is above the rulers, and the rulers are the inferiors of the law, has salvation. and every blessing which the gods can confer.
Truly, stranger, you see with the keen vision of age.
Why, yes, every man when he is young has that sort of vision dullest. When he is old, keenest.
Very true.
And now, what is to be the next step? May we not suppose the colonists to have arrived, and proceed to make our speech to them?
Certainly.
Friends, we say to them, God, as the old tradition declares, holding in his hand the beginning, middle, and end of all that is, travels according to his nature in a straight line towards the accomplishment of his end. Justice always accompanies him, and is the punisher of those who fall short of the divine law. To justice he who would be happy holds fast, and follows in her company with all humility and order. But he who is lifted up with pride, or elated by wealth or rank or beauty, who is young and foolish, and has a soul hot with insolence, and thinks that he has no need of any guide or ruler, but is able himself to be the guide of others, he, I say, is left deserted of God, and being thus deserted, he takes to him others who are like himself, and dances about, throwing all things into confusion. And many think that he is a great man, but in a short time he pays a penalty which justice cannot but approve, and is utterly destroyed, and his family and city with him. Wherefore, seeing that human things are thus ordered, what should a wise man do or think, or not do or think?
Every man ought to make up his mind that he will be one of the followers of God. There can be no doubt of that.
Then what life is agreeable to God and becoming in his followers? One only expressed once for all in the old saying that like agrees with measure, measure. But things which have no measure agree neither with themselves nor with the things which have. Now God ought to be to us the measure of all things, and not man, as men commonly say. The words are far more true of him. And he who would be dear to God must, as far as possible, be like him, and such as he is. Wherefore the temperate man is the friend of God, for he is like him. The intemperate man is unlike him, and different from him, and unjust. And the same applies to other things. And this is the conclusion, which is also the noblest and truest of all sayings, that for the good man to offer sacrifice to the gods, and hold converse with them, by means of prayers and offerings and every kind of service, is the noblest and best of all things, and also the most conductive to a happy life, and very fit and meet. But with the bad man the opposite of this is true, for the bad man has an impure soul, whereas the good is pure. And from one who is polluted, neither good man nor God can without impropriety receive gifts. Wherefore the unholy do only waste their much service upon the gods. But when offered by any holy man, such service is most acceptable to them. This is the mark at which we ought to aim. But what weapons shall we use, and how shall we direct them? In the first place, we affirm that next, after the Olympian gods and the gods of the state, honour should be given to the gods below. They should receive everything in even, and of the second choice, and ill omen, while the odd numbers, and the first choice, and the things of lucky omen, are given to the gods above, by him who would rightly hit the mark of piety. Next to these gods, a wise man will do service to the demons or spirits, and then to the heroes, and after them will follow the private and ancestral gods, who are worshipped as the law prescribes in the places which are sacred to them. Next comes the honour of living parents, to whom, as is meet, we have to pay the first and greatest and oldest of all debts, considering that all which a man has belongs to those who give him birth and brought him up, and that he must do all that he can to minister to them, first in his property, secondly in his person, and thirdly in his soul, in return for the endless care and travail which they bestowed upon him of old, in the days of his infancy, and which he is now to pay back to them when they are old and in the extremity of their need.
and all his life long he ought never to utter or to have uttered an unbecoming word to them. For of light and fleeting words the penalty is most severe. Nemesis, the messenger of justice, is appointed to watch over all such matters. When they are angry and want to satisfy their feelings in word or deed, he should give way to them. For a father who thinks that he has been wronged by his son may be reasonably expected to be very angry. At their death, the most moderate funeral is best, neither exceeding the customary expense, nor yet falling short of the honour which has been usually shown by the former generation to their parents. And let a man not forget to pay the yearly tribute of respect to the dead, honouring them chiefly by omitting nothing that conduces to a perpetual remembrance of them, and giving a reasonable portion of his fortune to the dead. Doing this, and living after this manner, we shall receive our reward from the gods, and those who are above us, i.e. the demons, and we shall spend our days for the most part in good hope. And how a man ought to order what relates to his descendants and his kindred and friends and fellow citizens, and the rights of hospitality taught by heaven, and the intercourse which arises out of all these duties, with a view to the embellishment and orderly regulation of his own life, these things, I say, the laws, as we proceed with them, will accomplish, partly persuading, and partly when natures do not yield to the persuasion of custom, chastising them by might and right, and will thus render our state, if the gods cooperate with us, prosperous and happy. But of what has to be said, and must be said by the legislator, who is of my way of thinking, and yet, if said in the form of law, would be out of place. Of this I think he may give a sample for the instruction of himself, and of those for whom he is legislating. And then when, as far as he is able, he has gone through all the preliminaries, he may proceed to the work of legislation. Now what will be the form of such prefaces? There may be a difficulty in including or describing them all under a single form, but I think that we may get some notion of them if we can guarantee one thing.
What is that?
I should wish the citizens to be as readily persuaded to virtue as possible. This will surely be the aim of the legislator in all his laws.
Certainly.
The proposal appears to me to be of some value, and I think that a person will listen with more gentleness and goodwill to the precepts addressed to him by the legislator when his soul is not altogether unprepared to receive them. Even a little done in the way of conciliation gains his ear, and is always worth having. For there is no great inclination or readiness on the part of mankind to be made as good, or as quickly good as possible. The case of the many proves the wisdom of Hesiod, who says that the road to wickedness is smooth and can be travelled without perspiring, because it is so very short. But before virtue, the immortal gods have placed the sweat of labour, and long and steep is the way thither, and rugged at first, but when you have reached the top, although difficult before, it is then easy.
Yes, and he certainly speaks well.
Very true. And now let me tell you the effect which the preceding discourse has had upon me.
Proceed.
Suppose that we have a little conversation with the legislator, and say to him, "O legislator, speak. If you know what we ought to say and do, you can surely tell."
Of course he can.
Did we not hear you just now saying that the legislator ought not to allow the poets to do what they liked, for that they would not know in which of their words they went against the laws, to the hurt of the state?
That is true.
May we not fairly make answer to him on behalf of the poets?
What answer shall we make to him?
That the poet, according to the tradition which has ever prevailed among us, and is accepted of all men, when he sits down on the tripod of the muse, is not in his right mind. Like a fountain, he allows to flow out freely whatever comes in, and his art being imitative, he is often compelled to represent men of opposite dispositions, and thus to contradict himself. Neither can he tell whether there is more truth in one thing that he has said than in another. This is not the case in a law. The legislator must give not two rules about the same thing, but one only. Take an example from what you have just been saying. Of three kinds of funerals, there is one which is too extravagant, another is too niggardly, The third is a mean, and you choose and approve and order the last, without qualification. But if I had an extremely rich wife, and she bade me bury her and describe her burial in a poem, I should praise the extravagant sort. And a poor miserly man, who had not much money to spend, would approve of the niggardly. And the man of moderate means, who was himself moderate, would praise a moderate funeral. Now, you, in the capacity of legislator, must not barely say a moderate funeral, but you must define what moderation is, and how much. Unless you are definite, you must not suppose that you are speaking a language that can become law.
Certainly not.
And is our legislator to have no preface to his laws, but to say at once, do this, avoid that, and then, holding the penalty in terrorem, to go on to another law, offering never a word of advice or exhortation to those for whom he is legislating, after the manner of some doctors? For of doctors, as I may remind you, some have a gentler, others a ruder method of cure, and as children ask the doctor to be gentle with them, so we will ask the legislator to cure our disorders with the gentlest remedies. What I mean to say is, that besides doctors, there are doctors' servants, who are also styled doctors.
Very true.
And whether they are slaves or free men makes no difference. They acquire their knowledge of medicine by obeying and observing their masters, empirically and not according to the natural way of learning, as the manner of free men is, who have learned scientifically themselves the art which they impart scientifically to their pupils. You are aware that there are these two classes of doctors.
To be sure.
And did you ever observe that there are two classes of patients in states, slaves and freemen? And the slave doctors run about and cure the slaves, or wait for them in the dispensaries. Practitioners of this sort never talk to their patients individually, or let them talk about their own individual complaints. The slave doctor prescribes what mere experience suggests, as if he had exact knowledge, and when he has given his orders, like a tyrant, he rushes off with equal assurance to some other servant who is ill, and so he relieves the master of the house of the care of his invalid slaves. But the other doctor, who is a freeman, attends and practices upon free men, and he carries his inquiries far back, and goes into the nature of the disorder. He enters into discourse with the patient and with his friends, and is at once getting information from the sick man and also instructing him as far as he is able, and he will not prescribe for him until he has first convinced him, at last, when he has brought the patient more and more under his persuasive influences and set him on the road to health, he attempts to effect a cure. Now, which is the better way of proceeding in a physician and in a trainer? Is he the better who accomplishes his ends in a double way, or he who works in one way, and that the ruder and inferior?
I should say, stranger, that the double way is far better.
Should you like to see an example of the double and single method in legislation?
Certainly I should.
What will be our first law? Will not the order of nature begin by making regulations for states about births?
He will.
In all states, the birth of children goes back to the connection of marriage.
Very true.
And, according to the true order, the laws relating to marriage should be those which are first determined in every state.
Quite so.
Then let me first give the law of marriage in a simple form. It may run as follows. A man shall marry between the ages of 30 and 35, or if he does not, he shall pay such and such a fine, or shall suffer the loss of such and such privileges. This would be the simple law about marriage. The double law would run like this. A man shall marry between the ages of 30 and 35, considering that in a manner the human race naturally partakes of immortality, which every man is by nature inclined to desire to the utmost. For the desire of every man that he may become famous and not lie in the grave without a name is only the love of continuance. Now, mankind are coeval with all time, and are ever following and will ever follow the course of time. And so they are immortal, because they leave children's children behind them and partake of immortality in the unity of generation. And for a man voluntarily to deprive himself of this gift, as he deliberately does, who will not have a wife or children, is impiety.
He who obeys the law shall be free, and shall pay no fine. But he who is disobedient and does not marry, when he has arrived at the age of 35, shall pay a yearly fine of a certain amount, in order that he may not imagine his celibacy to bring ease and profit to him, and he shall not share in the honours which the young men in the state give to the aged. Comparing now the two forms of the law, you will be able to arrive at a judgment about any other laws, whether they should be double in length, even when shortest, because they have to persuade as well as threaten, or whether they shall only threaten and be half of the length.
The shorter form, stranger, would be more in accordance with Spartan custom, although for my own part, if anyone were to ask me which I myself prefer in the state, I should certainly determine in favour of the longer, and I would have every law made after the same pattern, if I had to choose. But I think that Cleinias is the person to be consulted, for his is the state which is going to use these laws.
Thank you, Megillus.
Whether, in the abstract, words are to be many or few, is a very foolish question. The best form, and not the shortest, is to be approved, nor is length at all to be regarded. Of the two forms of law which have been recited, the one is not only twice as good in practical usefulness as the other, but the case is like that of the two kinds of doctors, which I was just now mentioning. And yet legislators never appear to have considered that they have two instruments which they might use in legislation: persuasion and force. For in dealing with the rude and uneducated multitude, they use the one only as far as they can. They do not mingle persuasion with coercion, but employ force, pure and simple. Moreover, there is a third point, sweet friends, which ought to be, and never is, regarded in our existing laws.
What is it?
A point arising out of our previous discussion, which comes into my mind in some mysterious way. All this time, from early dawn until noon, have we been talking about laws in this charming retreat. Now we are going to promulgate our laws, and what has preceded was only the prelude of them. Why do I mention this? For this reason: because all discourses and vocal exercises have preludes and overtures, which are a sort of artistic beginnings, intended to help the strain which is to be performed. Lyric measures and music of every other kind have preludes framed with wonderful care. But of the truer and higher strain of law and politics, no one has ever yet uttered any prelude, or composed or published any, as though there was no such thing in nature, whereas our present discussion seems to me to imply that there is. These double laws, of which we were speaking, are not exactly double, but they are in two parts: the law and the prelude of the law. The arbitrary command, which was compared to the commands of doctors, whom we described as of the meaner sort, was the law pure and simple. And that which preceded, and was described by our friend here as being hortatory only, was, although in fact, an exhortation. Likewise, analogous to the preamble of a discourse. For I imagine that all this language of conciliation which the legislator has been uttering in the preface of the law was intended to create goodwill in the person whom he addressed, in order that, by reason of this goodwill, he might more intelligently receive his command, that is to say, the law. And therefore, in my way of speaking, this is more rightly described as the preamble than as the matter of the law. And I must further proceed to observe that to all his laws, and to each separately, the legislator should prefix a preamble. He should remember how great will be the difference between them, according as they have or have not such preambles, as in the case already given.
The lawgiver, if he asks my opinion, will certainly legislate in the form which you advise.
I think that you are right, Cleinias, in affirming that all laws have preambles, and that throughout the whole of this work of legislation every single law should have a suitable preamble at the beginning. For that which is to follow is most important, and it makes all the difference whether we clearly remember the preambles or not. Yet we should be wrong in requiring that all laws, small and great alike, should have preambles of the same kind, any more than all songs or speeches. Although they may be natural to all, they are not always necessary, and whether they are to be employed or not has in each case to be left to the judgment of the speaker or the musician, or, in the present instance, of the lawgiver.
That, I think, is most true. And now, stranger, without delay, let us return to the argument, and, as people say in play, make a second and better beginning, if you please, with the principles which we have been laying down, which we never thought of regarding as a preamble before, but of which we may now make a preamble, and not merely consider them to be chance topics of discourse. Let us acknowledge, then, that we have a preamble. About the honour of the gods and the respect of parents, enough has been already said, and we may proceed to the topics which follow next in order, until the preamble is deemed by you to be complete. And after that, you shall go through the laws themselves.
I understand you to mean that we have made a sufficient preamble about gods and demigods, and about parents living or dead, and now you would have us bring the rest of the subject into the light of day?
Exactly.
After this, as is meet, and for the interest of us all, I, the speaker, and you, the listeners, will try to estimate all that relates to the souls and bodies and properties of the citizens as regards both their occupations, and arrive, as far as in us lies, at the nature of education. These, then, are the topics which follow next in order.
Very good.
Book 5.
Listen, all ye who have just now heard the laws about gods, and about our dear forefathers. Of all the things which a man has, next to the gods, his soul is the most divine and most truly his own. Now, in every man there are two parts, the better and superior, which rules, and the worse and inferior, which serves. And the ruling part of him is always to be preferred to the subject. Wherefore I am right in bidding everyone next to the gods, who are our masters, and those who in order follow them, i.e. the demons, to honour his own soul, which everyone seems to honour, but no one honours as he ought. For honour is a divine good, and no evil thing is honourable. And he who thinks that he can honour the soul by word or gift, or any sort of compliance, without making her in any way better, seems to honour her, but honours her not at all. For example, every man, from his very boyhood, fancies that he is able to know everything, and thinks that he honours his soul by praising her, and he is very ready to let her do whatever she may like. But I mean to say that in acting thus he injures his soul, and is far from honouring her. Whereas, in our opinion, he ought to honour her as second only to the gods. Again, when a man thinks that others are to be blamed, and not himself, for the errors which he has committed from time to time, and the many and great evils which befell him in consequence, and is always fancying himself to be exempt and innocent, he is under the idea that he is honouring his soul. Whereas the very reverse is the fact, for he is really injuring her. And when, disregarding the word and approval of the legislator, he indulges in pleasure, then again he is far from honouring her. He only dishonours her, and fills her full of evil and remorse. Or when he does not endure to the end the labours and fears and sorrows and pains which the legislator approves, but gives way before them, then by yielding he does not honour the soul. But by all such conduct he makes her to be dishonourable. Now, when he thinks that life, at any price, is a good, does he honour her? But yet once more he dishonours her. For the soul, having a notion that the world below is all evil, he yields to her, and does not resist and teach or convince her that, for aught she knows, the world of the gods below, instead of being evil, may be the greatest of all goods. Again, when any one prefers beauty to virtue, what is this but the real and utter dishonour of the soul? For such a preference implies that the body is more honourable than the soul, and this is false. For there is nothing of earthly birth which is more honourable than the heavenly, and he who thinks otherwise of the soul has no idea how greatly he undervalues this wonderful possession. Nor again, when a person is willing, or not unwilling, to acquire dishonest gains, does he then honour his soul with gifts? Far otherwise. He sells her glory and honour for a small piece of gold. But all the gold which is under or upon the earth is not enough to give in exchange for virtue. In a word, I may say that he who does not estimate the base and evil, the good and noble, according to the standard of the legislator, and abstain in every possible way from the one and practice the other to the utmost of his power, does not know that in all these respects he is most foully and disgracefully abusing his soul, which is the divinest part of man. For no one, as I may say, ever considers that which is declared to be the greatest penalty of evil doing, namely, to grow into the likeness of bad men, and growing like them, to fly from the conversation of the good, and be cut off from them, and cleave to and follow after the company of the bad. And he who is joined to them must do and suffer what such men by nature do and say to one another, a suffering which is not justice, but retribution. For justice and the just are noble, whereas retribution is the suffering which waits upon injustice. And whether a man escape or endure this, he is miserable. In the former case, because he is not cured, while in the latter he perishes in order that the rest of mankind may be saved. Speaking generally, our glory is to follow the better and improve the inferior, which is susceptible of improvement, as far as this is possible. And of all human possessions, the soul is by nature most inclined to avoid the evil, and track out and find the chief good, which, when a man has found, he should take up his abode with it during the remainder of his life. Wherefore the soul also is second, or next to God, in honour, and third, as every one will perceive, comes the honour of the body in natural order. Having determined this, we have next to consider that there is a natural honour of the body, and that of honours some are true and some are counterfeit. To decide which are which is the business of the legislator, and he, I suspect, would intimate that they are as follows. Honour is not to be given to the fair body, or to the strong, or the swift, or the tall, or to the healthy body, although many may think otherwise, any more than to their opposites. But the mean states of all these habits are by far the safest and most moderate. For the one extreme makes the soul braggart and insolent, and the other illiberal and base, and money, and property, and distinction all go to the same tune. The excess of any of these things is apt to be a source of hatreds and divisions among states and individuals, and the defect of them is commonly a cause of slavery. And therefore I would not have anyone fond of heaping up riches for the sake of his children, in order that he may leave them as rich as possible. For the possession of great wealth is of no use, either to them or to the state. The condition of youth, which is free from flattery, and at the same time not in need of the necessaries of life, is the best and most harmonious of all, being in accord and agreement with our nature, and making life to be most entirely free from sorrow. Let parents, then, bequeath to their children not a heap of riches, but the spirit of reverence. We indeed fancy that they will inherit reverence from us, if we rebuke them when they show a want of reverence. But this quality is not really imparted to them by the present style of admonition, which only tells them that the young ought always to be reverential. A sensible legislator will rather exhort the elders to reverence the younger, and above all to take heed that no young man sees or hears one of themselves doing or saying anything disgraceful. For where old men have no shame, their young men will most certainly be devoid of reverence. The best way of training the young is to train yourself at the same time, not to admonish them, but to be always carrying out your own admonitions in practice. He who honours his kindred and reverses those who share in the same gods are of the same blood and family, may fairly expect that the gods who preside over generation will be propitious to him, and will quicken his seed. And he who deems the services which his friends and acquaintances do for him greater and more important than they themselves deem them, and his own favours to them less than theirs to him, will have their good will in the intercourse of life. And surely, in his relations to the state and his fellow citizens, he is by far the best, who rather than the Olympic or any other victory of peace or war, desires to win the palm of obedience to the laws of his country, and who of all mankind is the person reputed to have obeyed them best through life. In his relations to strangers, a man should consider that a contract is a most holy thing, and that all concerns and wrongs of strangers are more directly dependent on the protection of God than wrongs done to citizens. For the stranger, having no kindred and friends, is more to be pitied by gods and men. Wherefore, also, he who is most able to avenge him is most zealous in his cause, and he who is most able is the genius and the god of the stranger, who follow in the train of Zeus, the god of strangers. And for this reason, he who has a spark of caution in him will do his best to pass through life without sinning against the stranger. And of offences committed, whether against strangers or fellow countrymen, that against suppliants is the greatest. For the god who witnessed to the agreement made with the suppliant becomes, in a special manner, the guardian of the sufferer, and he will certainly not suffer unavenged. Thus we have fairly described the manner in which a man is to act about his parents, and himself, and his own affairs, and in relation to the state, and his friends and kindred, both in what concerns his own countrymen and in what concerns the stranger. We will now consider what manner of man he must be who would best pass through life in respect of those other things which are not matters of law, but of praise and blame only, in which praise and blame educate a man, and make him more tractable and amenable to the laws which are about to be imposed. Truth is the beginning of every good thing, both to gods and men, and he who would be blessed and happy should be from the first a partaker of the truth, that he may live a true man as long as possible, for then he can be trusted. But he is not to be trusted who loves voluntary falsehood, and he who loves involuntary falsehood is a fool. Neither condition is enviable, for the untrustworthy and ignorant has no friend, and as time advances he becomes known and lays up in store for himself isolation in crabbed age, when life is on the wane, so that, whether his children or friends are alive or not, he is equally solitary. Worthy of honour is he who does no injustice, and of more than twofold honour, if he not only does no injustice himself, but hinders others from doing any. The first may count as one man, the second is worth many men, because he informs the rulers of the injustice of others. And yet more highly to be esteemed is he who cooperates with the rulers in correcting the citizens as far as he can. He shall be proclaimed the great and perfect citizen, and bear away the palm of virtue. The same praise may be given about temperance and wisdom, and all other goods which may be imparted to others, as well as acquired by a man for himself. He who imparts them shall be honoured as the man of men, and he who is willing, yet is not able, may be allowed the second place. But he who is jealous, and will not, if he can help, allow others to partake in a friendly way of any good, is deserving of blame. The good, however, which he has, is not to be undervalued by us because it is possessed by him, but must be acquired by us also to the utmost of our power. Let every man, then, freely strive for the prize of virtue, and let there be no envy,
For the unenvious nature increases the greatness of states. He himself contends in the race, blasting the fair fame of no man. But the envious, who thinks that he ought to get the better by defaming others, is less energetic himself in the pursuit of true virtue, and reduces his rivals to despair by his unjust slanders of them. And so he makes the whole city to enter the arena untrained in the practice of virtue, and diminishes her glory as far as in him lies. Now every man should be valiant, but he should also be gentle. From the cruel, or hardly curable, or altogether incurable acts of injustice done to him by others, a man can only escape by fighting and defending himself and conquering, and by never ceasing to punish them. And no man who is not of a noble spirit is able to accomplish this. As to the actions of those who do evil, but whose evil is curable in the first place, let us remember that the unjust man is not unjust of his own free will. For no man of his own free will would choose to possess the greatest of evils, and least of all in the most honourable part of himself. And the soul, as we have said, is of a truth deemed by all men the most honourable. In the soul, then, which is the most honourable part of him, no one, if he could help, would admit or allow to continue the greatest of evils. The unrighteous and vicious are always to be pitied in any case, and one can afford to forgive as well as pity him who is curable, and refrain and calm one's anger, not getting into a passion like a woman and nursing ill feeling. But upon him who is incapable of reformation and wholly evil, the vials of our wrath should be poured out. Wherefore I say that good men ought, when occasion demands, to be both gentle and passionate. Of all evils, the greatest is one which in the souls of most men is innate, and which a man is always excusing in himself and never correcting. I mean, what is expressed in the saying that every man by nature is and ought to be his own friend, whereas the excessive love of self is in reality the source to each man of all offences. For the lover is blinded about the beloved, so that he judges wrongly of the just, the good, and the honourable, and thinks that he ought always to prefer himself to the truth. But he who would be a great man ought to regard not himself or his interests, but what is just, whether the just act be his own or that of another. Through a similar error, men are induced to fancy that their own ignorance is wisdom, and thus we who may be truly said to know nothing think that we know all things. And because we will not let others act for us in what we do not know, we are compelled to act amiss ourselves. Wherefore let every man avoid excess of self-love, and condescend to follow a better man than himself, not allowing any false shame to stand in the way. There are also minor precepts, which are often repeated, and are quite as useful. A man should recollect them and remind himself of them. For when a stream is flowing out, there should be water flowing in too. And recollection flows in while wisdom is departing. Therefore I say that a man should refrain from excess either of laughter or tears, and should exhort his neighbour to do the same. He should veil his immoderate sorrow or joy, and seek to behave with propriety, whether the genius of his good fortune remains with him, or whether at the crisis of his fate, when he seems to be mounting high and steep places, the gods oppose him in some of his enterprises, still he may ever hope, in the case of good men, that whatever afflictions are to befall them in the future God will lessen, and that present evils he will change for the better. And as to the goods, which are the opposite of these evils, he will not doubt that they will be added to them, and that they will be fortunate. Such should be men's hopes, and such should be the exhortations with which they admonish one another, never losing an opportunity, but on every occasion distinctly reminding themselves and others of all these things, both in jest and earnest. Enough has now been said of divine matters, both as touching the practices which men ought to follow, and as to the sort of persons who they ought severally to be.
But of human things we have not as yet spoken, and we must, for to men we are discoursing, and not to gods. Pleasures and pains and desires are a part of human nature, and on them every mortal being must, of necessity, hang and depend with the most eager interest. And therefore we must praise the noblest life, not only as the fairest in appearance, but as being one which, if a man will only taste, and not, while still in his youth, desert for another, he will find to surpass also in the very thing which we all of us desire. I mean in having a greater amount of pleasure and less of pain during the whole of life. And this will be plain, if a man has a true taste of them, as will be quickly and clearly seen. But what is a true taste? That we have to learn from the argument, the point being what is according to nature and what is not according to nature. One life must be compared with another, the more pleasurable with the more painful, after this manner. We desire to have pleasure, but we neither desire nor choose pain. In the neutral state we are ready to take in exchange, not for pleasure, but for pain, and we also wish for less pain and greater pleasure. But less pleasure and greater pain we do not wish for, and an equal balance of either we cannot venture to assert that we should desire. And all these differ, or do not differ, severally in number and magnitude and intensity and equality, and in the opposites of these when regarded as objects of choice, in relation to desire. And such being the necessary order of things, we wish for that life in which there are many great and intense elements of pleasure and pain, and in which the pleasures are in excess, and do not wish for that in which the opposites succeed. Nor again do we wish for that in which the clements of either are small and few and feeble, and the pains exceed. And when, as I said before, there is a balance of pleasure and pain in life, this is to be regarded by us as the balanced life, while other lives are preferred by us because they exceed in what we like, or are rejected by us because they exceed in what we dislike. All the lives of men may be regarded by us as bound up in these, and we must also consider what sort of lives we by nature desire. And if we wish for any others, I say that we desire them only through some ignorance and inexperience of the lives which actually exist. Now what lives are they? And how many in which, having searched out and beheld the objects of will and desire and their opposites, and making of them a law, choosing, I say, the dear and the pleasant and the best and noblest, a man may live in the happiest way possible? Let us say that the temperate life is one kind of life, and the rational another, and the courageous another, and the healthful another. And to these four let us oppose 4 other lives, the foolish, the cowardly, the intemperate, the diseased. He who knows the temperate life will describe it as in all things gentle, having gentle pains and gentle pleasures, and placid desires, and loves not insane. Whereas the intemperate life is impetuous in all things, and has violent pains and pleasures, and vehement and stinging desires, and loves utterly insane. And in the temperate life the pleasures exceed the pains. But in the intemperate life the pains exceed the pleasures in greatness and number and frequency. Hence one of the 2 lives is naturally and necessarily more pleasant, and the other more painful. And he who would live pleasantly cannot possibly choose to live intemperately. And if this is true, the inference clearly is that no man is voluntarily intemperate, but that the whole multitude of men lack temperance in their lives, either from ignorance or from want of self-control, or both. And the same holds of the diseased and healthy life. They both have pleasures and pains, but in health the pleasure exceeds the pain, and in sickness the pain exceeds the pleasure. Now our intention in choosing the lives is not that the painful should exceed, but the life in which pain is exceeded by pleasure we have determined to be the more pleasant life. And we should say that the temperate life has the elements both of pleasure and pain fewer and smaller and less frequent than the intemperate, and the wise life than the foolish life, and the life of courage than the life of cowardice, one of each pair exceeding in pleasure, and the other in pain, the courageous surpassing the cowardly, and the wise exceeding the foolish. And so the one class of lives exceeds the other class in pleasure. The temperate and courageous and wise and healthy exceed the cowardly and foolish and intemperate and diseased lives. And generally speaking, that which has any virtue, whether of body or soul, is pleasanter than the vicious life, and far superior in beauty and rectitude and excellence and reputation, and causes him who lives accordingly to be infinitely happier than the opposite. Enough of the preamble. And now the laws should follow. Or, to speak more correctly, outline of them. As then, in the case of a web or any other tissue, the warp and the woof cannot be made of the same materials. But the warp is necessarily superior as being stronger and having a certain character of firmness, whereas the woof is softer and has a proper degree of elasticity. In a similar manner, those who are to hold great offices in states should be distinguished truly in each case from those who have been but slenderly proven by education. Let us suppose that there are two parts in the constitution of a state, one the creation of offices, the other the laws which are assigned to them to administer. But before all this comes the following consideration. The shepherd or herdsman or breeder of horses or the like, when he has received his animals, will not begin to train them until he has first purified them in a manner which befits a community of animals. He will divide the healthy and unhealthy, and the good breed and the bad breed, and will send away the unhealthy and badly bred to other herds, and tend the rest, reflecting that his labours will be vain and have no effect, either on the souls or bodies of those whom nature and ill nature have corrupted, and that they will involve in destruction the pure and healthy nature and being of every other animal, if he should neglect to purify them. Now the case of other animals is not so important. They are only worth introducing for the sake of illustration. But what relates to man is of the highest importance, and the legislator should make inquiries, and indicate what is proper for each one in the way of purification and of any other procedure. Take, for example, the purification of a city. There are many kinds of purification, some easier and others more difficult, and some of them, and the best and most difficult of them, the legislator, if he be also a despot, may be able to effect. But the legislator who, not being a despot, sets up a new government and laws, even if he attempt the mildest of purgations, may think himself happy if he can complete his work. The best kind of purification is painful, like similar cures in medicine, involving righteous punishment and inflicting death or exile in the last resort. For in this way we commonly dispose of great sinners who are incurable, and are the greatest injury of the whole state. But the milder form of purification is as follows. When men who have nothing, and are in want of food, show a disposition to follow their leaders in an attack on the property of the rich, these, who are the natural plague of the state, are sent away by the legislator in a friendly spirit as far as he is able. And this dismissal of them is euphemistically termed a colony. And every legislator should contrive to do this at once. Our present case, however, is peculiar, for there is no need to devise any colony or purifying separation under the circumstances in which we are placed. But, as when many streams flow together from many sources, whether springs or mountain torrents, into a single lake, we ought to attend and take care that the confluent waters should be perfectly clear, and in order to effect this, should pump and draw off and divert impurities. So in every political arrangement there may be trouble and danger. But seeing that we are now only discoursing and not acting, let our selection be supposed to be completed, and the desired purity attained. Touching evil men who want to join and be citizens of our state, after we have tested them by every sort of persuasion and for sufficient time, we will prevent them from coming. But the good we will, to the utmost of our ability, receive as friends with open arms. Another piece of good fortune must not be forgotten, which, as we were saying, the Heraclic colony had, and which is also ours, that we have escaped division of land and the abolition of debts, for these are always a source of dangerous contention. And a city which is driven by necessity to legislate upon such matters can neither allow the old ways to continue, nor yet venture to alter them. We must have recourse to prayers, so to speak, and hope that a slight change may be cautiously effected in a length of time. And such a change can be accomplished by those who have abundance of land, and having also many debtors, are willing, in a kindly spirit, to share with those who are in want, sometimes remitting and sometimes giving, holding fast in a path of moderation, and deeming poverty to be the increase of a man's desires, and not the diminution of his property. For this is the great beginning of salvation to a state, and upon this lasting basis may be erected afterwards whatever political order is suitable under the circumstances. But if the change be based upon an unsound principle, the future administration of the country will be full of difficulties. That is a danger which, as I am saying, is escaped by us. And yet we had better say how, if we had not escaped, we might have escaped. And we may venture now to assert that no other way of escape, whether narrow or broad, can be devised, but freedom from avarice and a sense of justice. Upon this rock our city shall be built. For there ought to be no disputes among citizens about property. If there are quarrels of long standing among them, no legislator of any degree of sense will proceed a step in the arrangement of the state until they are settled. But that they, to whom God has given, as he has to us, to be the founders of a new state as yet free from enmity, that they should create themselves enmities by their mode of distributing lands and houses, would be superhuman folly and wickedness. How then can we rightly order the distribution of the land? In the first place, the number of the citizens has to be determined, and also the number and size of the divisions into which they will have to be formed. And the land and the houses will then have to be apportioned by us as fairly as we can. The number of citizens can only be estimated satisfactorily in relation to the territory in the neighbouring states. The territory must be sufficient to maintain a certain number of inhabitants in a moderate way of life. More than this is not required. And the number of citizens should be sufficient to defend themselves against the injustice of their neighbours, and also to give them the power of rendering efficient aid to their neighbours when they are wronged. After having taken a survey of theirs and their neighbours' territory, we will determine the limits of them, in fact as well as in theory. And now let us proceed to legislate with a view to perfecting the form and outline of our state. The number of our citizens shall be 5,040. This will be a convenient number, and these shall be owners of the land and protectors of the allotment. The houses and the land will be divided in the same way, so that every man may correspond to a lot. Let the whole number be first divided into 2 parts, and then into 3, and the number is further capable of being divided into 4 or 5 parts, or any number of parts up to 10. Every legislator ought to know so much arithmetic as to be able to tell what number is most likely to be useful to all cities, and we are going to take that number which contains the greatest and most regular and unbroken series of divisions. The whole of number has every possible division, and the number 5,040 can be divided by exactly 59 divisors, and 10 of these proceed without interval from 1 to 10. This will furnish numbers for war and peace, and for all contracts and dealings, including taxes and divisions of the land. These properties of number should be ascertained at leisure by those who are bound by law to know them, for they are true, and should be proclaimed at the foundation of the city, with a view to use. Whether the legislator is establishing a new state or restoring an old and decayed one, in respect of gods and temples, the temples which are to be built in each city, and the gods or demigods after whom they are to be called, if he be a man of sense, he will make no change in anything which the oracle of Delphi, or Dodona, or the god Ammon, or any ancient tradition has sanctioned in whatever manner, whether by apparitions or reputed inspiration of heaven, in obedience to which mankind have established sacrifices in connection with mystic rites, either originating on the spot or derived from Tyrrhenia or Cyprus or some other place, and on the strength of which traditions they have consecrated oracles and images, and altars and temples, and portioned out a sacred domain for each of them. The least part of all these ought not to be disturbed by the legislator, but he should assign to the several districts some god or demigod or hero, and, in the distribution of the soil, should give to these first their chosen domain and all things fitting, that the inhabitants of the several districts may meet at fixed times, and that they may readily supply their various wants, and entertain one another with sacrifices, and become friends and acquaintances. For there is no greater good in a state than that the citizens should be known to one another. When not light, but darkness and ignorance of each other's characters prevails among them, no one will receive the honour of which he is deserving, or the power or the justice to which he is fairly entitled. Wherefore, in every state, above all things, every man should take heed that he have no deceit in him, but that he be always true and simple, and that no deceitful person take any advantage of him. The next move in our pastime of legislation, like the withdrawal of the stone from the holy line in the game of draughts, being an unusual one, will probably excite wonder when mentioned for the first time. And yet, if a man will only reflect and weigh the matter with care, he will see that our city is ordered in a manner which, if not the best, is the second best. Perhaps, also, someone may approve this form, because he thinks that such a constitution is ill-adapted to a legislator who has not despotic power. The truth is that there are three forms of government, the best, the second, and the third best, which we may just mention, and then leave the selection to the ruler of the settlement. Following this method, in the present instance, let us speak of the states, which are respectively first, second, and third in excellence. And then we will leave the choice to Cleinias now, or to anyone else, who may hereafter have to make a similar choice among constitutions, and may desire to give to his state some feature which is congenial to him, and which he approves in his own country. The first and highest form of the state, and of the government, and of the law, is that in which there prevails most widely the ancient saying that friends have all things in common. Whether there is anywhere now, or will ever be, this communion of women and children and of property, in which the private and individual is altogether banished from life, and things which are by nature private, such as eyes and ears and hands, have become common. In some way see and hear and act in common, and all men express praise and blame, and feel joy and sorrow on the same occasions, and whatever laws there are unite the city to the utmost. Whether all this is possible or not, I say that no man, acting upon any other principle, will ever constitute a state which will be truer, or better, or more exalted in virtue. Whether such a state is governed by gods, or sons of gods, one or more than one, happy are the men who, living after this manner, dwell there. And therefore, to this we are to look for the pattern of the state, and to cling to this, and to seek with all our might for one which is like this. The state which we have now in hand, when created, will be nearest to immortality, and the only one which takes the second place. And after that, by the grace of God, we will complete the third one. And we will begin by speaking of the nature and origin of the second. Let the citizens at once distribute their land and houses, and not till the land in common, since a community of goods goes beyond their proposed origin and nurture and education. But in making the distribution, let the several possessors feel that their particular lots also belong to the whole city, and seeing that the earth is their parent, let them tend her more carefully than children do their mother. For she is a goddess and their queen, and they are her mortal subjects. Such also
are the feelings which they ought to entertain to the gods and demigods of the country. And in order that the distribution may always remain, they ought to consider further that the present number of families should be always retained, and neither increased nor diminished. This may be secured for the whole city in the following manner. Let the possessor of a lot leave the one of his children who is his best beloved, and one only, to be the heir of his dwelling, and his successor in the duty of ministering to the gods, the state, and the family, as well as the living members of it, as those who are departed when he comes into the inheritance. But of his other children, if he have more than one, he shall give the females in marriage according to the law to be hereafter enacted, and the males he shall distribute as sons to those citizens who have no children and are disposed to receive them. Or if there should be none such, and particular individuals have too many children, male or female, or too few, as in the case of barrenness, in all these cases let the highest and most honourable magistracy, created by us, judge and determine what is to be done with the redundant or deficient, and devise a means that the number of 5,040 houses shall always remain the same. There are many ways of regulating numbers, for they in whom generation is affluent may be made to refrain, and on the other hand, special care may be taken to increase the number of births by rewards and stigmas, or we may meet the evil by the elder men giving advice and administering rebuke to the younger. In this way the object may be attained. And if, after all, there be very great difficulty about the equal preservation of the 5,040 houses, and there be an excess of citizens, owing to the too great love of those who live together, and we are at our wits' end, there is still the old device, often mentioned by us, of sending out a colony, which will part friends with us, and be composed of suitable persons. If, on the other hand, there come a wave bearing a deluge of disease, or a plague of war, and the inhabitants become much fewer than the appointed number by reason of bereavement, we ought not to introduce citizens of spurious birth and education, if this can be avoided. But even God is said not to be able to fight against necessity. Wherefore, let us suppose this high argument of ours to address us in the following terms. Best of men, cease not to honour according to nature similarity and equality and sameness and agreement, as regards number, and every good and noble quality. And above all, observe the aforesaid number, 5,040, throughout life. In the second place, do not disparage the small and modest proportions of the inheritances which you received in the distribution, by buying and selling them to one another. For then, neither will the God who gave you the lot be your friend, nor will the legislator. And indeed the Lord declares to the disobedient that these are the terms upon which he may or may not take the lot. In the first place, the earth, as he is informed, is sacred to the gods. And in the next place, priests and priestesses will offer up prayers over a first, and second, and even a third sacrifice, that he who buys or sells the houses or lands which he has received may suffer the punishment which he deserves. And these their prayers they shall write down in the temples, on tablets of cypress wood, for the instruction of posterity. Moreover, they will set a watch over all these things, that they may be observed. The magistracy, which has the sharpest eyes, shall keep watch that any infringement of these commands may be discovered, and punished as offences both against the law and the god. How great is the benefit of such an ordinance to all those cities which obey, and are administered accordingly. No bad man can ever know, as the old proverb says, but only a man of experience and good habits. For in such an order of things there will not be much opportunity for making money. No man either ought, or indeed will be allowed, to exercise any ignoble occupation, of which the vulgarity is a matter of reproach to a freeman, and should never want to acquire riches by any such means. Further, the law enjoins that no private man shall be allowed to possess gold and silver, but only coin for daily use,
which is almost necessary in dealing with artisans, and for payment of hirelings, whether slaves or emigrants, by all those persons who require the use of them. Wherefore, our citizens, as we say, should have a coin passing current among themselves, but not accepted among the rest of mankind, with a view, however, to expeditions and journeys to other lands, for embassies. For any other occasion which may arise of sending out a herald, the state must also possess a common Hellenic currency. If a private person is ever obliged to go abroad, let him have the consent of the magistrates and go. And if when he returns he has any foreign money remaining, let him give the surplus back to the treasury, and receive a corresponding sum in the local currency. And if he has discovered to appropriate it, let it be confiscated, and let him who knows and does not inform be subject to curse and dishonour, equally him who brought the money, and also to a fine not less in amount than the foreign money which has been brought back. In marrying and giving in marriage, no one shall give or receive any dowry at all, and no one shall deposit money with another whom he does not trust as a friend, nor shall he lend money upon interest, and the borrower should be under no obligation to repay either capital or interest. That these principles are best, any one may see who compares them with the first principle and intention of a state. The intention, as we affirm, of a reasonable statesman is not what the many declare to be the object of a good legislator, namely, that the state, for the true interests of which he is advising, should be as great and as rich as possible, and should possess gold and silver, and have the greatest empire by sea and land. This they imagine to be the real object of legislation, at the same time adding inconsistently that the true legislator desires to have the city the best and happiest possible. But they do not see that some of these things are possible, and some of them are impossible. And he who orders the state will desire what is possible, and will not indulge in vain wishes or attempts to accomplish that which is impossible. The citizen must indeed be happy and good, and the legislator will seek to make him so. But very rich and very good at the same time he cannot be, not at least in the sense in which the many speak of riches. For they mean by the rich the few who have the most valuable possessions, although the owner of them may quite well be a rogue. And if this is true, I can never assent to the doctrine that the rich man will be happy. He must be good as well as rich, and good in a high degree, and rich in a high degree at the same time he cannot be. Someone will ask, why not? And we shall answer. Because acquisitions which come from sources which are just and unjust indifferently are more than double those which come from just sources only. And the sums which are expended neither honourably nor disgracefully are only half as great as those which are expended honourably and on honourable purposes. Thus, if the one acquires double and spends half, the other, who is in the opposite case and is a good man, cannot possibly be wealthier than he. The first, I am speaking of the saver and not of the spender, is not always bad. He may indeed in some cases be utterly bad, but, as I was saying, a good man he never is. For he who receives money unjustly as well as justly, and spends neither nor unjustly, will be a rich man if he be also thrifty. On the other hand, the utterly bad is in general profligate, and therefore very poor, while he who spends on noble objects and acquires wealth by just means only can hardly be remarkable for riches any more than he can be very poor. Our statement, then, is true, that the very rich are not good, and, if they are not good, they are not happy. But the intention of our laws was that the citizens should be as happy as may be, and as friendly as possible to one another. And men who are always at law with one another, and amongst whom there are many wrongs done, can never be friends to one another, but only those among whom crimes and lawsuits are few and slight. Therefore we say that gold and silver ought not to be allowed in the city, nor much of the vulgar sort of trade which is carried on by lending money, or rearing the meaner kinds of livestock. but only the produce of agriculture, and only so much of this as will not compel us in pursuing it to neglect that for the sake of which riches exist. I mean soul and body, which, without gymnastics and without education, will never be worth anything. And therefore, as we have said not once but many times, the care of riches should have the last place in our thoughts. For there are in all three things about which every man has an interest. And the interest about money, when rightly regarded, is the third and lowest of them. Midway comes the interest of the body, and, first of all, that of the soul. And the state which we are describing will have been rightly constituted if it ordains honours according to this scale. But if, in any of the laws which have been ordained, health has been preferred to temperance, or wealth to health and temperate habits, that law must clearly be wrong. Wherefore also the legislator ought often to impress upon himself the question, what do I want? And, do I attain my aim, or do I miss the mark? In this way, and in this way only, he may acquit himself and free others from the work of legislation. Let the allottee then hold his lot upon the conditions which we have mentioned. It would be well that every man should come to the colony having all things equal. But seeing that this is not possible, and one man will have greater possessions than another, for many reasons, and in particular in order to preserve equality in special crises of the state, qualifications of property must be unequal, in order that offices and contributions and distributions may be proportioned to the value of each person's wealth, and not solely to the virtue of his ancestors or himself, nor yet to the strength and beauty of his person, but also to the measure of his wealth or poverty. And so, by a law of inequality, which will be in proportion to his wealth, he will receive honours and offices as equally as possible, and there will be no quarrels and disputes. To which end there should be 4 different standards appointed according to the amount of property. There should be a first and a second and a third and a fourth class, in which the citizens will be placed, and they will be called by these or similar names. They may continue in the same rank, or pass into another in any individual case, on becoming richer from being poorer, or poorer from being richer. The form of law which I should propose as the natural sequel would be as follows. In a state which is desirous of being saved from the greatest of all plagues, not faction, but rather distraction, here should exist among the citizens neither extreme poverty nor again excess of wealth, for both are productive of both these evils. Now the legislator should determine what is to be the limit of poverty or wealth. Let the limit of poverty be the value of the lot. This ought to be preserved, and no ruler, nor anyone else who aspires after a reputation for virtue, will allow the lot to be impaired in any case. This the legislator gives as a measure, and he will permit a man to acquire double or triple, or as much as 4 times the amount of this. But if a person have yet greater riches, whether he has found them, or they have been given to him, or he has made them in business, or has acquired by any stroke of fortune that which is in excess of the measure, if he give back the surplus to the state, and to the gods who are the patrons of the state, he shall suffer no penalty or loss of reputation. But if he disobeys this our law, any one who likes may inform against him, and receive half the value of the excess, and the delinquent shall pay a sum equal to the excess out of his own property, and the other half of the excess shall belong to the gods. And let every possession of every man, with the exception of the lot, be publicly registered before the magistrates whom the law appoints, so that all suits about money may be easy and quite simple. The next thing to be noted is that the city should be placed as nearly as possible in the centre of the country. We should choose a place which possesses what is suitable for a city. This may easily be imagined and described. Then we will divide the city into 12 portions, First, founding temples to Hestia, to Zeus, and to Athene, in a spot which we will call the Acropolis, and surround with a circular wall, making the division of the entire city and country radiate from this point. The 12 portions shall be equalized by the provision that those which are of good land shall be smaller, while those of inferior quality shall be larger. The number of the lots shall be 5,040, and each of them shall be divided into 2. And every allotment shall be composed of 2 such sections, one of land near the city, the other of land which is at a distance. And this arrangement shall be carried out in the following manner. The section which is near the city shall be added to that which is on borders, and form one lot. And the portion which is next nearest shall be added to the portion which is next farthest, and so of the rest. Moreover, in the 2 sections of the lots, the same principle of equalization of the soil ought to be maintained. The badness and goodness shall be compensated by more and less. And the legislator shall divide the citizens into 12 parts, and arrange the rest of their property, as far as possible, so as to form 12 equal parts, and there shall be a registration of all. After this they shall assign 12 lots to 12 gods, and call them by their names, and dedicate to each god their several portions, and call the tribes after them. And they shall distribute the 12 divisions of the city in the same way in which they divided the country, and every man shall have 2 habitations, one in the centre of the country, and the other at the extremity. Enough of the manner of settlement. Now we ought by all means to consider that there can never be such a happy concurrence of circumstances as we have described, and neither can all things coincide as they are wanted. Men who will not take offence at such a mode of living together, and will endure all their life long to have their property fixed at a moderate limit, and to beget children in accordance with our ordinances, and will allow themselves to be deprived of gold and other things which the legislator, as is evident from these enactments, will certainly forbid them, and will endure further the situation of the land, with the city in the middle and dwellings round about. All this is as if the legislator were telling his dreams, or making a city and citizens of wax. There is truth in these objections, and therefore everyone should take to heart what I am going to say. Once more, then, the legislator shall appear and address us. "O my friends," he will say to us, "do not suppose me ignorant that there is a certain degree of truth in your words. But I am of opinion that in matters which are not present but future, he who exhibits a pattern of that at which he aims should in nothing fall short of the fairest and truest, and that if he finds any part of this work impossible of execution, he should avoid and not execute it. But he should contrive to carry out that which is nearest and most akin to it. You must allow the legislator to perfect his design, and when it is perfected, you should join with him in considering what part of his legislation is expedient and what will arouse opposition. For surely the artist who is to be deemed worthy of any regard at all ought always to make his work self-consistent." Having determined that there is to be a distribution into 12 parts, let us now see in what way this may be accomplished. There is no difficulty in perceiving that the 12 parts admit of the greatest number of divisions of that which they include, or in seeing the other numbers which are consequent upon them, and are produced out of them up to 5,040. Wherefore the law ought to order phratries and demes and villages, and also military ranks and movements, as well as coins and measures, dry and liquid, and weights, so as to be commensurable and agreeable to one another. Nor should we fear the appearance of minuteness. If the law commands that all the vessels which a man possesses should have a common measure, when we consider generally that the divisions and variations of numbers have a use in respect of all the variations of which they are susceptible, both in themselves and as measures of height and depth, and in all sounds
and in motions, as well those which proceed in a straight direction, upwards or downwards, as in those which go round and round. The legislator is to consider all these things, and to bid the citizens, as far as possible, not to lose sight of numerical order. For no single instrument of youthful education has such mighty power, both as regards domestic economy and politics, and in the arts, as the study of arithmetic. Above all, arithmetic stirs up him who is by nature sleepy and dull, and makes him quick to learn, retentive, shrewd, and aided by art divine, he makes progress quite beyond his natural powers. All such things, if only the legislator by other laws and institutions can banish meanness and covetousness from the souls of men, so that they can use them properly and to their own good, will be excellent and suitable instruments of education. But if he cannot, he will unintentionally create in them, instead of wisdom, the habit of craft, which evil tendency may be observed in the Egyptians and Phoenicians and many other races, through the general vulgarity of their pursuits and acquisitions, whether some unworthy legislator theirs have been the cause, or some impediment of chance or nature. For we must not fail to observe, O Megillus and Cleinias, that there is a difference in places, and that some beget better men and others worse, and we must legislate accordingly. Some places are subject to strange and fatal influences by reason of diverse winds and violent heats, some by reason of waters, or again from the character of the food given by the earth, which not only affects the bodies of men for good or evil, but produces similar results in their souls. And in all such qualities those spots excel in which there is a divine inspiration, and in which the demigods have their appointed lots, and are propitious, not adverse, to the settlers in them. To all these matters the legislator, if he have any sense in him, will attend as far as man can, and frame his laws accordingly. And this is what you, Cleinias, must do. And to matters of this kind you must turn your mind, since you are going to colonize a new country.
Your words, Athenian Stranger, are excellent, and I will do as you say.
Book 6.
And now, having made an end of the preliminaries, we will proceed to the appointment of magistracies.
Very good.
In the ordering of a state there are two parts. First, the number of the magistracies, and the mode of establishing them, and secondly, when they have been established, laws again will have to be provided for each of them, suitable in nature and number. But before electing the magistrates, let us stop a little and say a word in season about the election of them.
What have you got to say?
This is what I have to say. Everyone can see that although the work of legislation is a most important matter, yet if a well-ordered city superadd to good laws and suitable officers, not only will there be no use in having the good laws, not only will they be ridiculous and useless, but the greatest political injury and evil will accrue from them.
Of course.
Then and now, my friend, let us observe what will happen in the constitution of our intended state. In the first place, you will acknowledge that those who are duly appointed to magisterial power and their families should severally have given satisfactory proof of what they are, from youth upward until the time of election. In the next place, those who are to elect should have been trained in habits of law, and be well educated, that they may have a right judgment, and may be able to select or reject men whom they approve or disapprove, as they are worthy of either. But how can we imagine that those who are brought together for the first time, and are strangers to one another, and also uneducated, will avoid making mistakes in the choice of magistrates?
Impossible.
The matter is serious, and excuses will not serve the turn. I will tell you, then, what you and I will have to do, since you, as you tell me, with 9 others, have offered to settle the new state on behalf of the people of Crete, and I am to help you by the invention of the present romance. I certainly should not like to leave the tail wandering all over the world without a head. A headless monster is such a hideous thing.
Excellent, stranger.
Yes, and I will be as good as my word.
Let us by all means do as you propose.
That will be, by the grace of God, if old age will only permit us.
But God will be gracious.
Yes, and under his guidance, let us consider further point.
What is it?
Let us remember what a courageously mad and daring creation this our city is.
What had you in mind when you said that?
I had in my mind the free and easy manner in which we are ordaining that the inexperienced colonists shall receive our laws. Now, a man need not be very wise, Cleinias, in order to see that no one can easily receive laws at their first imposition. But if we could anyhow wait until those who have been imbued with them from childhood, and have been nurtured in them, and become habituated to them, take their part in the public elections of the state, I say, if this could be accomplished, and rightly accomplished by any way or contrivance, then, I think, there would be very little danger. The end of the time, of a state thus trained not being permanent.
No reasonable supposition.
Then let us consider if we can find any way out of the difficulty, for I maintain, Cleinias, that the Cnossians, above all the other Cretans, should not be satisfied with barely discharging their duty to the colony, but they ought to take the utmost pains to establish the offices which are first created by them in the best and surest manner. Above all, this applies to the selection of the guardians of the law, who must be chosen first of all, and with the greatest care. The others are of less importance.
What method can we devise of electing them?
This will be the method. Sons of the Cretans, I shall say to them, inasmuch as the Cnossians have precedence over the other states, they should, in common with those who join this settlement, choose a body of 37 in all, 19 of them being taken from the settlers, and the remainder from the citizens of Knossus. Of those latter the Cnossians shall make a present to your colony, and you yourself shall be one of the 18, and shall become a citizen of the new state. And if you and they cannot be persuaded to go, the Cnossians may fairly use a little violence in order to make you.
But why, stranger, do not you and Megillus take a part in our new city?
O Cleinias, Athens is proud, and Sparta too, and they are both a long way off. But you, and likewise the other colonists, are conveniently situated as you describe. I have been speaking of the way in which the new citizens may be best managed under present circumstances. But in after ages, if the city continues to exist, let the election be on this wise. All who are horse or foot soldiers, or have seen military service at the proper ages when they were severally fitted for it, shall share in the election of magistrates, and the election shall be held in whatever temple the state deems most venerable, and every one shall carry his vote to the altar of the god, writing down on a tablet the name of the person for whom he votes, and his father's name, and his tribe and ward, and at the side he shall write his own name in like manner. Anyone who pleases may take away any tablet which he does not think properly filled up, and exhibit it in the agora for a period of not less than 30 days. The tablets which are judged to be first, to the number of 300, shall be shown by the magistrates to the whole city, and the citizens shall in like manner select from these the candidates whom they prefer, and this second selection, to the number of 100, shall be again exhibited to the citizens. In the third, let any one who pleases select whom pleases out of the 100, walking through the parts of victims, and let them choose for magistrates and proclaim the 37 who have the greatest number of votes. But who, Cleinias and Megillus, will order for us in the colony all this matter of the magistrates, and the scrutinies of them? If we reflect, we shall see that cities which are in process of construction like ours must have some such persons, who cannot possibly be elected before there are any magistrates, and yet they must be elected in some way, and they are not to be inferior men, but the best possible, for as the proverb says, a good beginning is half the business, and to have begun well is praised by all, and, in my opinion,
is a great deal more than half the business, and has never been praised by anyone enough.
That is very true.
Then let us recognize the difficulty and make clear to our own minds how the beginning is to be accomplished. There is only one proposal which I have to offer, and that is one which, under our circumstances, is both necessary and expedient.
What is it?
I maintain that this colony of ours has a father and a mother, who are no other than the colonizing state. Well, I know that many colonies have been, and will be, at enmity with their parents, but in early days the child, as in a family, loves and is beloved. But if there comes a time later, when the tie is broken, still while he is in want of education, he naturally loves his parents and is beloved by them, and flies to his relatives for protection, and finds in them his only natural allies in time of need. And this parental feeling already exists in the Cnossians, as is shown by their care of the new city. And there is a similar feeling on the part of the young city towards Knossus. And I repeat what I was saying, for there is no harm in repeating a good thing, that the Cnossians should take a common interest in all these matters, and choose, as far as they can, the eldest and best of the colonists to the number of not less than 100. And let there be another 100 of the Cnossians themselves. These, I say, on their arrival, should have a joint care that the magistrates should be appointed according to law, and that when they are appointed they should undergo a scrutiny. When this has been effected, the Cnossians shall return home, and the new city do the best she can for her own preservation and happiness. I would have the 37 now, and in all future time chosen to fulfill the following duties. Let them, in the first place, be the guardians of the law, and secondly, of the registers in which each one registers before the magistrate the amount of his property, excepting 4 minae which are allowed to citizens of the first class, 3 allowed to the second, 2 to the third, and a single mina to the fourth. And if anyone, despising the laws for the sake of gain, be found to possess anything more which has not been registered, let all that he has in excess be confiscated, and let him be liable to a suit which shall be the reverse of honourable or fortunate. And let anyone who will indict him on the charge of loving base gains, and proceed against him before the guardians of the law. And if he be cast, let him lose his share of the public possessions, and when there is any public distribution, let him have nothing but his original lot, and let him be written down a condemned man as long as he lives, in some place in which anyone who pleases can read about his onces. The guardian of the law shall not hold office longer than 20 years, but not be less than 50 years of age when he is elected. Or, if he is elected when he is 60 years of age, he shall hold office for 10 years only. And upon the same principle, he must not imagine that he will be permitted to hold such an important office as that of guardian of the laws after he is 70 years of age, if he lives so long. These are the 3 first ordinances about the guardians of the law. As the work of legislation progresses, each law in turn will assign to them their further duties. And now we may proceed in order to speak of the election of other officers. For generals have to be elected, and these again must have their ministers, commanders, and colonels of horse, and commanders of brigades of foot, who would be more rightly called by their popular name of brigadiers. The guardians of the law shall propose as generals men who are natives of the city, and a selection from the candidates proposed shall be made by those who are or have been of the age for military service. And if one who is not proposed is thought by somebody to be better than one who is, let him name who he prefers in the place of whom, and make oath that he is better, and propose him. And whichever of them is approved by vote shall be admitted to the final selection. And the 3 who have the greatest number of votes shall be appointed generals and superintendents of military affairs, after previously undergoing a scrutiny, like the guardians of the law. And let the generals thus elected propose 12 brigadiers, one for each tribe, and there shall be a right of counter-proposal, as in the case of the generals, and the voting and decision shall take place in the same way. Until the praetanes and council are elected, the guardians of the law shall convene at the assembly in some holy spot, which is suitable for the purpose, placing the hoplites by themselves and the cavalry by themselves, and in a third division all the rest of the army. All are to vote for the generals and for the colonels of horse, but the brigadiers are to be voted for only by those who carry shields, i.e. the hoplites. Let the body of cavalry choose phylarchs for the generals, but captains of light troops, or archers, or any other division of the army shall be appointed by the generals for themselves. There only remains the appointment of officers of cavalry. These shall be proposed by the same persons who propose the generals, and the election and the counter-proposal of other candidates shall be arranged in the same way as in the case of the generals, and let the cavalry vote and the infantry look on at the election. The two who have the greatest number of votes shall be the leaders of all the horse. Disputes about the voting may be raised once or twice, but if the dispute be raised a third time, the officers who preside at the several elections shall decide. The council shall consist of 30 times 12 members. 360 will be a convenient number for subdivision. If we divide the whole number into 4 parts of 90 each, we get 90 councillors for each class. First, all the citizens shall select candidates from the first class. They shall be compelled to vote, and, if they do not, shall be duly fined. When the candidates have been selected, someone shall mark them down. This shall be the business of the first day. And on the following day, candidates shall be selected from the second class in the same manner, and under the same conditions as on the previous day. And on the third day, a selection shall be made from the third class, at which every one may, if he likes, vote, and the 3 first classes shall be compelled to vote. But the fourth and lowest class shall be under no compulsion, and any member of this class who does not vote shall not be punished. On the 4th day, candidates shall be selected from the 4th and smallest class. They shall be selected by all, but he who is of the 4th class shall suffer no penalty, nor he who is of the 3rd, if he be not willing to vote. But he who is of the 1st or 2nd class, if he does not vote, shall be punished. He who is of the 2nd class shall pay a fine of triple the amount which was exacted at first, and he who is of the 1st class quadruple. On the 5th day the rulers shall bring out the names noted down, for all the citizens to see, and every man shall choose out of them under pain, if he do not, of suffering the first penalty. And when they have chosen out of each of the classes, they shall choose one, half of them by lot, who shall undergo a scrutiny. These are to form the council for the year. The mode of election which has been described is in a mean between monarchy and democracy, and such a mean the state ought always to observe. For servants and masters never can be friends, nor good and bad, merely because they are declared to have equal privileges. For to unequals, equals become unequal, if they are not harmonized by measure, and both by reason of equality and by reason of inequality, cities are filled with seditions. The old saying that equality makes friendship is happy and also true, but there is obscurity and confusion as to what sort of equality is meant. For there are 2 equalities which are called by the same name, but are in reality in many ways almost the opposite of one another. One of them may be introduced without difficulty by any state or any legislator in the distribution of honours. This is the rule of measure, weight, and number, which regulates and apportions them. But there is another equality, of a better and higher kind, which is not so easily recognized. This is the judgment of Zeus. Among men it avails but little, That little, however, is the source of the greatest good to individuals and states. For it gives to the greater more, and to the inferior less, and in proportion to the nature of each, and above all, greater honour always to the greater virtue, and to the less, less, and to either in proportion to their respective measure of virtue and education. And this is justice, and is ever the true principle of states, at which we ought to aim. And according to this rule order the new city which is now being founded, and any other city which may be hereafter founded. To this the legislator should look, not to the interests of tyrants, one or more, or to the power of the people, but to justice always, which, as I was saying, the distribution of natural equality among unequals in each case. But there are times at which every state is compelled to use the words just, equal, in a secondary sense, in the hope of escaping in some degree from factions. For equity and indulgence are infractions of the perfect and strict rule of justice. And this is the reason why we are obliged to use the equality of the lot, in order to avoid the discontent of the people. And so we invoke God and fortune in our prayers, and beg that they themselves will direct the lot with a view to supreme justice. And therefore, although we are compelled to use both equalities, we should use that into which the element of chance enters as seldom as possible. Thus, O my friends, and for the reasons given, should a state act which would endure and be saved. But as a ship sailing on the sea has to be watched night and day, in like manner a city also is sailing on a sea of politics, and is liable to all sorts of insidious assaults. Therefore, from morning to night, and from night to morning, rulers must join hands with rulers, and watchers with watchers, receiving and giving up their trust in a perpetual succession. Now, a multitude can never fulfill a duty of this sort with anything like energy. Moreover, the greater number of the senators will have to be left during the greater part of the year to order their concerns at their own homes. They will therefore have to be arranged in 12 portions, answering to the 12 months, and furnish guardians of the state, each portion for a single month. Their business is to be at hand, and receive any foreigner or citizen who comes to them, whether to give information, or to put one of those questions to which, when asked by other cities, a city should give an answer, and to which, if she asks them herself, she should receive an answer. Or again, when there is a likelihood of internal commotions, which are always liable to happen in some form or another, they will, if they can, prevent their occurring, or, if they have already occurred, will lose time in making them known to the city and healing the evil. Wherefore, also, this which is the presiding body of the state ought always to have the control of their assemblies, and of the dissolutions of them, ordinary as well as extraordinary. All this is to be ordered by the 12th part of the council, which is always to keep watch together with the other officers of the state during one portion of the year, and to rest during the remaining 11 portions. Thus will the city be fairly ordered. And now, who is to have the superintendence of the country, and what shall be the arrangement? Seeing that the whole city and the entire country have been both of them divided into 12 portions, ought there not to be appointed superintendents of the streets of the city, and of the houses and buildings and harbours, and the agora, the fountains and sacred domains and temples and the like?
To be sure there ought.
Let us assume, then, that there ought to be servants of the temples, and priests and priestesses. There must also be superintendents of roads and buildings, who will have a care of men, but they may do no harm, and also of beasts, both within the enclosure and in the suburbs. 3 kinds of officers will thus have to be appointed, in order that the city may be suitably provided according to her needs. Those who have the care of the city shall be called wardens of the city,
and those who have the care of the agora shall be called wardens of the agora, and those who have the care of the temples shall be called priests. Those who hold hereditary offices, as priests or priestesses, shall not be disturbed. But if there be few or none such, as is probable at the foundation of a new city, priests and priestesses shall be appointed to be servants of the gods, who have no servants. Some of our officers shall be elected, and others appointed by lot, those who are of the people and those who are not of the people, mingling in a friendly manner in every place and city, that the state may be, as far as possible, of one mind. The officers of the temples shall be appointed by lot. In this way their election will be committed to God, that he may do what is agreeable to him. And he who obtains a lot shall undergo a scrutiny first, as to whether he is sound of body and of legitimate birth, and in the second place, in order to show that he is of a perfectly pure family, not stained with homicide or any similar impiety in his own person, and also that his father and mother have led a similar unstained life. Now the laws about all divine things should be brought from Delphi, and interpreters appointed, under whose direction they should be used. The tenure of the priesthood should always be for a year and no longer, and he who will duly execute the sacred office according to the laws of religion must be not less than 60 years of age. The laws shall be the same about priestesses. As for the interpreters, they shall be appointed thus. Let the 12 tribes be distributed into groups of 4, and let each group select 4, one out of each tribe within the group, 3 times. And let the 3 who have the greatest number of votes, out of the 12 appointed by each group, after undergoing a scrutiny, 9 in all, be sent to Delphi, in order that the god may return 1 out of each triad. Their age shall be the same as that of the priests, and the scrutiny of them shall be conducted in the same manner. Let them be interpreters for life, and when anyone dies, let the 4 tribes select another from the tribe of the deceased. Moreover, besides priests and interpreters, there must be treasurers, who will take charge of the property of the several temples, and of the sacred domains, and shall have authority over the produce and the letting of them. And 3 of them shall be chosen from the highest classes for the greater temples, and 2 for the lesser, and 1 for the least of all. The manner of their election and the scrutiny of them shall be the same as that of the generals. This shall be the order of the temples. Let everything have a guard as far as possible. Let the defence of the city be committed to the generals, and taxiarchs, and hipparchs, and phylarchs, and praetanes, and the wardens of the city, and of the agora, when the election of them has been completed. The defence of the country shall be provided for as follows. The entire land has been already distributed into 12, as nearly as possible, equal parts, and let the tribe allotted to a division provide annually for it 5 wardens of the country and commanders of the watch. And let each body of 5 have the power of selecting 12 others out of the youth of their own tribe. These shall be not less than 25 years of age, and not more than 30. And let there be allotted to them severally, every month, the various districts, in order that they may all acquire knowledge and experience of the whole country. The term of service for commanders and for watchers shall continue during 2 years. After having had their stations allotted to them, they will go from place to place in regular order, making their round from left to right as their commanders direct them. When I speak of going to the right, I mean that they are to go to the east. And at the commencement of the 2nd year, in order that as many as possible of the guards may not only get a knowledge of the country at any one season of the year, but may also have experience of the manner in which different places are affected at different seasons of the year, then their commanders shall lead them again towards the left, from place to place in succession, until they have completed the 2nd year. In the 3rd year, other wardens of the country shall be chosen, and commanders of the watch, 5 for each division, who are to be the superintendents of the bands of 12. While on service at each station, their attention shall be directed to the following points.
In the first place, they shall see that the country is well protected against enemies. They shall trench and dig wherever this is required, and, as far as they can, they shall, by fortifications, keep off the evil-disposed, in order to prevent them from doing any harm to the country or the property. They shall use the beasts of burden and the labourers whom they find on the spot. These will be their instruments whom they will superintend, taking them as far as possible at the times when they are not engaged in their regular business. They shall make every part of the country inaccessible to enemies, and as accessible as possible to friends. There shall be ways for man and beasts of burden and for cattle, and they shall take care to have them always as smooth as they can, and shall provide against the rains doing harm instead of good to the land, when they come down from the mountains into the hollow dells, and shall keep in the overflow by the help of works and ditches, in order that the valleys, receiving and drinking up the rain from heaven, and providing fountains and streams in the fields and regions which lie underneath, may furnish even to the dry places plenty of good water. The fountains of water, whether of rivers or of springs, shall be ornamented with plantations and buildings for beauty, and let them bring together the streams in subterraneous channels, and make all things plenteous. And if there be a sacred grove or dedicated precinct in the neighbourhood, they shall conduct the water to the actual temples of the gods, and so beautify them at all seasons of the year. Everywhere, in such places, the youth shall make gymnasia for themselves, and warm baths for the aged, placing by them abundance of dry wood, for the benefit of those labouring under disease. There the weary frame of the rustic, worn with toil, will receive a kindly welcome, far better than he would at the hands of a not overwise doctor. The building of these, and the like works, will be useful and ornamental. They will provide a pleasing amusement, but they will be a serious employment too. For the 60 wardens will have to guard their several divisions, not only with a view to enemies, but also with an eye to professing friends. When a quarrel arises among neighbours or citizens, and any one, whether slave or freeman, wrongs another, let the 5 wardens decide small matters on their own authority. But where the charge against another relates to greater matters, the 17, composed of the 5s and 12s, shall determine any charges which one man brings against another, not involving more than 3 minae. Every judge and magistrate shall be liable to give an account of his conduct in office, except those who, like kings, have the final decision. Moreover, as regards the aforesaid wardens of the country, if they do any wrong to those of whom they have the care, whether by imposing upon them unequal tasks, or by taking the produce of the soil or implements of husbandry without their consent, also if they receive anything in the way of a bribe, or decide suits unjustly, or if they yield to the influences of flattery, let them be publicly dishonoured. And in regard to any other wrong which they do to the inhabitants of the country, if the question be of a mina, let them submit to the decision of the villagers in the neighbourhood. But in suits of greater amount, or in case of lesser, if they refuse to submit, trusting that their monthly removal into another part of the country will enable them to escape. In such cases the injured party may bring his suit in the common court. And if he obtain a verdict, he may exact from the defendant, who refused to submit, a double penalty. The wardens and the overseers of the country, while on their 2 years' service, shall have common meals at their several stations, and shall all live together. And he who is absent from the common meal, or sleeps out, if only for 1 day or night, unless by order of his commanders, or by reason of absolute necessity, if the 5 denounce him and inscribe his name in the agora as not having kept his guard, let him be deemed to have betrayed the city, as far as lay in his power, and let him be disgraced and beaten with impunity by any one who meets him and is willing to punish him. If any of the commanders is guilty of such an irregularity, the whole company of 60 shall see to it, and he who is cognizant of the offence, and does not bring the offender to trial,
shall be amenable to the same laws as the younger offender himself, and shall pay a heavier fine, and be incapable of ever commanding the young. The guardians of the law are to be careful inspectors of these matters, and shall either prevent or punish offenders. Every man should remember the universal rule, that he who is not a good servant will not be a good master. A man should pride himself more upon serving well than upon commanding well. First, upon serving the laws, which is also the service of the gods. In the second place, upon having served ancient and honourable men in the days of his youth. Furthermore, during the 2 years in which anyone is a warden of the country, his daily food ought to be of a simple and humble kind. When the 12 have been chosen, let them and the 5 meet together, and determine that they will be their own servants, and, like servants, will not have other slaves and servants for their own use. Neither will they use those of the villagers and husbandmen for their private advantage, but for the public service only. And in general, they should make up their minds to live independently by themselves, servants of each other and of themselves. Further, at all seasons of the year, summer and winter alike, let them be under arms and survey minutely the whole country. Thus they will at once keep guard, and at the same time acquire a perfect knowledge of every locality. There can be no more important kind of information than the exact knowledge of a man's own country. And for this, as well as for more general reasons of pleasure and advantage, hunting with dogs and other kinds of sports should be pursued by the young. The service to whom this is committed may be called the secret police, or wardens of the country. The name does not much signify, but every one who has the safety of the state at heart will use his utmost diligence in this service. After the wardens of the country, we have to speak of the election of wardens of the agora and of the city. The wardens of the country were 60 in number, and the wardens of the city will be 3, and will divide the 12 parts of the city into 3. Like the former, they shall have care of the ways and of the different high-roads which lead out of the country into the city, and of the buildings, that they may be all made according to law. Also of the waters, which the guardians of the supply preserve and convey to them, care being taken that they may reach the fountains pure and abundant, and be both an ornament and a benefit to the city. These also should be men of influence, and at leisure to take care of the public interest. Let every man propose as warden of the city any one whom he likes out of the highest class. And when the vote has been given on them, and the number is reduced to the 6 who have the greatest number of votes, let the electing officers choose by lot 3 out of the 6. And when they have undergone a scrutiny, let them hold office according to the laws laid down for them. Next, let the wardens of the agora be elected in like manner, out of the 1st and 2nd class, 5 in number. 10 are to be first elected, and out of the 10, 5 are to be chosen by lot, as in the election of the wardens of the city. These, when they have undergone a scrutiny, are to be declared magistrates. Every one shall vote for every one, and he who will not vote, if he be informed against before the magistrates, shall be fined 50 drachma, and shall also be deemed a bad citizen. Let any one who likes go to the assembly and to the general council. It shall be compulsory to go on citizens of the 1st and 2nd class, and they shall pay a fine of 10 drachma if they be found not answering to their names at the assembly. The 3rd and 4th class shall be under no compulsion, and shall be let off without a fine, unless the magistrates have commanded all to be present, in consequence of some urgent necessity. The wardens of the agora shall observe the order appointed by law for the agora, and shall have the charge of the temples and fountains which are in the agora, and they shall see that no one injures anything, and punish him who does, with stripes and bonds, if he be a slave or a stranger.
But if he be a citizen who misbehaves in this way, they shall have the power themselves of inflicting a fine upon him to the amount of 100 drachma, or, with the consent of the wardens of the city, up to double that amount. And let the wardens of the city have a similar power of imposing punishments and fines in their own department. And let them impose fines by their own department, and let them impose fines by their own authority, up to a mina, or up to 2 minae, with the consent of the wardens of the agora. In the next place, it will be proper to appoint directors of music and gymnastic, 2 kinds of each. Of the one kind, the business will be education; of the other, the superintendence of contests. In speaking of education, the law means to speak of those who have the care of order and instruction in gymnasia and schools, and of the going to school, and of school buildings for boys and girls. And in speaking of contests, the law refers to the judges of gymnastics and of music. These again are divided into 2 classes, the one having to do with music, the other with gymnastics. And the same who judge of the gymnastic contests of men shall judge of horses. But in music there shall be 1 set of judges of solo singing and of imitation, I mean of rhapsodists, players on the harp, the flute, and the like, and another who shall judge of choral song. First of all, we must choose directors for the choruses of boys and men and maidens, whom they shall follow in the amusement of the dance, and for our other musical arrangements. 1 director will be enough for the choruses, and he should be not less than 40 years of age. 1 director will also be enough to introduce the solo singers, and to give judgment on the competitors, and he ought not to be less than 30 years of age. The director and manager of the choruses shall be elected after the following manner. Let any persons who commonly take an interest in such matters go to the meeting, and be fined if they do not go. The guardians of the law shall judge of their fault. But those who have no interest shall not be compelled. The elector shall propose, as director, someone who understands music, and he in the scrutiny may be challenged on the one part by those who say he has no skill, and defended on the other hand by those who say that he has. 10 are to be elected by vote, and he of the 10 who is chosen by lot shall undergo a scrutiny, and lead the choruses for a year according to law. And in like manner the competitor who wins the lot shall be leader of the solo and concert music for that year, and he who is thus elected shall deliver the award to the judges. In the next place, we have to choose judges in the contests of horses and of men. These shall be selected from the 3rd and also from the 2nd class of citizens, and 3 first classes shall be compelled to go to the election, but the lowest may stay away with impunity. And let there be 3 elected by lot out of the 20 who have been chosen previously, and they must also have the vote and approval of the examiners. But if anyone is rejected in the scrutiny at any ballot or decision, others shall be chosen in the same manner, and undergo a similar scrutiny. There remains the minister of the education of youth, male and female. He too will rule according to law. 1 such minister will be sufficient, and he must be 50 years old, and have children lawfully begotten, both boys and girls by preference, at any rate, one or the other. He who is elected, and he who is the elector, should consider that of all the great offices of state, this is the greatest. For the first shoot of any plant, if it makes a good start towards the attainment of its natural excellence, has the greatest effect on its maturity. And this is not only true of plants, but of animals, wild and tame, and also of men. Man, as we say, is a tame or civilized animal. Nevertheless, he requires proper instruction and a fortunate nature. And then, of all animals, he becomes the most divine and most civilized. But if he be insufficiently or ill-educated, he is the most savage of earthly creatures. Wherefore the legislator ought not to allow the education of children to become a secondary or accidental matter. In the first place, he who would be rightly provident about them should begin by taking care that he is elected, who of all the citizens is in every way best. Him the legislator shall do his utmost to appoint guardian and superintendent. To this end all the magistrates, with the exception of the council and prytanes, shall go to the temple of Apollo, and elect by ballot him of the guardians of the law, whom they severally think will be the best superintendent of education. And he who has the greatest number of votes, after he has undergone a scrutiny at the hands of all the magistrates who have been his electors, with the exception of the guardians of the law, shall hold office for 5 years, and in the 6th year let another be chosen in like manner to fill his office. If anyone dies while he is holding a public office, and more than 30 days before his term of office expires, let those whose business it is elect another to the office in the same manner as before. And if anyone who is entrusted with orphans dies, let the relations, both on the father's and mother's side, who are residing at home, including cousins, appoint another guardian within 10 days, or be fined a drachma a day for neglect to do so. A city which has no regular courts of law ceases to be a city. And again, if a judge is silent and says no more in preliminary proceedings than the litigants, as is the case in arbitrations, he will never be able to decide justly. Wherefore a multitude of judges will not easily judge well, nor a few if they are bad. The point in dispute between the parties should be made clear, and time and deliberation and repeated examination greatly tend to clear up doubts. For this reason, he who goes to law with another should go first of all to his neighbours and friends who know best the questions at issue. And if he be unable to obtain from them a satisfactory decision, let him have recourse to another court. And if the 2 courts cannot settle the matter, let a third put an end to the suit. Now the establishment of courts of justice may be regarded as a choice of magistrates, for every magistrate must also be a judge of some things, and the judge, though he be not a magistrate, yet in certain respects is a very important magistrate on the day on which he is determining a suit. Regarding then the judges also as magistrates, let us say who are fit to be judges, and of what they are to be judges, and how many of them are to judge in each suit. Let that be the supreme tribunal which the litigants appoint in common for themselves, choosing certain persons by agreement. And let there be 2 other tribunals, one for private causes, when a citizen accuses another of wronging him and wishes to get a decision, the other for public causes, in which some citizen is of opinion that the public has been wronged by an individual and is willing to vindicate the common interests. And we must not forget to mention how the judges are to be qualified, and who they are to be. In the first place, let there be a tribunal open to all private persons who are trying causes one against another for the 3rd time, and let this be composed as follows. All the officers of state, as well annual as those holding office for a longer period, when the new year is about to commence, in the month following after the summer solstice, on the last day but one of the year, shall meet in some temple, and, calling God to witness, shall dedicate one judge from every magistracy to be their first fruits, choosing in each office him who seems to them to be the best, and whom they deem likely to decide the causes of his fellow citizens during the ensuing year in the best and holiest manner. And when the election is completed, a scrutiny shall be held in the presence of the electors themselves, and if any one be rejected, another shall be chosen in the same manner. Those who have undergone the scrutiny shall judge the causes of those who have declined the inferior courts, and shall give their vote openly. The councillors and other magistrates who have elected them shall be required to be hearers and spectators of the causes, and anyone else may be present who pleases. If one man charges another with having intentionally decided wrong, let him go to the guardians of the law and lay his accusation before them, and he who is found guilty in such a case shall pay damages to the injured party equal to half the injury. But if he shall appear to deserve a greater penalty, the judges shall determine what additional punishment he shall suffer. and how much more he ought to pay to the public treasury, and to the party who brought the suit. In the judgment of offences against the state, the people ought to participate. For when anyone wrongs the state, all are wronged, and may reasonably complain if they are not allowed to share in the decision. Such causes ought to originate with the people, and they ought also to have the final decision of them. But the trial of them shall take place before 3 of the highest magistrates, upon whom the plaintiff and the defendant shall agree. And if they are not able to come to an agreement themselves, the council shall choose one of the 2 proposed. And in private suits, too, as far as is possible, all should have a share. For he who has no share in the administration of justice is apt to imagine that he has no share in the state at all. And for this reason there shall be a court of law in every tribe, and the judges shall be chosen by lot. They shall give their decisions at once, and shall be inaccessible to entreaties. The final judgment shall rest with that court which, as we maintain, has been established in the most incorruptible form of which human things admit. This shall be the court established for those who are unable to get rid of their suits, either in the courts of neighbours or of tribes. This much of the courts of law, which, as I was saying, cannot be precisely defined, either as being or not being offices. A superficial sketch has been given of them, in which some things have been told and others omitted. For the right place of an exact statement of the laws respecting suits under their several heads will be at the end of the body of legislation. Let us then expect them at the end. Hitherto our legislation has been chiefly occupied with the appointment of offices. Perfect unity and exactness, extending to the whole and every particular of political administration, cannot be attained to the full, until the discussion shall have a beginning, middle, and end, and is complete in every part. At present we have reached the election of magistrates, and this may be regarded as a sufficient termination of what preceded. And now there need no longer be any delay or hesitation in beginning the work of legislation.
I like what you have said, stranger, and I particularly like your manner of tacking on the beginning of your new discourse to the end of the former one.
And thus far, then, the old man's rational pastime has gone off well.
You mean, I suppose, their serious and noble pursuit?
Perhaps, but I should like to know whether you and I are agreed about a certain thing.
About what thing?
You know, the endless labour which painters expend upon their pictures. They are always putting in or taking out colours, or whatever be the term which artists employ. They seem as if they would never cease touching up their works, which are always being made brighter and more beautiful.
I know something of these matters from report, although I have never had any great acquaintance with the art.
No matter. We may make use of the illustration notwithstanding. Suppose that someone had a mind to paint a figure in the most beautiful manner, in the hope that his work, instead of losing, would always improve as time went on. Do you not see that, being a mortal, unless he leaves someone to succeed him who will correct the flaws which time may introduce, and be able to add what is left imperfect through the defect of the artist, and who will further brighten up and improve the picture, all his great labour will last but a short time?
True.
And is not the aim of the legislator similar? First, he desires that his laws should be written down with all possible exactness. In the second place, as time goes on, and he has made an actual trial of his decrees, will he not find omissions? Do you imagine that there ever was a legislator so foolish as not to know that many things are necessarily omitted, which someone coming after him must correct? If the constitution and the order of government is not to deteriorate, but to improve in the state which he has established.
Assuredly, that is the sort of thing which everyone would desire.
And if anyone possesses any means of accomplishing this by word or deed, or has any way, great or small, by which he can teach a person to understand how he can maintain and amend the laws, he should finish what he has to say, and not leave the work incomplete.
By all means.
And is not this what you and I have to do at the present moment?
What have we to do?
As we are about to legislate,
and have chosen our guardians of the law, and are ourselves in the evening of life, and they, as compared with us, are young men, we ought not only to legislate for them, but to endeavour to make them not only guardians of the law, but legislators themselves, as far as this is possible.
Well, certainly, if we can.
At any rate, we must do our best.
Of course.
We will say to them, O friends and saviours of our laws, in laying down any law, there are many particulars which we shall omit, and this cannot be helped. At the same time, we will do our utmost to describe what is important, and will give an outline which you shall fill up. And I will explain on what principle you are to act. Megillus and Cleinias and I have often spoken to one another touching these matters, and we are of opinion that we have spoken well. And we hope that you will be of the same mind with us, and become our disciples, and keep in view the things which, in our united opinion, the legislator and guardian of the law ought to keep in view. There was one main point about which we were agreed, that a man's whole energies throughout his life should be devoted to the acquisition of the virtue proper to a man, whether this was to be gained by study, or habit, or some mode of acquisition, or desire of opinion, or knowledge. And this applies equally to men and women, old and young. The aim of all should always be such as I have described. Anything which may be an impediment, the good man ought to show that he utterly disregards. And if at last necessity plainly compels him to be an outlaw from his native land, rather than bow his neck to the yoke of slavery and be ruled by inferiors, and he has to fly, an exile he must be, and endure all such trials, rather than accept another form of government, which is likely to make men worse. These are our original principles. And do you know, fixing your eyes upon the standard of what a man and a citizen ought or ought not to be, praise and blame the laws. Blame those which have not this power of making the citizen better, but embrace those which have, and with gladness receive and live in them, bidding a long farewell to other institutions which aim at goods, as they are termed, of a different kind. Let us proceed to another class of laws, beginning with their foundation in religion, and we must first return to the number 5040. The entire number had, and has, a great many convenient divisions, and the number of the tribes, which was a 12th part of the whole, 5040 divided by 21 times 20, i.e. 5040 divided by 420 equals 12, also has them. And not only is the whole number divisible by 12, but also the number of each tribe is divisible by 12. Now, every portion should be regarded by us as a sacred gift of heaven, corresponding to the months and to the revolution of the universe. Every city has a guiding and sacred principle given by nature, but in some the division or distribution has been more right than in others, and has been more sacred and fortunate. In our opinion, nothing can be more right than the selection of the number 5040, which may be divided by all numbers from 1 to 12 with the single exception of 11, and that admits of a very easy correction. For if turning to the dividend, 5040, we deduct 2 families, the defect in the division is cured, and the truth of this may be easily proved when we have leisure. But for the present, trusting to the mere assertion of this principle, let us divide the state, and assigning to each portion some god or son of God, let us give them altars and sacred rites, and at the altars let us hold assemblies for sacrifice twice in the month, 12 assemblies for the tribes and 12 for the city, according to their divisions, the first in honour of the gods and divine things, and the second to promote friendship and better acquaintance, as the phrase is, and every sort of good fellowship with one another. For people must be acquainted with those into whose families and whom they marry, and with those to whom they give in marriage. In such matters, as far as possible, a man should deem it all important to avoid a mistake,
and with this serious purpose let games be instituted in which youths and maidens shall dance together, seeing one another, and being seen naked at a proper age, and on a suitable occasion, not transgressing the rules of modesty. The directors of choruses will be the superintendents and regulators of these games, and they, together with the guardians of the law, will legislate in any matters which we have omitted. For, as we said, where there are numerous and minute details, the legislator must leave out something, and the annual officers who have experience and know what is wanted must make arrangements and improvements year by year, until such enactments and provisions are sufficiently determined. A 10 years' experience of sacrifices and dances, if extending to all particulars, will be quite sufficient. And if the legislator be alive, they shall communicate with him, but if he be dead, then the several officers shall refer the omissions which come under their notice to the guardians of the law, and correct them, until all is perfect. From that time there shall be no more change, and they shall establish and use the new laws with the others which the legislator originally gave them, and of which they are never, if they can help, to change aught. Or, if some necessity overtakes them, the magistrates must be called into council, and the whole people, and they must go to all the oracles of the gods, and if they are all agreed, in that case they may make the change. But if they are not agreed, by no manner of means, and any one who dissents shall prevail, as the law ordains. Whenever anyone over 25 years of age, having seen and been seen by others, believes himself to have found a marriage connection which is to his mind, and suitable for the procreation of children, let him marry if he be still under the age of 35 years. But let him first hear how he ought to seek after what is suitable and appropriate. For, as Cleinias says, every law should have a suitable prelude.
You recollect at the right moment, stranger, and do not miss the opportunity which the argument affords of saying a word in season.
I thank you. We will say to him who is born of good parents, O my son, you ought to make such a marriage as wise men would approve. Now they would advise you neither to avoid a poor marriage, nor specially to desire a rich one, but if other things are equal, always to honour inferiors, and with them to form connections. This will be for the benefit of the city, and of the families which are united. For the equable and symmetrical tends infinitely more to virtue than the unmixed. And he who is conscious of being too headstrong, and carried away more than is fitting in all his actions, ought to desire to become the relation of orderly parents. And he who is of the opposite temper ought to seek the opposite alliance. Let there be one word concerning all marriages. Every man shall follow, not after the marriage which is most pleasing to himself, but after that which is most beneficial to the state. For somehow every one is by nature prone to that which is likest to himself, and in this way the whole city becomes unequal in property and in disposition, and hence there arise in most states the very results which we least desire to happen. Now, to add to the law an express provision, not only that the rich man shall not marry into the rich family, nor the powerful into the family of the powerful, but that the slower natures shall be compelled to enter into marriage with the quicker, and the quicker with the slower, may awaken anger as well as laughter in the minds of many. For there is a difficulty in perceiving that the city ought to be well mingled like a cup, in which the maddening wine is hot and fiery, but when chastened by a soberer god, receives a fair associate and becomes an excellent and temperate drink. Yet in marriage no one is able to see that the same result occurs. Wherefore also the law must let alone such matters, but we should try to charm the spirits of men into believing the equability of their children's disposition to be of more importance than equality in excessive fortune when they marry. And him who is too desirous of making a rich marriage we should endeavour to turn aside by reproaches, not, however, by any compulsion of written law. Let this, then, be our exhortation concerning marriage, and let us remember what was said before, that a man should cling to immortality,
and leave behind him children's children to be the servants of God in his place for ever. All this, and much more, may be truly said by way of prelude about the duty of marriage. But if a man will not listen, and remains unsocial and alien among his fellow citizens, and is still unmarried at 35 years of age, let him pay a yearly fine. He who of the highest class shall pay a fine of 100 drachma, and he who is of the second class a fine of 70 drachma. The third class shall pay 60 drachma, and the fourth 30 drachma. And let the money be sacred to Hera. He who does not pay the fine annually shall owe 10 times the sum, which the treasurer of the goddess shall exact. And if he fails in doing so, let him be answerable and give an account of the money at his audit. He who refuses to marry shall be thus punished in money, and also be deprived of all honour which the younger show to the elder. Let no young man voluntarily obey him, and if he attempt to punish anyone, let everyone come to the rescue and defend the injured person. And he who is present and does not come to the rescue shall be pronounced by the law to be a coward and a bad citizen. Of the marriage portion I have already spoken, and again I say for the instruction of poor men that he who neither gives nor receives a dowry on account of poverty has a compensation. For the citizens of our state are provided with the necessaries of life, and wives will be less likely to be insolent, and husbands to be mean and subservient to them on account of property. And he who obeys this law will do a noble action. But he who will not obey, and gives or receives more than 50 drachma as the price of the marriage garments, if he be of the lowest, or more than a mina, or a mina and a half, if he be of the third or second classes, or 2 minae, if he be of the highest class, shall owe to the public treasury a similar sum, and that which is given or received shall be sacred to Hera and Zeus. And let the treasurers of these gods exact the money, as was said before, about the unmarried, that the treasurers of Hera were to exact the money, or pay the fine themselves. The betrothal by a father shall be valid in the first degree, that by a grandfather in the second degree, and in the third degree betrothal by brothers who have the same father. But if there are none of these alive, the betrothal by a mother shall be valid in like manner. In cases of unexampled fatality, the next of kin and the guardians shall have authority. What are to be the rites before marriage, or any other sacred acts relating either to future, present, or past marriages, shall be referred to the interpreters, and he who follows their advice may be satisfied. Touching the marriage festival, they shall assemble not more than 5 male and 5 female friends of both families, and a like number of members of the family of either sex. And no man shall spend more than his means will allow. He who is of the richest class may spend a mina, he who is of the second half a mina, and in the same proportion as the census of each decreases, all men shall praise him who is obedient to the law. But he who is disobedient shall be punished by the guardians of the law as a man wanting in true taste, and uninstructed in the laws of bridal song. Drunkenness is always improper, except at the festivals of the god who gave wine, and peculiarly dangerous when a man is engaged in the business of marriage. At such a crisis of their lives, a bride and bridegroom ought to have all their wits about them. They ought to take care that their offspring may be born of reasonable beings. For on what day or night heaven will give them increase, who can say? Moreover, they ought not to be getting children when their bodies are dissipated by intoxication, but their offspring should be compact and solid, quiet and compounded properly, whereas the drunkard is all abroad in all his actions, and beside himself both in body and soul. Wherefore also the drunken man is bad and unsteady in sowing the seed of increase, and is likely to beget offspring who will be unstable and untrustworthy, and cannot be expected to walk straight, either in body or mind. Hence, during the whole year, and all his life long, and especially while he is begetting children, ought to take care and not intentionally do what is injurious to health, or what involves insolence and wrong, for he cannot help leaving the impression of himself on the souls and bodies of his offspring, and he begets children in every way inferior. And especially on the day and night of marriage should a man abstain from such things. For the beginning, which is also a God dwelling in man, preserves all things, if it meet with proper respect from each individual. He who marries is further to consider that one of the two houses in the lot is the nest and nursery of his young. There he is to marry and make a home for himself and bring up his children, going away from his father and mother. For in friendships there must be some degree of desire, in order to cement and bind together diversities of character. But excessive intercourse, not having the desire which is created by time, insensibly dissolves friendships from a feeling of satiety. Wherefore a man and his wife shall leave to his and her father and mother their own dwelling places, and themselves go as to a colony and dwell there, and visit and be visited by their parents, and they shall beget and bring up children, handing on the torch of life from one generation to another, and worshipping the gods according to law for ever. In the next place, we have to consider what sort of property will be most convenient. There is no difficulty either in understanding or acquiring most kinds of property, but there is great difficulty in what relates to slaves. And the reason is that we speak about them in a way which is right and which is not right. For what we say about our slaves is consistent and also inconsistent with our practice about them.
I do not understand, stranger, what you mean.
I am not surprised, Megillus, for the state of the Helots among the Spartans is of all Hellenic forms of slavery the most controverted and disputed about, some approving and some condemning it. There is less dispute about the slavery which exists among the Heraclots, who have subjugated the Myrmidians, and about the Thessalian Penestae. Looking at these and the like examples, what ought we to do concerning property in slaves? I made a remark in passing which naturally elicited a question about my meaning from you. It was this: we know that we would all agree that we should have the best and most attached slaves whom we can get. For many a man has found his slaves better in every way than brethren or sons, and many times they have saved the lives and property of their masters and their whole house. Such tales are well known.
To be sure.
But may we not also say that the soul of the slave is utterly corrupt, and that no man of sense ought to trust them? The wisest of our poets, speaking of Zeus, says, "Far-seeing Zeus takes away half the understanding of men whom the day of slavery subdues." Different persons have got these two different notions of slaves in their minds. Some of them utterly distrust their servants, and, as if they were wild beasts, chastise them with goads and whips, and make their souls 3 times, or rather many times, as slavish as they were before, and others do just the opposite.
True.
Then what are we to do in our own country, stranger, seeing that there are such differences in the treatment of slaves by their owners?
Well, Cleinias, there can be no doubt that man is a troublesome animal, and therefore he is not very manageable, nor likely to become so, when you attempt to introduce the necessary division, slave and freeman and master.
That is obvious.
He is a troublesome piece of goods, as has often been shown by the frequent revolts of the Messenians, and the great mischiefs which happen in states having many slaves who speak the same language, and the numerous robberies and lawless life of the Italian banditti, as they are called. A man who considers all this is fairly at a loss. 2 remedies alone remain to us: not to have the slaves of the same country, nor, if possible, speaking the same language. In this way they will more easily be held in subjection. Secondly, we should tend them carefully, not only out of regard to them, but yet more out of respect to ourselves. And the right treatment of slaves is to behave properly to them, and to do to them, if possible, even more justice than to those who are our equals. For he who naturally and genuinely reverences justice, and hates injustice, is discovered in his dealings with any class of men to whom he can easily be unjust. And he who in regard to the natures and actions of his slaves is undefiled by impiety and injustice, will best sow the seeds of virtue in them. And this may be truly said of every master and tyrant, and of every other having authority in relation to his inferiors. Slaves ought to be punished as they deserve, and not admonished as if they were freemen, which would only make them conceited. The language used to a servant ought always to be that of a command, and we ought not to jest with them, whether they are males or females. This is a foolish way which many people have of setting up their slaves, and making the life of servitude more disagreeable both for them and for their masters.
True.
Now that each of the citizens is provided, as far as possible, with a sufficient number of suitable slaves, who can help him in what he has to do, we may next proceed to describe their dwellings.
Very good.
The city being new and hitherto uninhabited, care ought to be taken of all the buildings, and the manner of building each of them, and also of the temples and walls. These, Cleinias, were matters which properly came before the marriages, but as we are only talking, there is no objection to changing the order. If, however, our plan of legislation is ever to take effect, then the house shall precede the marriage, if God so will, and afterwards we will come to the regulations about marriage. But at present we are only describing these matters in a general outline.
Quite true.
The temples are to be placed all around the agora, and the whole city built on the heights in a circle, for the sake of defence and for the sake of purity. Near the temples are to be placed buildings for the magistrates and the courts of law. In these, plaintiff and defendant will receive their due, and the places will be regarded as most holy, partly because they have to do with the holy things, and partly because they are the dwelling places of holy gods. And in them will be held the courts in which cases of homicide and other trials of capital offences may fitly take place. As to the walls, Megillus, I agree with Sparta in thinking that they should be allowed to sleep in the earth, and that we should not attempt to disinter them. There is a poetical saying, which is finely expressed, that walls ought to be of steel and iron, and not of earth. Besides, how ridiculous of us to be sending out our young men annually into the country to dig and to trench, and to keep off the enemy by fortifications, under the idea that they are not to be allowed to set foot in our territory, and then that we should surround ourselves with a wall, which, in the first place, is by no means conducive to the health of cities, and is also apt to produce a certain effeminacy in the minds of the inhabitants, inviting men to run thither instead of repelling their enemies, and leading them to imagine that their safety is due not to their keeping guard day and night, but that when they are protected by walls and gates, then they must sleep in safety, as if they were not meant to labour, and did not know that true repose comes from labour, and that disgraceful indolence and a careless temper of mind is only the renewal of trouble. But if men must have walls, the private houses ought to be so arranged from the first that the whole city may be one wall, having all the houses capable of defence by reason of their uniformity and equality towards the streets. The form of the city being that of a single dwelling will have an agreeable aspect, and being easily guarded will be infinitely better for security. Until the original building is completed, these should be the principal objects of the inhabitants, and the wardens of the city should superintend the work, and should impose a fine on him who is negligent. And in all that relates to the city, they should have a care of cleanliness, and not allow a private person to encroach upon any public property, either by buildings or excavations. Further, they ought to take care that the rains from heaven flow off easily, and of any other matters which may have to be administered either within or without the city. The guardians of the law shall pass any further enactments which their experience may show to be necessary, and supply any other points in which the law may be deficient. And now that these matters, and the buildings about the agora, the gymnasia,
and places of instruction and theatres are all ready and waiting for scholars and spectators, let us proceed to the subjects which follow marriage in the order of legislation.
By all means.
Assuming that marriages exist already, Cleinias, the mode of life during the year after marriage, before children are born, will follow next in order. In what way bride and bridegroom ought to live in a city which is to be superior to other cities is a matter not at all easy for us to determine. There have been many difficulties already, but this will be the greatest of them, and the most disagreeable to the many. Still, I cannot but say what appears to me to be right and true, Cleinias.
Certainly.
He who imagines that he can give laws for the public conduct of states, while he leaves the private life of citizens wholly to take care of itself, who thinks that individuals may pass the day as they please, and that there is no necessity of order in all things, he, I say, who gives up the control of their private lives and supposes that they will conform to law in their common and public life, is making a great mistake. Why have I made this remark? Why? Because I am going to enact that the bridegrooms should live at the common tables, just as they did before marriage. This was a singularity when first enacted by the legislator in your parts of the world, Megillus and Cleinias, as I should suppose, on the occasion of some war or other similar danger, which caused the passing of the law, and which would be likely to occur in thinly peopled places and in times of pressure. But when men had once tried and been accustomed to a common table, experience showed that the institution greatly conduced to security, and in some such manner the custom of having common tables arose among you.
Likely enough.
I said that there may have been singularity and danger in imposing such a custom at first, but that now there is not the same difficulty. There is, however, another institution which is the natural sequel to this, and would be excellent, if it existed anywhere, but at present it does not. The institution of which I am about to speak is not easily described or executed, and would be like the legislator combing wool into the fire, as people say, or performing any other impossible and useless feat.
What is the cause, stranger, of this extreme hesitation?
You shall hear without any fruitless loss of time. That which has law and order in a state is the cause of every good, but that which is disordered or ill-ordered is often the ruin of that which is well-ordered. And at this point the argument is now waiting. For with you, Cleinias and Megillus, the common tables of men are, as I said, a heaven-born and admirable institution. But you are mistaken in leaving the women unregulated by law. They have no similar institution of public tables in the light of day, and just that part of the human race which is by nature prone to secrecy and stealth on account of their weakness, I mean the female sex, has been left without regulation by the legislator, which is a great mistake. And in consequence of this neglect, many things have grown lax among you, which might have been far better if they had been only regulated by law. For the neglect of regulations about women may not only be regarded as a neglect of half the entire matter, but in proportion as women's nature is inferior to that of men in capacity for virtue, in that degree the consequence of such neglect is more than twice as important. The careful consideration of this matter, and the arranging and ordering on a common principle of all our institutions relating both to men and women, greatly conduces to the happiness of the state. But at present, such is the unfortunate condition of mankind, that no man of sense will ever venture to speak of common tables in places and cities in which they have never been established at all. And how can anyone avoid being utterly ridiculous who attempts to compel women to show in public how much they eat and drink? There is nothing at which the sex is more likely to take offence, for women are accustomed to creep into dark places, and when dragged out into the light they will exert their utmost powers of resistance, and be far too much for the legislator. and therefore, as I said before, in most places they will not endure to have the truth spoken without raising a tremendous outcry. But in this state, perhaps they may. And if we may assume that our whole discussion about the state has not been mere idle talk, I should like to prove to you, if you will consent to listen, that this institution is good and proper. But if you had rather not, I will refrain.
There is nothing which we should both of us like better, stranger, than to hear what you have to say.
Very good, and you must not be surprised if I go back a little, for we have plenty of leisure, and there is nothing to prevent us from considering in every point of view the subject of law.
True.
Then let us return once more to what we were saying at first. Every man should understand that the human race either had no beginning at all, and will never have an end, but always will be and has been, or that it began an immense while ago.
Certainly.
Well, and have there not been constitutions and destructions of states, and all sorts of pursuits, both orderly and disorderly, and diverse desires of meats and drinks, always, and in all the world, and all sorts of changes of the seasons, in which animals may be expected to have undergone innumerable transformations of themselves?
No doubt.
And may we not suppose that vines appeared, which had previously no existence, and also olives, and the gifts of Demeter and her daughter, of which one, Triptolemus, was the minister, and that, before these existed, animals took to devouring each other, as they do still?
True.
Again, the practice of men sacrificing one another still exists among many nations, while, on the other hand, we hear of other human beings who did not even venture to taste the flesh of a cow, and had no animal sacrifices, but only cakes and fruits dipped in honey, and similar pure offerings, but no flesh of animals. For these they abstained under the idea that they ought not to eat them, and might not stain the altars of the gods with blood. For in those days men are said to have lived a sort of Orphic life, having the use of all lifeless things, but abstaining from all living things.
Such has been the constant tradition, and is very likely true.
Someone might say to us, what is the drift of all this?
A very pertinent question, stranger.
And therefore I will endeavour, Cleinias, if I can, to draw the natural inference.
Proceed.
I see that among men all things depend upon three wants and desires, of which the end is virtue, if they are rightly led by them, or the opposite if wrongly. Now these are eating and drinking, which begin at birth. Every animal has a natural desire for them, and is violently excited, and rebels against him who says that he must not satisfy all his pleasures and appetites, and get rid of all the corresponding pains. And the third and the greatest and sharpest want and desire breaks out last, and is the fire of sexual lust, which kindles in men every species of wantonness and madness. And these three disorders we must endeavour to master by the three great principles of fear and law and right reason, turning them away from that which is called pleasantest to the best, using the muses and the gods who preside over contests to extinguish their increase and influx. But to return, after marriage let us speak of the birth of the children, and after their birth of their nurture and education. In the course of discussion, the several laws will be perfected, and we shall at last arrive at the common tables. Whether such associations are to be confined to men, or extended to women also, we shall see better when we approach and take a nearer view of them, and we may then determine what previous institutions are required, and will have to precede them. As I said before, we shall see them more in detail, and shall be better able to lay down the laws which are proper or suited to them.
Very true.
Let us keep in mind the words which have now been spoken, for hereafter there may be need of them.
What do you bid us keep in mind?
That which we comprehended under the three words. First, eating, secondly, drinking, thirdly, the excitement of love.
We shall be sure to remember, stranger.
Very good. Then let us now proceed to marriage, and teach persons in what way they shall beget children, threatening them, if they disobey, with the terrors of the law.
What do you mean?
The bride and bridegroom should consider that they are to produce for the state the best and fairest specimens of children which they can. Now all men who are associated by any action always succeed when they attend and give their mind to what they are doing. But when they do not give their mind, or have no mind, they fail. Wherefore let the bridegroom give his mind to the bride, and to the begetting of children. And the bride in like manner give her mind to the bridegroom, and particularly at the time when their children are not yet born. And let the women whom we have chosen be the overseers of such matters, and let them in whatever number, large or small, and at whatever time the magistrates may command, assemble every day in the temple of Eileithyia, during a third part of the day. And being there assembled, let them inform one another, or any one whom they see, whether man or woman, of those who are begetting children, disregarding the ordinances given at the time, when the nuptial sacrifices and ceremonies were performed. Let the begetting of children, and the supervision of those who are begetting them, continue 10 years and no longer, during the time when marriage is fruitful. But if any continue without children up to this time, let them take counsel with their kindred, and with the women holding the office of overseer, and be divorced for their mutual benefit. If, however, any dispute arises about what is proper, and for the interest of either party, they shall choose 10 of the guardians of the law, and abide by their permission and appointment. The women who preside over these matters shall enter into the houses of the young, and partly by admonitions and partly by threats make them give over their folly and error. If they persist, let the women go and tell the guardians of the law, and the guardians shall prevent them. But if they too cannot prevent them, they shall bring the matter before the people, and let them write up their names, and make oath that they cannot reform such and such an one. And let him who is thus written up, if he cannot, in a court of law, convict those who have inscribed his name, be deprived of the privileges of a citizen in the following respects. Let him not go to weddings, nor to the thanksgivings after the birth of children. And if he go, let any one who pleases strike him with impunity. And let the same regulations hold about women. Let not a woman be allowed to appear abroad, or receive honour, or go to nuptial and birthday festivals, if she in like manner be written up as acting disorderly and cannot obtain a verdict. And if, when they themselves have done begetting children according to the law, a man or woman have connection with another man or woman, who are still begetting children, let the same penalties be inflicted upon them as upon those who are still having a family. And when the time for procreation has passed, let the man or woman who refrains in such matters be held in esteem, and let those who do not refrain be held in the contrary of esteem, that is to say, disesteem. Now, if the greater part of mankind behave modestly, the enactments of law may be left to slumber. But if they are disorderly, the enactments, having been passed, let them be carried into execution. To every man the first year is the beginning of life, and the time of birth ought to be written down in the temples of their fathers as the beginning of existence to every child, whether boy or girl. Let every fatria have inscribed on a whited wall the name of the successive archons by whom the years are reckoned, and near to them let the living members of the fatria be inscribed, and when they depart life, let them be erased. The limit of marriageable ages for a woman shall be from 16 to 20 years at the longest, for a man from 30 to 35 years, and let a woman hold office at 40, and a man at 30 years. Let a man go out to war from 20 to 60 years, and for a woman, if there appear any need to make use of her in military service, let the time of service be after she shall have brought forth children up to 50 years of age, and let regard be had to what is possible and suitable to each.
Book 7.
And now, assuming children of both sexes to have been born,
It will be proper for us to consider, in the next place, their nurture and education. This cannot be left altogether unnoticed, and yet may be thought a subject fitted rather for precept and admonition than for law. In private life there are many little things, not always apparent, arising out of the pleasures and pains and desires of individuals, which run counter to the intention of the legislator, and make the characters of the citizens various and dissimilar. This is an evil in states, for by reason of their smallness and frequent occurrence, there would be an unseemliness and want of propriety in making them penal by law. And if made penal, they are the destruction of the written law, because mankind get the habit of frequently transgressing the law in small matters. The result is that you cannot legislate about them, and still less can you be silent. I speak somewhat darkly, but I shall endeavour also to bring my wares into the light of day, for I acknowledge that at present there is a want of clearness in what I am saying.
Very true.
Stranger, am I not right in maintaining that a good education is that which tends most to the improvement of mind and body?
Undoubtedly.
And nothing can be plainer than that the fairest bodies are those which grow up from infancy in the best and straightest manner.
Certainly.
And do we not further observe that the first shoot of every living thing is by far the greatest and fullest? Many will even contend that a man at 25 does not reach twice the height which he attained at 5.
True.
Well, and is not rapid growth, without proper and abundant exercise, the source of endless evils in the body?
Yes.
And the body should have the most exercise when it receives most nourishment.
But, stranger, are we to impose this great amount of exercise upon newly born infants?
Nay, rather on the bodies of infants still unborn.
What do you mean, my good sir? In the process of gestation?
Exactly. I am not at all surprised that you have never heard of this very peculiar sort of gymnastic applied to such little creatures, which, although strange, I will endeavour to explain to you.
By all means.
The practice is more easy for us to understand than for you, by reason of certain amusements which are carried to excess by us at Athens. Not only boys, but often older persons, are in the habit of keeping quails and cocks, which they train to fight one another. And they are far from thinking that the contests in which they stir them up to fight with one another are sufficient exercise. For in addition to this, they carry them about, tucked beneath their armpits, holding the smaller birds in their hands, the larger under their arms, and go for a walk of a great many miles for the sake of health. That is to say, not their own health, but the health of the birds, whereby they prove to any intelligent person that all bodies are benefited by shakings and movements, when they are moved without weariness, whether motion proceeds from themselves, or is caused by a swing, or at sea, or on horseback, or by other bodies in whatever way moving, and that thus gaining the mastery over food and drink, they are able to impart beauty and health and strength. But admitting all this, what follows? Shall we make a ridiculous law that the pregnant woman shall walk about and fashion the embryo within as we fashion wax before it hardens, and after birth swathe the infant for 2 years? Suppose that we compel nurses, under penalty of a legal fine, to be always carrying the children somewhere or other, either to the temples, or into the country, or to their relations' houses, until they are well able to stand, and to take care that their limbs are not distorted by leaning on them when they are too young. They should continue to carry them until the infant has completed its 3rd year. Nurses should be strong, and there should be more than one of them. Shall these be our rules? And shall we impose a penalty for the neglect of them? No. No. The penalty of which we were speaking will fall upon our own heads more than enough.
What penalty?
Ridicule, and the difficulty of getting the feminine and servant-like dispositions of the nurses to comply.
Then why was there any need to speak of the matter at all?
The reason is that masters and freemen in states, when they hear of it, are very likely to arrive at a true conviction that without due regulation of private life in cities, stability in the laying down of laws is hardly to be expected.
And he who makes this reflection may himself adopt the laws just now mentioned, and adopting them, may order his house and state well and be happy.
Likely enough.
And therefore let us proceed with our legislation until we have determined the exercises which are suited to the souls of young children, in the same manner in which we have begun to go through the rules relating to their bodies.
By all means.
Let us assume, then, as a first principle, in relation both to the body and soul of very young creatures, that nursing and moving about by day and night is good for them all, and that the younger they are, the more they will need it. Infants should live, if that were possible, as if they were always rocking at sea. This is the lesson which we may gather from the experience of nurses, and likewise from the use of the remedy of motion in the rites of the Corybantes. For when mothers want their restless children to go to sleep, they do not employ rest, but on the contrary, motion, rocking them in their arms. Nor do they give them silence, but they sing to them, and lap them in sweet strains. And the Bacchic women are cured of their frenzy in the same manner by the use of the dance and of music.
Well, stranger, and what is the reason of this?
The reason is obvious.
What?
The affection both of the Bacchantes and of the children is an emotion of fear, which springs out of an evil habit of the soul. And when someone applies external agitation to affections of this sort, the motion coming from without gets the better of the terrible and violent internal one, and produces a peace and calm in the soul, and quiets the restless palpitation of the heart, which is a thing much to be desired, sending the children to sleep, and making the Bacchantes, although they remain awake, to dance to the pipe with the help of the gods to whom they offer acceptable sacrifices, and producing in them a sound mind, which takes the place of their frenzy. And to express what I mean in a word, there is a good deal to be said in favour of this treatment.
Certainly.
But if fear has such a power, we ought to infer from these facts that every soul which from youth upward has been familiar with fears will be made more liable to fear, and every one will allow that this is the way to form a habit of cowardice and not of courage.
No doubt.
And, on the other hand, the habit of overcoming, from our youth upwards, the fears and terrors which beset us, may be said to be an exercise of courage.
True.
And we may say that the use of exercise and motion in the earliest years of life greatly contributes to create a part of virtue in the soul.
Quite true.
Further, a cheerful temper, or the reverse, may be regarded as having much to do with high spirit on the one hand, or with cowardice on the other.
To be sure.
Then now we must endeavour to show how, and to what extent we may, if we please, without difficulty implant either character in the young.
Certainly.
There is a common opinion that luxury makes the disposition of youth discontented and irascible, and vehemently excited by trifles. That, on the other hand, excessive and savage servitude makes men mean and abject, and haters of their kind, and therefore makes them undesirable associates.
But how must the state educate those who do not as yet understand the language of the country, and are therefore incapable of appreciating any sort of instruction?
I will tell you how. Every animal that is born is wont to utter some cry, and this is especially the case with man, and he is also affected with the inclination to weep more than any other animal.
Quite true.
Do not nurses, when they want to know what an infant desires, judge by these signs? When anything is brought to the infant and he is silent, then he is supposed to be pleased, but when he weeps and cries out, then he is not pleased. For tears and cries are the inauspicious signs by which children show what they love and hate. Now the time which is thus spent is no less than 3 years, and is a very considerable portion of life to be passed ill or well.
True.
Does not the discontented and ungracious nature appear to you to be full of lamentations and sorrows, more than a good man ought to be?
Certainly.
Well, but if during these 3 years every possible care were taken that our nursling should have as little of sorrow and fear, and in general of pain, as was possible, might we not expect in early childhood to make his soul more gentle and cheerful.
To be sure, stranger, more especially if we could procure him a variety of pleasures.
There I can no longer agree. Cleinias, you amaze me. To bring him up in such a way would be his utter ruin. The beginning is always the most critical part of education. Let us see whether I am right.
Proceed.
The point about which you and I differ is of great importance, and I hope that you, Megillus, will help to decide between us. For I maintain that the true life should neither seek for pleasures, nor, on the other hand, entirely avoid pains, but should embrace the middle state, which I just spoke of as gentle and benign, and is a state which we, by some divine presage and inspiration, rightly ascribe to God. Now, I say, he among men, too, who would be divine, ought to pursue after this mean habit. He should not rush headlong into pleasures, for he will not be free from pains. Nor should we allow anyone, young or old, male or female, to be thus given any more than ourselves, and least of all the newly born infant. For in infancy, more than at any other time, the character is ingrained by habit. Nay, more, if I were not afraid of appearing to be ridiculous, I would say that a woman during her year of pregnancy should, of all women, be most carefully tended, and kept from violent or excessive pleasures and pains, and should at that time cultivate gentleness and benevolence and kindness.
You need not ask Megillus, stranger, which of us has most truly spoken, for I myself agree that all men ought to avoid the life of unmingled pain or pleasure, and pursue always a middle course. And having spoken well, may I add that you have been well answered?
Very good, Cleinias. And now let us all three consider a further point.
What is it?
That all the matters which we are now describing are commonly called by the general name of unwritten customs, and what are termed the laws of our ancestors are all of similar nature. And the reflection which lately arose in our minds, that we can neither call these things laws, nor yet leave them unmentioned, is justified. For they are the bonds of the whole state, and come in between the written laws, which are, or are hereafter, to be laid down. They are just ancestral customs of great antiquity, which, if they are rightly ordered and made habitual, shield and preserve the previously existing written law. But if they depart from right, and fall into disorder, then they are like the props of builders which slip away out of their place and cause a universal ruin. One part drags another down, and the fair superstructure falls because the old foundations are undermined. Reflecting upon this, Cleinias, you ought to bind together the new state in every possible way, omitting nothing, whether great or small, of what are called laws, or manners, or pursuits. For by these means a city is bound together, and all these things are only lasting when they depend upon one another. Therefore, we must not wonder if we find that many apparently trifling customs or usages come pouring in and lengthening out our laws.
Very true. We are disposed to agree with you.
Up to the age of 3 years, whether of boy or girl, if a person strictly carries out our previous regulations and makes them a principal aim, he will do much for the advantage of the young creatures. But at 3, 4, 5, and even 6 years, the childish nature will require sports. Now is the time to get rid of self-will in him, punishing him, but not so as to disgrace him. We were saying about slaves that we ought neither to add insult to punishment so as to anger them, nor yet to leave them unpunished, lest they become self-willed. And a like rule is to be observed in the case of the free-born. Children at that age have certain natural modes of amusement, which they find out for themselves when they meet. And all the children who are between the ages of 3 and 6 ought to meet at the temples, the villages, several families of a village uniting on one spot. The nurses are to see that the children behave properly and orderly. They themselves and all their companies are to be under the control of 12 matrons, one for each company. who are annually selected to inspect them from the women previously mentioned, i.e. the women who have authority over marriage, whom the guardians of the law appoint. These matrons shall be chosen by the women who have authority over marriage, one out of each tribe. All are to be of the same age, and let each of them, as soon as she is appointed, hold office and go to the temples every day, punishing all offenders, male or female, who are slaves or strangers, by the help of some of the public slaves. But if any citizen disputes the punishment, let her bring him before the wardens of the city, or, if there be no dispute, let her punish him herself. After the age of 6 years, the time has arrived for the separation of the sexes. Let boys live with boys, and girls in like manner with girls. Now they must begin to learn, the boys going to teachers of horsemanship, and the use of the bow, the javelin, and sling, and the girls too, if they do not object, at any rate until they know how to manage these weapons, and especially how to handle heavy arms, for I may note that the practice which now prevails is almost universally misunderstood.
In what respect?
In that the right and left hand are supposed to be by nature differently suited for our various uses of them, whereas no difference is found in the use of the feet and the lower limbs. But in the use of the hands we are, as it were, maimed by the folly of nurses and mothers. For although our several limbs are by nature balanced, we create a difference in them by bad habit. In some cases this is of no consequence, as, for example, when we hold the lyre in the left hand, and the plectrum in the right. But it is downright folly to make the same distinction in other cases. The custom of the Scythians proves our error, for they not only hold the bow from them with the left hand, and draw the arrow to them with their right, but use either hand for both purposes. And there are many similar examples in charioteering and other things, from which we may learn that those who make the left side weaker than the right act contrary to nature. In the case of the plectrum, which is of horn only, and similar instruments, as I was saying, it is of no consequence, but makes a great difference, and may be of very great importance to the warrior who has to use iron weapons, bows and javelins and the like. Above all, when in heavy armour, he has to fight against heavy armour. And there is a very great difference between one who has learnt and one who has not, and between one who has been trained in gymnastic exercises and one who has not been. For as he who is perfectly skilled in the pancratium, or boxing, or wrestling, is not unable to fight from his left side, and does not limp and draggle in confusion when his opponent makes him change his position, so in heavy armed fighting, and in all other things, if I am not mistaken, the like holds. He who has these double powers of attack and defence ought not in any case to leave them either unused or untrained, if he can help. And if a person had the nature of Geryon or Briareus, he ought to be able with his 100 hands to throw 100 darts. Now the magistrates, male and female, should see to all these things, the women superintending the nursing and amusements of the children, and the men superintending their education, that all of them, boys and girls alike, may be sound hand and foot, and may not, if they can help, spoil the gifts of nature by bad habits. Education has 2 branches, one of gymnastic, which is concerned with the body, and the other of music, which is designed for the improvement of the soul. And gymnastic has also 2 branches, dancing and wrestling, and one sort of dancing imitates musical recitation and aims at preserving dignity and freedom, the other aims at producing health, agility, and beauty in the limbs and parts of the body, giving the proper flexion and extension to each of them. A harmonious motion being diffused everywhere, and forming a suitable accompaniment to the dance. As regards wrestling, the tricks which Antaeus and Chersion devised in their systems out of a vain spirit of competition, or the tricks of boxing which Epeus or Amicus invented, are useless and unsuitable for war, and do not deserve to have much said about them.
But the art of wrestling erect and keeping free the neck and hands and sides, working with energy and constancy, with a composed strength, and for the sake of health, these are always useful, and are not to be neglected, but to be enjoined alike on masters and scholars when we reach that part of legislation. And we will desire the one to give their instructions freely, and the others to receive them thankfully. Nor again must we omit suitable imitations of war in our choruses. Here in Crete you have the armed dances of the Curetes, and the Spartans have those of the Dioscuri. And our Virgin Lady, delighting in the amusement of the dance, thought it not fit to amuse herself with empty hands. She must be clothed in a complete suit of armour, and in this attire go through the dance. And youths and maidens should in every respect imitate her, esteeming highly the favour of the goddess, both with a view to the necessities of war and to festive occasions. It will be right also for the boys, until such time as they go out to war, to make processions and supplications to all the gods in goodly array, armed and on horseback, in dances and marches, fast or slow, offering up prayers to the gods and to the sons of gods, and also engaging in contests and preludes of contests, if at all with these objects. For these sorts of exercises, and no others, are useful both in peace and war, and are beneficial alike to states and to private houses. But other labours and sports and exercises of the body are unworthy of freemen, O Megillus and Cleinias. I have now completely described the kind of gymnastic which I said at first ought to be described. If you know of any better, will you communicate your thoughts?
It is not easy, stranger, to put aside these principles of gymnastic and wrestling and to enunciate better ones.
Now we must say what is yet to be said about the gifts of the Muses and of Apollo. Before we fancied that we had said all, and that gymnastic alone remained, but now we see clearly what points have been omitted, and should be first proclaimed. Of these, then, let us proceed to speak.
By all means.
Let me tell you once more, although you have heard me say the same before, that caution must be always exercised, both by the speaker and by the hearer, about anything that is very singular and unusual. For my tale is one which many a man would be afraid to tell, and yet I have a confidence which makes me go on.
What have you to say, stranger?
I say that in states generally, no one has observed that the plays of childhood have a great deal to do with the permanence or want of permanence in legislation. For when plays are ordered with a view to children having the same plays and amusing themselves after the same manner, and finding delight in the same playthings, the more solemn institutions of the state are allowed to remain undisturbed. Whereas if sports are disturbed, and innovations are made in them, and they constantly change, and the young never speak of their having the same likings, or the same established notions of good and bad taste, either in the bearing of their bodies or in their dress, but he who devises something new and out of the way in figures and colours and the like is held in special honour, we may truly say that no greater evil can happen in a state. For he who changes the sports is secretly changing the manners of the young, and making the old to be dishonoured among them, and the new to be honoured. And I affirm that there is nothing which is a greater injury to all states than saying or thinking thus. Will you hear me tell how great I deem the evil to be?
You mean the evil of blaming antiquity in states?
Exactly.
If you are speaking of that, you will find in us hearers who are disposed to receive what you say not unfavourably, but most favourably.
I should expect so.
Proceed.
Well, then, let us give all the greater heed to one another's words. The argument affirms that any change whatever, except from evil, is the most dangerous of all things. This is true in the case of the seasons, and of the winds, in the management of our bodies, and the habits of our minds.
true of all things, except, as I said before, of the bad. He who looks at the constitution of individuals accustomed to eat any sort of meat or drink any drink, or to do any work which they can get, may see that they are at first disordered by them, but afterwards, as time goes on, their bodies grow adapted to them, and they learn to know and like variety, and have good health and enjoyment of life. And if ever afterwards they are confined again to a superior diet, at first they are troubled with disorders, and with difficulty become habituated to their new food. A similar principle we may imagine to hold good about the minds of men, and the natures of their souls. For when they have been brought up in certain laws, which by some divine providence have remained unchanged during long ages, so that no one has any memory or tradition of their ever having been otherwise than they are, then everyone is afraid and ashamed to change that which is established. The legislator must somehow find a way of implanting this reverence for antiquity, and I would propose the following way. People are apt to fancy, as I was saying before, that when the plays of children are altered, they are merely plays, not seeing that the most serious and detrimental consequences arise out of the change, and they readily comply with the child's wishes, instead of deterring him, not considering that these children who make innovations in their games, when they grow up to be men, will be different from the last generation of children, and, being different, will desire a different sort of life, and under the influence of this desire will want other institutions and laws, and no one of them reflects that there will follow what I just now called the greatest of evils to states. Changes in bodily fashions are no such serious evils, but frequent changes in the praise and censure of manners are the greatest of evils, and require the utmost provision.
To be sure.
And now, do we still hold to our former assertion that rhythms and music in general are imitations of good and evil characters in men? What say you?
That is the only doctrine which we can admit.
Must we not, then, try in every possible way to prevent our youth from even desiring to imitate new modes either in dance or song? Nor must any one be allowed to offer them varieties of pleasures.
Most true.
Can any of us imagine a better mode of effecting this object than that of the Egyptians?
What is their method?
To consecrate every sort of dance or melody. First, we should ordain festivals, calculating for the year what they ought to be, and at what time, and in honour of what gods, sons of gods, and heroes they ought to be celebrated. And in the next place, what hymns ought to be sung at the several sacrifices, and with what dances the particular festival is to be honoured. This has to be arranged at first by certain persons, and, when arranged, the whole assembly of the citizens are to offer sacrifices and libations to the Fates and all the other gods, and to consecrate the several odes to gods and heroes. And if any one offers any other hymns or dances to any one of the gods, the priests and priestesses, acting in concert with the guardians of the law, shall, with the sanction of religion and the law, exclude him, and he who is excluded, if he do not submit, shall be liable all his life long to have a suit of impiety brought against him by any one who likes.
Very good.
In the consideration of this subject, let us remember what is due to ourselves.
To what are you referring?
I mean that any young man, and much more any old one, when he sees or hears anything strange or unaccustomed, does not at once run to embrace the paradox, but he stands considering, like a person who is at a place where three paths meet, and does not very well know his way. He may be alone, or he may be walking with others, and he will say to himself and them, "Which is the way?" and will not move forward until he is satisfied that he is going right. And this is what we must do in the present instance. A strange discussion on the subject of law has arisen, which requires the utmost consideration, and we should not at our age be too ready to speak about such great matters, or be confident that we can say anything certain all in a moment.
Most true.
Then we will allow time for reflection, and decide when we have given the subject sufficient consideration. But that we may not be hindered from completing the natural arrangement of our laws, let us proceed to the conclusion of them in due order. For very possibly, if God will, the exposition of them, when completed, may throw light on our present perplexity.
Excellent, stranger. Let us do as you propose.
Let us then affirm the paradox that strains of music are our laws, nomoi, and this latter being the name which the ancients gave to lyric song, they probably would not have very much objected to our proposed application of the word. Someone, either asleep or awake, must have had a dreamy suspicion of their nature. And let our decree be as follows. No one, in singing or dancing, shall offend against public and consecrated models, and the general fashion among the youth, any more than he would offend against any other law. And he who observes this law shall be blameless. But he who is disobedient, as I was saying, shall be punished by the guardians of the laws, and by the priests and priestesses. Suppose that we imagine this to be our law.
Very good.
Can anyone who makes such laws escape ridicule? Let us see. I think that our only safety will be in first framing certain models for composers. One of these models shall be as follows. If, when a sacrifice is going on, and the victims are being burnt according to law, if, I say, any one who may be a son or a brother, standing by another at the altar and over the victims, horribly blasphemes, will not his words inspire despondency and evil omens and forebodings in the mind of his father and of his other kinsmen?
Of course.
And this is just what takes place in almost all our cities. A magistrate offers a public sacrifice, and there come in not one but many choruses, who take up a position a little way from the altar, and from time to time pour forth all sorts of horrible blasphemies on the sacred rites, exciting the souls of the audience with words and rhythms and melodies most sorrowful to hear. And he who at the moment when the city is offering sacrifice makes the citizens weep most, carries away the palm of victory. Now, ought we not to forbid such strains as these? And if ever our citizens must hear such lamentations, then on some unblessed and inauspicious day let there be choruses of foreign and hired minstrels, like those hirelings who accompany the departed at funerals with barbarous carrion chants. That is the sort of thing which will be appropriate, if we have such strains at all. And let the apparel of the singers be not circlets and ornaments of gold, but the reverse. Enough of all this. I will simply ask once more whether we shall lay down as one of our principles of song
What?
that we should avoid every word of evil omen. Let that kind of song which is a good omen be heard everywhere and always in our state. I need hardly ask again, but shall assume that you agree with me.
By all means. That law is approved by the suffrages of us all.
But what shall be our next musical law or type? Ought not prayers to be offered up to the gods when we sacrifice?
Certainly.
And our third law, if I am not mistaken, will be to the effect that our poets, understanding prayers to be requests which we make to the gods, will take especial heed that they do not, by mistake, ask for evil instead of good. To make such a prayer would surely be too ridiculous.
Very true.
Were we not a little while ago quite convinced that no silver or golden Plutus should dwell in our state?
To be sure.
And what has it been the object of our argument to show? Did we not imply that the poets are not always quite capable of knowing what is good or evil? And if one of them utters a mistaken prayer in song or words, he will make our citizens pray for the opposite of what is good in matters of the highest import, than which, as I was saying, there can be few greater mistakes. Shall we then propose as one of our laws, and models relating to the Muses,
What? Will you explain the law more precisely?
Shall we make a law that the poet shall compose nothing contrary to the ideas of the lawful, or just, or beautiful, or good, which are allowed in the state? Nor shall he be permitted to communicate his compositions to any private individuals, until he shall have shown them to the appointed judges and the guardians of the law, and they are satisfied with them. As to the persons whom we appoint to be our legislators about music, and as to the director of education, these have been already indicated. Once more, then, as I have asked more than once, shall this be our third law, and type, and model? What do you say?
Let it be so, by all means.
Then it will be proper to have hymns and praises of the gods intermingled with prayers, and after the gods' prayers and praises should be offered in a like manner to demigods and heroes, suitable to their several characters.
Certainly.
In the next place, there will be no objection to a law that citizens who are departed and have done good and energetic deeds, either with their souls or with their bodies, and have been obedient to the laws, should receive eulogies. This will be very fitting.
Quite true.
But to honour with hymns and panegyrics those who are still alive is not safe. A man should run his course, and make a fair ending, and then we will praise him. And let praise be given equally to women as well as men who have been distinguished in virtue. The order of songs and dances shall be as follows. There are many ancient musical compositions and dances which are excellent, and from these the newly founded city may freely select what is proper and suitable. And they shall choose judges of not less than 50 years of age, who shall make the selection, and any of the old poems which they deem sufficient they shall include. Any that are deficient or altogether unsuitable they shall either utterly throw aside or examine and amend, taking into their counsel poets and musicians, and making use of their poetical genius, but explaining to them the wishes of the legislator, in order that they may regulate dancing music and all choral strains, according to the mind of the judges, and not allowing them to indulge, except in some few matters, their individual pleasures and fancies. Now, the irregular strain of music is always made 10,000 times better by attaining to law and order, and rejecting the honeyed muse. Not, however, that we mean wholly to exclude pleasure, which is the characteristic of all music, and if a man be brought up from childhood to the age of discretion and maturity in the use of the orderly and severe music, when he hears the opposite he detests it, and calls it illiberal. But if trained in the sweet and vulgar music, he deems the severer kind cold and displeasing. So that, as I was saying before, while he who hears them gains no more pleasure from the one than from the other, the one has the advantage of making those who are trained in it better men, whereas the other makes them worse.
Very true.
Again, we must distinguish and determine, on some general principle, what songs are suitable to women, and what to men, and must assign to them their proper melodies and rhythms. It is shocking for a whole harmony to be inharmonical, or for a rhythm to be unrhythmical, and this will happen when the melody is inappropriate to them, and therefore the legislator must assign to these also their forms. Now both sexes have melodies and rhythms which of necessity belong to them, and those of women are clearly enough indicated by their natural difference. The grand, and that which tends to courage, may be fairly called manly, but that which inclines to moderation and temperance may be declared both in law and in ordinary speech to be the more womanly quality. This, then, will be the general order of them. Let us now speak of the manner of teaching and imparting them, and the persons to whom, and the time when, they are severally to be imparted. As the shipwright first lays down the lines of the keel, and thus, as it were, draws the ship in outline, so do I seek to distinguish the patterns of life, and lay down their keels according to the nature of different men's souls, seeking truly to consider by what means and in what ways we may go through the voyage of life best. Now, human affairs are hardly worth considering in earnest, and yet we must be in earnest about them. A sad necessity constrains us, and having got thus far, there will be a fitness in our completing the matter, if we can only find some suitable method of doing so. But what do I mean? Someone may ask this very question, and quite rightly, too.
Certainly.
I say that about serious matters a man should be serious, and about a matter which is not serious he should not be serious, and that God is the natural and worthy object of our most serious and blessed endeavours. For man, as I said before, is made to be the plaything of God, and this, truly considered, is the best of him. Wherefore also every man and woman should walk seriously, and pass life in the noblest of pastimes, and be of another mind from what they are at present.
In what respect?
At present they think that their serious suits should be for the sake of their sports, for they deem war a serious pursuit, which must be managed well for the sake of peace. But the truth is that there neither is, nor has been, nor ever will be, either amusement or instruction in any degree worth, speaking of in war, which is nevertheless deemed by us to be the most serious of our pursuits. And therefore, as we say, every one of us should live the life of peace as long and as well as he can. And what is the right way of living? Are we to live in sports always? If so, in what kind of sports? We ought to live sacrificing and singing and dancing, and then a man will be able to propitiate the gods, and to defend himself against his enemies, and conquer them in battle. The type of song or dance by which he will propitiate them has been described, and the paths along which he is to proceed have been cut for him. He will go forward in the spirit of the poet. Telemachus, some things thou wilt thyself find in thy heart, but other things God will suggest. For I deem that thou wast not brought up without the will of the gods, and this ought to be the view of our alumni. They ought to think that what has been said is enough for them, and that any other things their genius and God will suggest to them, he will tell them to whom, and when, and to what gods severally they are to sacrifice, and perform dances, and how they may propitiate the deities, and live according to the appointment of nature, being for the most part puppets, but having some little share of reality.
You have a low opinion of mankind, stranger.
Nay, Megillus, be not amazed, but forgive me, I was comparing them with the gods, and under that feeling I spoke. Let us grant, if you wish, that the human race is not to be despised, but is worthy of some consideration. Next follow the buildings of gymnasia and schools open to all. These are to be in 3 places in the midst of the city, and outside the city, and in the surrounding country, also in 3 places. There shall be schools for horse exercise, and large grounds arranged with a view to archery and the throwing of missiles, at which young men may learn and practice. Of these mention has already been made, and if the mention be not sufficiently explicit, let us speak further of them and embody them in laws. In these several schools let there be dwellings for teachers, who shall be brought from foreign parts by pay, and let them teach those who attend the schools the art of war and the art of music. And the children shall come not only if their parents please, but if they do not please. There shall be compulsory education, as the saying is, of all and sundry, as far this is possible, and the pupils shall be regarded as belonging to the state, rather than to their parents. My law would apply to females as well as males. They shall both go through the same exercises. I assert without fear of contradiction that gymnastic and horsemanship are as suitable to women as to men. Of the truth of this I am persuaded from ancient tradition, and at the present day there are said to be countless myriads of women in the neighbourhood of the Black Sea, called Soromatides, who not only ride on horseback like men, but have enjoined upon them the use of bows and other weapons equally with the men. And I further affirm that if these things are possible, nothing can be more absurd than the practice which prevails in our own country, of men and women not following the same pursuits with all their strength and with one mind, for thus the state, instead of being a whole, is reduced to a half, but has the same imposts to pay and the same toils to undergo. And what can be a greater mistake for any legislator to make than this?
Very true. Yet much of what has been asserted by us, stranger, is contrary to the custom of states. Still, in saying that the discourse should be allowed to proceed, and that when the discussion is completed we should choose what seems best, you spoke very properly, and I now feel compunction for what I have said. Tell me, then, what you would next wish to say.
I should wish to say, Cleinias, as I said before, that if the possibility of these things were not sufficiently proven in fact, then there might be an objection to the argument. But the fact being, as I have said, he who rejects the law must find some other ground of objection, and failing this, our exhortation will still hold good. Nor will any one deny that women ought to share as far as possible in education and in other ways with men. For consider, if women do not share in their whole life with men, then they must have some other order of life.
Certainly.
And what arrangement of life to be found anywhere is preferable to this community which we are now assigning to them? Shall we prefer that which is adopted by the Thracians and many other races who use their women to till the ground, and to be shepherds of their herds and flocks, and to minister to them like slaves? Or shall we do as we and people in our part of the world do, getting together, as the phrase is, all our goods and chattels into one dwelling? We entrust them to our women, who are the stewards of them, and who also preside over the shuttles and the whole art of spinning. Or shall we take a middle course, in Sparta, Megillus, letting the girls share in gymnastic and music, while the grown-up women, no longer employed in spinning wool, are hard at work weaving the web of life, which will be no cheap or mean employment, and in the duty of serving and taking care of the household and bringing up children, in which they will observe a sort of mean, not participating in the toils of war. And if there were any necessity that they should fight for their city and families, unlike the Amazons, they would be unable to take part in archery or any other skilled use of missiles, nor could they, after the example of the goddess, carry shield or spear, or stand up nobly for their country when it was being destroyed, and strike terror into their enemies, if only because they were seen in regular order. Living as they do, they would never dare at all to imitate the Socrates, who, when compared with ordinary women, would appear to be like men. Let him who will praise your legislators, but I must say what I think. The legislator ought to be whole and perfect, and not half a man only. He ought not to let the female sex live softly and waste money and have no order of life, while he takes the utmost care of the male sex, and leaves half of life only blessed with happiness, when he might have made the whole state happy.
What shall we do, Cleinias? Shall we allow a stranger to run down Sparta in this fashion?
Yes, for as we have given him liberty of speech, we must let him go on until we have perfected the work of legislation.
Very true.
Then now I may proceed.
By all means.
What will be the manner of life among men who may be supposed to have their food and clothing provided for them in moderation, and who have entrusted the practice of the arts to others, and whose husbandry, committed to slaves paying a part of the produce, brings them a return sufficient for men living temperately, who moreover have common tables in which the men are placed apart, and near them are the common tables of their families, of their daughters and mothers, which day by day the officers, male and female, are to inspect. They shall see to the behaviour of the company, and so dismiss them, after which the presiding magistrate and his attendants shall honour with libations those gods to whom that day and night are dedicated, and then go home. To men whose lives are thus ordered, Is there no work remaining to be done which is necessary and fitting? But shall each one of them live fattening like a beast? Such a life is neither just nor honourable, nor can he who lives it fail of meeting his due. And the due reward of the idle fatted beast is that he should be torn in pieces by some other valiant beast, whose fatness is worn down by brave deeds and toil. These regulations, if we duly consider them, will never be exactly carried into execution under present circumstances, nor as long as women and children and houses and all other things are the private property of individuals. But if we can attain the second best form of polity, we shall be very well off. And to men living under this second polity, there remains a work to be accomplished which is far from being small or insignificant, but is the greatest of all works, and ordained by the appointment of righteous law. For the life which may be truly said to be concerned with the virtue of body and soul is twice, or more than twice, as full of toil and trouble as the pursuit after Pythian and Olympic victories, which debars a man from every employment of life. For there ought to be no by-work interfering with the greater work of providing the necessary exercise and nourishment for the body, and instruction and education for the soul. Night and day are not long enough for the accomplishment of their perfection and consummation. And therefore to this end all freemen ought to arrange the way in which they will spend their time during the whole course of the day, from morning till evening, and from evening till the morning of the next sunrise. There may seem to be some impropriety in the legislator determining minutely the numberless details of the management of the house, including such particulars as the duty of wakefulness in those who are to be perpetual watchmen of the whole city. For that any citizen should continue during the whole of any night in sleep, instead of being seen by all his servants, always the first to awake and get up. This, whether the regulation is to be called a law or only a practice, should be deemed base and unworthy of a freeman. Also that the mistress of the house should be awakened by her handmaidens, instead of herself first awakening them, is what the slaves, male and female, and the serving boys, and, if that were possible, everybody and everything in the house should regard as base. If they rise early, they may all of them do much of their public and of their household business as magistrates in the city, and masters and mistresses in their private houses, before the sun is up. Much sleep is not required by nature, either for our souls or bodies, or for the actions which they perform. For no one who is asleep is good for anything, any more than if he were dead. But he of us who has the most regard for life and reason keeps awake as long as he can, reserving only so much time for sleep as is expedient for health, and much sleep is not required, if the habit of moderation be once rightly formed. Magistrates in states who keep awake at night are terrible to the bad, whether enemies or citizens, and are honoured and reverenced by the just and temperate, and are useful to themselves and to the whole state. A night which is passed in such a manner, in addition to all the above-mentioned advantages, infuses a sort of courage into the minds of the citizens. When the day breaks, the time has arrived for youth to go to their schoolmasters. Now, neither sheep nor any other animals can live without a shepherd, nor can children be left without tutors, or slaves without masters. And of all animals, the boy is the most unmanageable, inasmuch as he has the fountain of reason in him not yet regulated. He is the most insidious, sharp-witted, and insubordinate of animals. Wherefore he must be bound with many bridles. In the first place, when he gets away from mothers and nurses, he must be under the management of tutors, on account of his childishness and foolishness. Then, again, being a freeman, he must be controlled by teachers, no matter what they teach, and by studies. But he is also a slave, and in that regard any freeman who comes in his way may punish him, and his tutor and his instructor, if any of them does anything wrong. And he who comes across him and does not inflict upon him the punishment which he deserves shall incur the greatest disgrace. And let the guardian of the law, who is the director of education, see to him who, coming in the way of the offences which we have mentioned, does not chastise them when he ought, or chastises them in a way which he ought not. Let him keep a sharp lookout, and take a special care of the training of our children, directing their natures and always turning them to good according to the law. But how can our law sufficiently train the director of education himself? For, as yet, all has been imperfect, and nothing has been said either clear or satisfactory. Now, as far as possible, the law ought to leave nothing to him, but to explain everything, that he may be an interpreter and tutor to others. About dances and music and choral strains I have already spoken, both to the character of the selection of them and the manner in which they are to be amended and consecrated. But we have not as yet spoken, O illustrious guardian of education, of the manner in which your pupils are to use those strains which are written in prose. Although you have been informed what martial strains they are to learn and practice, what relates in the first place to the learning of letters, and secondly to the lyre, and also to calculation, which, as we were saying, is needful for them all to learn, and any other things which are required with a view to war and the management of house and city, and, looking to the same object, what is useful in the revolutions of the heavenly bodies, the stars and sun and moon, and the various regulations about these matters which are necessary for the whole state. I am speaking of the arrangements of days in periods of months, and of months in years, which are to be observed in order that seasons and sacrifices and festivals may have their regular and natural order, and keep the city alive and awake, the gods receiving the honours due to them, and men having a better understanding about them. All these things, O my friend, have not yet been sufficiently declared to you by the legislator. Attend, then, to what I am now going to say. We were telling you in the first place that you were not sufficiently informed about letters, and the objection was to this effect, that you were never told whether he who was meant to be a respectable citizen should apply himself in detail to that sort of learning or not apply himself at all. And the same remark holds good of the study of the lyre. But now we say that he ought to attend to them. A fair time for a boy of 10 years old to spend in letters is 3 years. The age of 13 is the proper time for him to begin to handle the lyre, and he may continue at this for another 3 years, neither more nor less. And whether his father or himself like or dislike the study, he is not to be allowed to spend more or less time in learning music than the law allows. And let him who disobeys the law be deprived of those youthful honours of which we shall hereafter speak. Here, however, first of all, what the young ought to learn in the early years of life, and what their instructors ought to teach them. They ought to be occupied with their letters until they are to read and write. But the acquisition of perfect beauty or quickness in writing, if nature has not stimulated them to acquire these accomplishments in the given number of years, they should let alone. And as to the learning of compositions, committed to writing, which are not set to the lyre, whether metrical or without rhythmical divisions, compositions in prose, as they are termed, having no rhythm or harmony, seeing how dangerous are the writings handed down to us by many writers of this class, what will you do with them, O most excellent guardians of the law? Or how can the lawgiver rightly direct you about them? I believe that he will be in great difficulty.
What troubles you, stranger, and why are you so perplexed in your mind?
You naturally ask, Cleinias, and to you and Megillus, who are my partners in the work of legislation, I must state the more difficult as well as the easier parts of the task.
To what do you refer in this instance?
I will tell you. There is a difficulty in opposing many myriads of mouths.
Well, and have we not already opposed the popular voice in many important enactments?
That is quite true, and you mean to imply that the road which we are taking may be disagreeable to some, but is agreeable to as many others. Or, if not to as many, at any rate to persons not inferior to the others. And, in company with them, you bid me, at whatever risk, to proceed along the path of legislation which is opened out of our present discourse, and to be of good cheer, and not to faint.
Certainly.
And I do not faint. I say, indeed, that we have a great many poets writing in hexameter, trimeter, and all sorts of measures, some who are serious, others who aim only at raising a laugh. And all mankind declare that the youth who are rightly educated should be brought up in them and saturated with them. Some insist that they should be constantly hearing them read aloud, and always learning them, so as to get by heart entire poets, while others select choice passages and long speeches, and make compendiums of them, saying that these ought to be committed to memory, if a man is to be made good and wise by experience and learning of many things. And you want me now to tell them plainly in what they are right and in what they are wrong.
Yes, I do.
But how can I, in one word, rightly comprehend all of them? I am of opinion, and, if I am not mistaken, there is a general agreement, that every one of these poets has said many things well and many things the reverse of well. And if this be true, then I do affirm that much learning is dangerous to youth.
How would you advise the guardian of the law to act?
In what respect?
I mean, to what pattern should he look as his guide in permitting the young to learn some things and forbidding them to learn others? Do not shrink from answering.
My good Cleinias, I rather think that I am fortunate.
How so?
I think that I am not wholly in want of a pattern. When I consider the words which we have spoken from early dawn until now, and which, as I believe, have been inspired by heaven, they appear to me to be quite like a poem. When I reflected upon all these words of ours, I naturally felt pleasure, for of all the discourses which I have ever learned or heard, either in poetry or prose, this seemed to me to be the justest and most suitable for young men to hear. I cannot imagine any better pattern than this, which the guardian of the law, who is also the director of education, can have. He cannot do better than advise the teachers to teach the young these words, and any which are of a like nature, if he should happen to find them, either in poetry or prose, or if he come across unwritten discourses akin to ours, he should certainly preserve them and commit them to writing. And, first of all, he shall constrain the teachers themselves to learn and approve them, and any of them who will not, shall not be employed by him. But those whom he finds agreeing in his judgment, he shall make use of, and shall commit to them the instruction and education of youth. And here, and on this wise, let my fanciful tale about letters and teachers of letters come to an end.
I do not think, stranger, that we have wandered out of the proposed limits of the argument, but whether we are right or not in our whole conception, I cannot be very certain.
The truth, Cleinias, may be expected to become clearer when, as we have often said, we arrive at the end of the whole discussion about laws.
Yes.
And now that we have done with the teacher of letters, the teacher of the lyre has to receive orders from us.
Certainly.
I think that we have only to recollect our previous discussions, and we shall be able to give suitable regulations touching all this part of instruction and education to the teachers of the lyre.
To what do you refer?
We were saying, if I remember rightly, that the 60-year-old choristers of Dionysus were to be specially quick in their perceptions of rhythm and musical composition, that they might be able to distinguish good and bad imitation. That is to say, the imitation of the good or bad soul when under the influence of passion, rejecting the one and displaying the other in hymns and songs, charming the souls of youth, and inviting them to follow and attain virtue by the way of imitation.
Very true.
And with this view, the teacher and the learner
ought to use the sounds of the lyre, because its notes are pure, the player who teaches and his pupil rendering note for note in unison. But complexity and variation of notes, when the strings give one sound and the poet or composer of the melody gives another, also when they make concords and harmonies in which lesser and greater intervals, slow and quick, or high and low notes are combined, or again when they make complex variations of rhythms, which they adapt to the notes of the lyre. All that sort of thing is not suited to those who have to acquire a speedy and useful knowledge of music in 3 years. For opposite principles are confusing, and create a difficulty in learning, and our young men should learn quickly, and their mere necessary acquirements are not few or trifling, as will be shown in due course. Let the Director of Education attend to the principles concerning music which we are laying down. As to the songs and words themselves, which the masters of choruses are to teach, and the character of them, they have been already described by us, and are the same, which, when consecrated and adapted to the different festivals, we said were to benefit cities by affording them an innocent amusement.
That, again, is true.
Then let him who has been elected a director of music receive these rules from us as containing the very truth, and may he prosper in his office. Let us now proceed to lay down other rules, in addition to the proceeding about dancing and gymnastic exercise in general. Having said what remained to be said about the teaching of music, let us speak in like manner about gymnastic. For boys and girls ought to learn to dance and practice gymnastic exercises, ought they not?
Yes.
Then the boys ought to have dancing masters, and the girls dancing mistresses to exercise them.
Very good.
Then, once more, let us summon him who has the chief concern in the business, the superintendent of youth, i.e., the director of education. He will have plenty to do, if he is to have the charge of music and gymnastic.
But how will the old man be able to attend to such great charges?
Oh, my friend, there will be no difficulty. For the law has already given and will give him permission to select as his assistants in this charge any citizens, male or female, whom he desires. And he will know whom he ought to choose, and will be anxious not to make a mistake, from a due sense of responsibility, and from a consciousness of the importance of his office. And also because he will consider that if young men have been and are well brought up, then all things go swimmingly. But if not, it is not meet to say, nor do we say, what will follow, lest the regarders of omens should take alarm about our infant state. Many things have been said by us about dancing and about gymnastic movements in general, for we include under gymnastics all military exercises, such as archery, and all hurling of weapons, and the use of the light shield, and all fighting with heavy arms, and military evolutions, and movements of armies and encampings, and all that relates to horsemanship. Of all these things there ought to be public teachers, receiving pay from the state, and their pupils should be the men and boys in the state, and also the girls and women, who are to know all these things. While they are yet girls, they should have practised dancing in arms and the whole art of fighting. When grown-up women, they should apply themselves to evolutions and tactics, and the mode of grounding and taking up arms. If for no other reason, yet in case the whole military force should have to leave the city and carry on operations of war outside, that those who will have to guard the young and the rest of the city may be equal to the task. And on the other hand, when enemies, whether barbarian or Hellenic, come from without with mighty force and make a violent assault upon them, and thus compel them to fight for the possession of the city, which is far from being an impossibility. Great would be the disgrace to the state, if the women had been so miserably trained that they could not fight for their young, as birds will, against any creature, however strong, and die or undergo any danger, but must instantly rush to the temples and crowd at the altars and shrines, and bring upon human nature the reproach that of all animals man is the most cowardly.
Such a want of education, stranger, is certainly an unseemly thing to happen in a state, as well as a great misfortune.
Suppose that we carry our law to the extent of saying that women ought not to neglect military matters, but that all citizens, male and female alike, shall attend to them.
I quite agree.
Of wrestling we have spoken in part, but of what I should call the most important part we have not spoken, and cannot easily speak without showing at the same time by gesture as well as in word what we mean. When word and action combine, and not till then, we shall explain clearly what has been said, pointing out that of all movements, wrestling is most akin to the military art, and is to be pursued for the sake of this, and not this for the sake of wrestling.
Excellent.
Enough of wrestling. We will now proceed to speak of other movements of the body. Such motion may be in general called dancing, and is of two kinds. One of nobler figures, imitating the honourable, the other of the more ignoble figures, imitating the mean. And of both these there are two further subdivisions. Of the serious, one kind is of those engaged in war and vehement action, and is the exercise of a noble person and a manly heart. The other exhibits a temperate soul in the enjoyment of prosperity and modest pleasures, and may be truly called and is the dance of peace. The warrior dance is different from the peaceful one, and be rightly termed Pyrrhic. This imitates the modes of avoiding blows and missiles by dropping or giving way, or springing aside, or rising up or falling down. Also the opposite postures, which are those of action, as, for example, the imitation of archery, and the hurling of javelins, and of all sorts of blows. And when the imitation is of brave bodies and souls, and the action is direct and muscular, giving for the most part a straight movement to the limbs of the body, that, I say, is the true sort. But the opposite is not right. In the dance of peace, what we have to consider is whether a man bears himself naturally and gracefully, and after the manner of men who duly conform to the law. But before proceeding, I must distinguish the dancing about which there is any doubt, from that about which there is no doubt. Which is the doubtful kind, and how are the two to be distinguished? There are dances of the Bacchic sort, both those in which, as they say, they imitate drunken men, and which are named after the nymphs, and Pan, and Silenuses, and Satyrs, and also those in which purifications are made or mysteries celebrated. All this sort of dancing cannot be rightly defined as having either a peaceful or a warlike character, or indeed as having any meaning whatever, and may, I think, be most truly described as distinct from the warlike dance, and distinct from the peaceful, and not suited for a city at all. There let it lie, and so, leaving it to lie, we will proceed to the dances of war and peace, for with these we are undoubtedly concerned. Now, the unwarlike muse, which honours in dance the gods and the sons of the gods, is entirely associated with the consciousness of prosperity. This class may be subdivided into two lesser classes, of which one is expressive of an escape from some labour or danger into good, and has greater pleasures, the other expressive of preservation and increase of former good, in which the pleasure is less exciting. In all these cases, every man, when the pleasure is greater, moves his body more, and less when the pleasure is less. And again, if he be more orderly, and has learned courage from discipline, he waves less. But if he be a coward, and has no training or self-control, he makes greater and more violent movements. And in general, when he is speaking or singing, he is not altogether able to keep his body still. And so, out of the imitation of words and gestures, the whole art of dancing has arisen. And in these various kinds of imitation, one man moves in an orderly, another in a disorderly manner. And as the ancients may be observed to have given many names, which are according to nature and deserving of praise,
So there is an excellent one which they have given to the dances of men, who in their times of prosperity are moderate in their pleasures. The giver of names, whoever he was, assigned to them a very true and poetical and rational name, when he called them emelae, or dances of order, thus establishing two kinds of dances of the nobler sort, the dance of war, which he called the Pyrrhic, and the dance of peace, which he called emelaia, or the dance of order, giving to each their appropriate and becoming name. These things the legislator should indicate in general outline, and the guardian of the law should inquire into them and search them out, combining dancing with music, and assigning to the several sacrificial feasts that which is suitable to them. And when he has consecrated all of them in due order, he shall for the future change nothing, whether of dance or song. Thenceforward the city and the citizens shall continue to have the same pleasures, themselves being as far as possible alike, and shall live well and happily. I have described the dances which are appropriate to noble bodies and generous souls. But it is necessary also to consider and know uncomely persons and thoughts, and those which are intended to produce laughter in comedy, and have a comic character in respect of style, song, and dance, and of the imitations which these afford. For serious things cannot be understood without laughable things, nor opposites at all without opposites, if a man is really to have intelligence of either. But he cannot carry out both in action if he is to have any degree of virtue. And for this very reason he should learn them both, in order that he may not in ignorance do or say anything which is ridiculous and out of place. He should command slaves and hired strangers to imitate such things, but he should never take any serious interest in them himself, nor should any freeman or free woman be discovered taking pains to learn them, and there should always be some element of novelty in the imitation. Let these then be laid down, both in law and in our discourse, as the regulations of laughable amusements, which are generally called comedy. And if any of the serious poets, as they are termed, who write tragedy, come to us and say, "O strangers, may we go to your city and country, or may we not, and shall we bring with us our poetry? What is your will about these matters?" How shall we answer the divine men? I think that our answer should be as follows. "Best of strangers," we will say to them, "we also, according to our ability, are tragic poets, and our tragedy is the best and the noblest, for our whole state is an imitation of the best and noblest life, which we affirm to be indeed the very truth of tragedy. You are poets, and we are poets, both makers of the same strains, rivals and antagonists in the noblest of dramas, which true law can alone perfect, as our hope is. Do not then suppose that we shall all in a moment allow you to erect your stage in the Agora, or introduce the fair voices of your actors, speaking above our own, and permit you to harangue our women and children, and the common people, about our institutions, in language other than our own, and very often the opposite of our own. For a state would be mad which gave you this license, until the magistrates had determined whether your poetry might be recited and was fit for publication or not. Wherefore, O ye sons and scions of the softer muses, first of all show your songs to the magistrates, and let them compare them with our own, and if they are the same or better, we will give you a chorus. But if not, then, my friends, we cannot. Let these, then, be the customs ordained by law, about all dances and the teaching of them, and let matters relating to slaves be separated from those relating to masters, if you do not object."
We can have no hesitation in assenting when you put the matter thus.
There still remain 3 studies suitable for freemen. Arithmetic is one of them, the measurement of length, surface, and depth is the second, and the third has to do with the revolutions of the stars in relation to one another.
Not everyone has need to toil through all these things in a strictly scientific manner, but only a few, and who they are to be we will hereafter indicate at the end, which will be the proper place. Not to know what is necessary for mankind in general, and what is the truth, is disgraceful to everyone, and yet to enter into these matters minutely is neither easy nor at all possible for everyone. But there is something in them which is necessary and cannot be set aside, and probably he who made the proverb about God originally had this in view when he said that not even God himself can fight against necessity. He meant, if I am not mistaken, divine necessity. For as to the human necessities, of which the many speak when they talk in this manner, nothing can be more ridiculous than such an application of the words.
And what necessities of knowledge are there, stranger, which are divine and not human?
I conceive them to be those of which he who has no use nor any knowledge at all cannot be a god or demigod, or hero to mankind, or able to take any serious thought or charge of them. And very unlike a divine man would he be, who is unable to count 1, 2, 3, or to distinguish odd and even numbers, or is unable to count at all, or reckon night and day, and who is totally unacquainted with the revolution of the sun and moon and the other stars. There would be great folly in supposing that all these are not necessary parts of knowledge to him who intends to know anything about the highest kinds of knowledge. But which these are, and how many there are of them, and when they are to be learned, and what is to be learned together and what apart, and the whole correlation of them, must be rightly apprehended first. And these leading the way, we may proceed to the other parts of knowledge. For so necessity, grounded in nature, constrains us, against which we say that no god contends, or ever will contend.
I think, stranger, that what you have now said is very true and agreeable to nature.
Yes, Cleinias, that is so. But it is difficult for the legislator to begin with these studies at a more convenient time. We will make regulations for them.
You seem, stranger, to be afraid of our habitual ignorance of the subject. There is no reason why that should prevent you from speaking out.
I certainly am afraid of the difficulties to which you allude, but I am still more afraid of those who apply themselves to this sort of knowledge, and apply themselves badly. For entire ignorance is not so terrible or extreme an evil, and is far from being the greatest of all. Too much cleverness and too much learning, accompanied with an ill bringing up, are far more fatal.
True.
All freemen, I conceive, should learn as much of these branches of knowledge as every child in Egypt is taught when he learns the alphabet. In that country, arithmetical games have been invented for the use of mere children, which they learn as a pleasure and amusement. They have to distribute apples and garlands, using the same number, sometimes for a larger and sometimes for a lesser number of persons. And they arrange pugilists and wrestlers as they pair together by lot or remain over, and show how their turns come in natural order. Another mode of amusing them is to distribute vessels, sometimes of gold, brass, silver, and the like, intermixed with one another, sometimes of one metal only. As I was saying, they adapt to their amusement the numbers in common use, and in this way make more intelligible to their pupils the arrangements and movements of armies and expeditions. In the management of a household, they make people more useful to themselves and more wide awake, and again in measurements of things which have length and breadth and depth, they free us from that natural ignorance of all these things which is so ludicrous and disgraceful.
What kind of ignorance do you mean?
Oh, my dear Cleinias, I, like yourself, have late in my life heard with amazement of our ignorance in these matters. To me, we appear to be more like pigs than men, and I am quite ashamed, not only of myself, but of all Hellenes.
About what? Say, stranger, what you mean.
I will. Or rather, I will show you my meaning by a question. And do you please to answer me? You know, I suppose, what length is.
Certainly.
And what breadth is.
To be sure.
And you know that these are two distinct things, and that there is a third thing called depth.
Of course.
And do not all these seem to you to be commensurable with themselves?
Yes.
That is to say, length is naturally commensurable with length, and breadth with breadth, and depth in like manner with depth.
Undoubtedly.
But if some things are commensurable, and others wholly incommensurable, and you think that all things are commensurable, what is your position in regard to them?
Clearly far from good.
Concerning length and breadth when compared with depth, or breadth and length when compared with one another, are not all the Hellenes agreed that these are commensurable with one in some way?
Quite true.
But if they are absolutely incommensurable, and yet all of us regard them as commensurable, have we not reason to be ashamed of our compatriots? And might we not say to them, O ye best of Hellenes, is not this one of the things of which we were saying that not to know them is disgraceful, and of which to have a bare knowledge only is no great distinction? And there are other things akin to these, in which there spring up other errors of the same family.
What are they?
The natures of commensurable and incommensurable quantities in their relation to one another. A man who is good for a thing ought to be able, when he thinks, to distinguish them. And different persons should compete with one another in asking questions, which will be a fair, better, and more graceful way of passing their time than the old man's game of draughts.
I dare say, and these pastimes are not so very unlike a game of draughts.
And these, as I maintain, Cleinias, are the studies which our youth ought to learn, for they are innocent and not difficult. The learning of them will be an amusement, and they will benefit the state. If anyone is of another mind, let him say what he has to say.
Certainly.
Then, if these studies are such as we maintain, we will include them. If not, they shall be excluded.
Assuredly. But may we not now, stranger, prescribe these studies as necessary, and so fill up the lacunae of our laws?
They shall be regarded as pledges, which may be hereafter redeemed and removed from our state, if they do not please either us who give them, or you who accept them.
A fair condition.
Next, let us see whether we are or are not willing that the study of astronomy shall be proposed for our youth.
Proceed.
Here occurs a strange phenomenon, which certainly cannot, in any point of view, be tolerated.
To what are you referring?
Men say that we ought not to inquire into the supreme God and the nature of the universe, nor busy ourselves in searching out the causes of things, and that such inquiries are impious, whereas the very opposite is the truth.
What do you mean?
Perhaps what I am saying may seem paradoxical, and at variance with the usual language of age. But when anyone has any good and true notion which is for the advantage of the state, and in every way acceptable to God, he cannot abstain from expressing it.
Your words are reasonable enough, but shall we find any good or true notion about the stars?
My good friends, at this hour all of us Hellenes tell lies, if I may use such an expression, about those great gods, the sun and the moon.
Lies of what nature?
We say that they and divers other stars do not keep the same path, and we call them planets or wanderers.
Very true, stranger, and in the course of my life I have often myself seen the morning star and the evening star, and divers others, not moving in their accustomed course, but wandering out of their path in all manner of ways. And I have seen the sun and moon doing what we all know that they do.
Just so, Megillus and Cleinias, and I maintain that our citizens and our youth ought to learn about the nature of the gods in heaven, so far as to be able to offer sacrifices, and pray to them in pious language, and not to blaspheme about them.
There you are right, if such a knowledge be only attainable. And if we are wrong in our mode of speaking now, and can be better instructed and learn to use better language, then I quite agree with you that such a degree of knowledge as will enable us to speak rightly should be acquired by us. And now do you try to explain to us your whole meaning, and we, on our part, will endeavour to understand you.
There is some difficulty in understanding my meaning, but not a very great one, nor will any great length of time be required. And of this I am myself a proof. For
I did not know these things long ago, nor in the days of my youth, and yet I can explain them to you in a brief space of time. Whereas, if they had been difficult, I could certainly never have explained them all, old as I am, to old men like yourselves.
True, but what is this study which you describe as wonderful and fitting for youth to learn, but of which we are ignorant? Try and explain the nature of it to us as clearly as you can.
I will. For, oh, my good friends, that other doctrine about the wandering of the sun and the moon and the other stars is not the truth, but the very reverse of the truth. Each of them moves in the same path. Not in many paths, but in one only, which is circular, and the varieties are only apparent. Nor are we right in supposing that the swiftest of them is the slowest, nor, conversely, that the slowest is the quickest. And, if what I say is true, only just imagine that we had a similar notion about horses running at Olympia, or about men who ran in the long course, and that we addressed the swiftest as the slowest, and the slowest as the swiftest, and sang the praises of the vanquished as though he were the victor. In that case, our praises would not be true, nor very agreeable to the runners, though they be but men. And now, to commit the same error about the gods, which would have been ludicrous and erroneous in the case of men, is not that ludicrous and erroneous?
Worse than ludicrous, I should say.
At all events, the gods cannot like us to be spreading a false report of them.
Most true, if such is the fact.
And if we can show that such is really the fact, then all these matters ought to be learned, as far as is necessary for the avoidance of impiety. But if we cannot, they may be let alone, and let this be our decision.
Very good.
Enough of laws relating to education and learning. But hunting and similar pursuits in like manner claim our attention. For the legislator appears to have a duty imposed upon him which goes beyond mere legislation. There is something over and above law which lies in a region between admonition and law, and has several times occurred to us in the course of discussion. For example, in the education of very young children, there were things, as we maintain, which are not to be defined, and to regard them as matters of positive law is a great absurdity. Now, our laws, and the whole constitution of our state, having been thus delineated, the praise of the virtuous citizen is not complete when he is described as the person who serves the laws best, and obeys them most, but the higher form of praise is that which describes him as the good citizen, who passes through life undefiled, and is obedient to the words of the legislator, both when he is giving laws and when he assigns praise and blame. This is the truest word that can be spoken in praise of a citizen. And the true legislator ought not only to write his laws, but also to interweave with them all such things as seem to him honourable and dishonourable. And the perfect citizen ought to seek to strengthen these no less than the principles of law which are sanctioned by punishments. I will adduce an example which will clear up my meaning, and will be a sort of witness to my words. Hunting is of wide extent, and has a name under which many things are included. For there is a hunting of creatures in the water, and of creatures in the air, and there is a great deal of hunting of land animals of all kinds, and not of wild beasts only. The hunting after man is also worthy of consideration. There is the hunting after him in war, and there is often a hunting after him in the way of friendship, which is praised and also blamed. And there is thieving, and the hunting which is practised by robbers, and that of armies against armies. Now the legislator, in laying down laws about hunting, can neither abstain from noting these things, nor can he make threatening ordinances, which will assign rules and penalties about all of them. What is he to do? He will have to praise and blame hunting with a view to the exercise and pursuits of youth, and on the other hand, the young man must listen obediently. Neither pleasure nor pain should hinder him, and he should regard as his standard of action the praises and injunctions of the legislator, rather than the punishments which he imposes by law. This being premised, there will follow next in order moderate praise and censure of hunting, the praise being assigned to that kind which will make the souls of young men better, and the censure to that which has the opposite effect. And now let us address young men in the form of a prayer for their welfare. O friends, we will say to them, may no desire or love of hunting in the sea, or of angling, or of catching the creatures in the waters, ever take possession of you, either when you are awake or when you are asleep, by hook or with wheels, which latter is a very lazy contrivance. And let not any desire of catching men and of piracy by sea enter into your souls and make you cruel and lawless hunters. And as to the desire of thieving in town or country, may it never enter into your most passing thoughts, nor let the insidious fancy of catching birds, which is hardly worthy of freemen, come into the head of any youth. There remains, therefore, for our athletes only the hunting and catching of land animals, of which the one sort is called hunting by night, in which the hunters sleep in turn and are lazy. This is not to be commended any more than that which has intervals of rest, in which the will and strength of beasts is subdued by nets and snares, and not by the victory of a laborious spirit. Thus only the best kind of hunting is allowed at all, that of quadrupeds, which is carried on with horses and dogs and men's own persons, and they get the victory over the animals by running them down and striking them and hurling at them, those who have a care of godlike manhood taking them with their own hands. The praise and blame which is assigned to all these things has now been declared, and let the law be as follows. Let no one hinder these who verily are sacred hunters from following the chase wherever and whithersoever they will. But the hunter by night, who trusts to his nets and gins, shall not be allowed to hunt anywhere. The fowler in the mountains and waste places shall be permitted, but on cultivated ground and on consecrated wilds he shall not be permitted, and anyone who meets him may stop him. As to the hunter in waters, he may hunt anywhere except in harbours or sacred streams or marshes or pools, provided only that he do not pollute the water with poisonous juices. And now we may say that all our enactments about education are complete.
Very good.